These days, we take incredible storytelling in games for granted. Complex, intricate narratives and character-driven plots are the norm. Similarly, we expect great voice acting, and it's more notable when it's disappointing or just plain awful. But cast your eyes back about 30 years, to the 90s, and the landscape is completely different. Gameplay is king, and storytelling in games is in its infancy. Not only that, voice acting for the most part is not really up to snuff. There are exceptions, of course. Tomb Raider gave us a very likable character, and Deus Ex gave us a complex cyberpunk political drama, though the voice acting still kinda sucked. Today I'm going to talk to you about another exception, a complex Shakespearean gothic drama of vampires, spirits, different worlds, changes in the timeline, time travel, paradoxes, prophecies, and deep contemplations of choice and the nature of free will. So relax, and let me tell you everything you need to know about Legacy of Kain. The first entry into the Legacy of Kain series, titled Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain, was developed by Silicon Knights, a company whose other credits in the industry include the cult horror classic Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem for the Nintendo GameCube, and Too Human for the Xbox 360. At the time, Silicon Knights pitched Blood Omen, Too Human, and a third unknown concept to several publishers, and it would be Crystal Dynamics that picked the game up for publication, impressed by the scope of the game, the fantasy gothic setting, and the passion that Silicon Knights showed for the project. And it was an ambitious game for sure, so much so that, as it tends to happen, the team size ballooned, and Crystal Dynamics even sent some of their own people to Canada to help Silicon Knights wrangle in that design. Among them was Amy Hennig, who acted as design manager for Blood Omen, and would later be much more influential to the series. Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain would release in November 1996 to favorable reviews and was considered a commercial success for publisher and developer alike. Now afterwards, while Silicon Knights was gearing up for the development of the next entry into what they hoped would be a series of Blood Omen sequels, Crystal Dynamics more or less had the same idea. At the time, Amy Hennig and her colleagues were working on the prototype of a game codenamed Shifter, an angelic-themed game that would allow players to travel between two worlds. At the behest of upper management, though, the game was retooled as a Legacy of Kain entry, with its mythology and plot adapted into the world of Nosgoth. Understandably so, Silicon Knights did not take kindly to it, and filed an injunction against their former publisher, accusing them, among other things, of plagiarizing the concept for the Blood Omen sequel, perhaps not aware of the existence of Shifter. This led to a legal dispute between the two companies, and though the details of the proceedings are not well known, in fact, I've looked into it, and as far as I'm aware, no one involved has ever publicly spoken about it, most likely to a few NDAs, but the end result was it was settled privately, and Crystal Dynamics was allowed to continue with the development of any Legacy of Kain game, but they had to credit Silicon Knights as the creators of the series. Shifter would release as Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver in 1999 for the PlayStation, and much like its predecessor, was received favorably and sold pretty well. It also marked the first game in what would be Crystal Dynamics' run with the Legacy of Kain franchise, which had the sequel to Soul Reaver, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2, then a sequel to Blood Omen, Blood Omen 2, and then Legacy of Kain Defiance, the final mainline entry into the series and which left the overall plot in something of a cliffhanger. Most of the titles were both written and directed by Amy Hennig, except for Blood Omen 2, which was developed by a separate team while Soul Reaver 2 was still in development and did not involve Hennig at all. This led to some issues, but we'll get to them later. Silicon Knights, on the other hand, would never make another Legacy of Kain game. After Defiance, while Crystal Dynamics was taking over core design in the handling of the Tomb Raider franchise, Amy Hennig requested working on that franchise, but was rejected. Thus, she left Crystal Dynamics for Naughty Dog, where she created the Uncharted series. I'm sure we can all appreciate the irony in that. But without her, and after Defiance, the series has been dormant, with only a team-based shooter created for it called Nosgoth, which didn't even make it out of beta. The Legacy of Kain series takes place in the land of Nosgoth, a place where the natural forces are controlled by a set of 9 pillars, each of them representing one force of nature. They are the mind, dimension, conflict, nature, energy, time, states, death, and one to keep them all in check, balance. Each pillar is also symbiotically linked to a guardian. The health of the pillar linked to the health of the guardian. Blood Omen begins with the brutal murder of the guardian of balance, Ariel. Her lover, the guardian of the mind, Naprapture, finds her body, and his grief sends him into the depths of madness, corrupting his pillar and the rest of the guardians, the Circle of Nine. Enter Kain, a nobleman murdered outside of a tavern, and offered the chance to return, and, driven by vengeance, he accepts and comes back as a vampire. Within minutes of leaving his crypt, he finds and dispatches his killers, thinking then, hey, my quest is over, only to discover it's not so simple. They were just the tools, but the real culprits, the real ones at fault, are the corrupted members of the Circle. So his quest begins in earnest, to become the assassin that will cleanse the Circle and restore the pillars. Now, I'm gonna have to do a bit of a spoiler here. It's a minor thing, but it's that Blood Omen had more than one ending, and the games and Crystal Dynamics series take one of them as canon. That's all. Move forward a millennium to the time of Soul Reaver, and Nosgoth is a dead husk of a world, the pillars having long since crumbled. Kain rules his empire with his lieutenants, and according to their culture and hierarchy, Kain enters what they describe as a state of change, a process by which he gains a new power or gift, and after him, his lieutenants would follow. Until our protagonist, Raziel, sprouts a couple of wings, let's just say ahead of schedule. This earns him, very reasonably, an execution. To burn forever, as they say, in the bowels of the Lake of the Dead, a giant whirlpool that, like all water in Nosgoth, is like acid to vampires, much like sunlight destroys them. Raziel's body is nearly decimated, but he survives, in a way, returning as a wraith, and much like Kain after his own return, on a path for vengeance. Kain's and Raziel's journeys are interesting because they don't just cover miles in distance, but also centuries of time travel, along with paradoxes and more than a few prophecies, along with all the manipulators and masterminds they deal with that control Nosgoth from the shadows. Their journeys also involve, and in fact it's a key element of it, the Soul Reaver, a mythical blade with the power to steal the souls of those struck by it. As the series progresses, this relic becomes as much of a character as Raziel and Kain themselves. In terms of the other games, Soul Reaver 2 picks up after the end of Soul Reaver 1, given that Soul Reaver 1 ends with a literal to be continued screen. Raziel continues his pursuit of his quarry throughout several eras of Nosgoth's past, discovering hidden truths and curious prophecies along the way. The prologue of Blood Omen 2 takes place about 200 years after Blood Omen, and Kain is on the warpath, on his way to conquering Nosgoth. Unfortunately for him, he faces in battle a revived order of holy warriors, of sacred vampire killers, the Seraphim, and he's swiftly defeated and ends up in a coma for about 200 more years, waking up in the city of Meridian, the capital of Nosgoth, that's now advanced to something of a steampunk society, and with the Seraphim very much in control. So now his quest is simple: regain his strength, get his power back, vanquish his enemies, and continue on the conquest of Nosgoth. This is the game that I mentioned did not include Amy Hennig nor her unified vision of world lore and story. So they include characters that shouldn't be there, and their behavior is inconsistent with the way they're portrayed in other games. This created some massive, gaping holes in the overall mythos that were never truly alleviated. Then Defiance continues the plot of Soul Reaver 2, but now with both Kain and Raziel's points of view. As I mentioned, it ends in something of a cliffhanger, but it does have a lot of revelations and sets up what would be the endgame of the entire plot, which makes it even more frustrating that there isn't a continuation. Now, when I say that Defiance ends in a cliffhanger, I mean it more in terms of the overall series plot, that narrative thread that Amy Hennig built from Soul Reaver onwards. The game itself does have an ending. It even has a final boss. It's just there are threads left unresolved, which is a consistent thing with the series. Soul Reaver ends in a giant to be continued screen, and Soul Reaver 2 has an even bigger cliffhanger ending. The storytelling is the high point of the Legacy of Kain franchise, a complex story of manipulation and betrayal, paradoxes, prophecies, and trying to reclaim and enforce free will in a world where it seems like fate has the last laugh. There are questions at every turn, and it's the kind of game where every time you get an answer, it just spawns more questions, especially as you advance and discover more about the world and the places where its mythology and its history kinda mesh together. The dialogue is superb and Shakespearean in nature. In fact, the works of the bard are a clear inspiration, and there are even some direct quotes. Characters often have ponderous monologues or discussions with deep introspection, and much like other works of Shakespeare, the story is told at several levels, not just with the main character or the great masterminds that control the fate of everyone, but also down to the low level, say the beggars in Blood Omen, or the lowly surviving humans in Kain's Empire. Characters are outstanding. They're complex, with different motivations and points of view, and circumstances that led to those points of view. So there isn't a truly good character in the series, nor a truly evil one. Even the antagonists, when you put yourself in their shoes, turns out most of them are just trying to do what they think is right. Of course, there are exceptions. Characters for whom making a case for is very difficult. A certain Oracle of Nosgoth comes to mind. But they're the exception that prove the rule. This is a gothic tale, and it has all the trappings of the genre, be it the influence of the supernatural, vampires, ghosts. Nosgoth is a gloomy world where fear, gruesome violence, and just terror are part of day-to-day life. In Gothic tales, the past is always coming back to haunt the characters. And so, in this game about time travel, this is elevated, as it's not just the past, but also the present and the future that comes back to bite our characters in the butt. Gameplay-wise, the Legacy of Kain series is quite varied. Blood Omen is a 2D isometric hack-and-slash game. Imagine The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past with the visuals of Diablo. You have dozens of ways to make your way across Nosgoth. You can use whatever tools you have at your disposal, be it a bunch of spells like energy bolts or the ability to turn enemies against one another or just drain all their blood, to items that give you, say, unlimited mana, or flay your enemies alive or just make them all decompose, to shapeshifting. You can become mist or bats or a wolf, which more or less is a werewolf. This game might be more than 25 years old, but damn, it holds up. Soul Reaver 1 and 2 are very much in that late 90s era of 3D game design, where you end up, for most puzzles, pushing a lot of boxes. Though Soul Reaver 2 has a bit more variety in the puzzle design. In fact, some of them involve platforming as part of the puzzles, which is pretty interesting. The combat is a bit janky, but very satisfying, as the vampiric enemies you fight cannot simply be defeated. You have to actually destroy them, plunge them in water, impale them and drain their souls, or put them against the sun. It adds a puzzle element to the combat, and it's deeply satisfying. And this extends to the boss fights, which themselves are just giant puzzles. You never actually fight a boss one-on-one just using physical attacks. Some form of puzzle element is involved in the battle, as these creatures are far larger, far bigger, far more powerful than you are. Not only that, the game also has that Metroidvania thing of acquiring new powers that grant you more traversal options and not just combat prowess. Best of all, this game is built around the relationship of the material plane and the spirit world. Remember, this is Shifter. You move in between two worlds. What is a giant gap in the spirit world might just be a short hop in the material plane. Similarly, an impenetrable barrier in the physical plane might just be traversable in the spirit world. And these realms have their own physics. Blood Omen 2 followed a similar design with a greater emphasis in combat, though puzzles are still part of the experience. This is something of the black sheep of the family. As I mentioned, Amy Hennig was not involved in this game, and it doesn't have the same level of quality or polish as, say, Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2 have. You can tell the difference in quality and polish just in the lip sync alone. Soul Reaver 2's lip sync is actually incredibly detailed for a time. Sure, the visuals haven't aged that well, but you can still see that the lip sync is pretty accurate, while Blood Omen 2's lip sync is puppet-like. But there is still plenty to find and enjoy in Blood Omen 2. Defiance took the series in more of a direction of Devil May Cry, with fast-paced combos and juggling enemies. And your progress is more often than not hampered not by puzzles, though there are some of those, but by combat arenas, where you have to juggle enemies and kill them in creative ways, or throw them against walls or just drain them. Best of all, you play as both Kain and Raziel, and they feel very distinct as characters in terms of their abilities. And as I mentioned, there are still puzzles in this game, though they are significantly weaker or simpler compared to previous entries in the series. But what truly carries the experience forward, what makes that plot come across so wonderfully, what makes those Shakespearean soliloquies be engaging at all times, are the performances. The voice acting is out of this world. Michael Bell as Raziel and Simon Templeman as Kain kill it every time, and show you so many layers of these complex characters, inexorably linked but often at odds. In terms of voice acting though, we cannot forget or understate the accomplishments of the late Tony Jay, who voiced Mortanius in Blood Omen, the Elder God in Soul Reaver onwards, and many more characters across the series. His baritone voice lent such gravitas and presence to all the different characters he played. They immediately command the scene and are truly intimidating. Best of all, the series always kept most of its voice cast. So every time you're interacting with a character, say the Vampire Vorador or the Spectre of the Guardian of Balance Ariel, you're always hearing the same voices, which is phenomenal. There are two main entry points into the series, Blood Omen or Soul Reaver. If you choose Blood Omen, you'll gain a greater understanding of Nosgoth, the Pillars, and of course, Kain, though later games do a great job of explaining that. If you go from Soul Reaver onwards, then you should play them in the order they were released. That is Soul Reaver, then Soul Reaver 2, then Blood Omen 2, and lastly Defiance. The reason for this is though Blood Omen 2 is a sequel to Blood Omen 1, there are elements of it that you cannot fully understand unless you play Soul Reaver 2 first. Defiance though must be the last game you play, and then you can join us, all the fans around the world that clamor for another entry into the series. We need you. We need to take shifts in terms of begging for more. Now, I must mention something about these games. You may have issues playing them on modern PCs. These are old games, so there are compatibility issues. Having said so, the fandom is full of incredibly talented individuals who have created texture packs, mods, add-ons that allow you to play these games properly on modern PCs. And so you don't have to scour the internet for them, I'm going to link them all in the description of this video. But if you use them, then you have to promise me to like and share the video. Hey, it's only fair. Legacy of Kain is a masterclass in storytelling and voice acting, and its varied gameplay across the games is bound to keep you entertained. So even if one game isn't your cup of tea in terms of gameplay, hey, the next one is completely different, so you might just enjoy it. If you like this video and you're interested in the Legacy of Kain franchise, or you've played it before, there's plenty more Legacy of Kain content coming soon. I'm working on deep dives into each and every one of these games, discussing their plot, their themes, their development, and so much more. And of course, we're starting with the OG, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain.
The Pillars of Nosgoth. Even in life, few sights have moved me such as this. I marvel that such beauty should grace our dying world.
Warning! This is a deep dive into elements of the Legacy of Kain saga. There will be spoilers. You have been warned. A few days ago, I released a primer video on one of the best video game series I've ever played, and one very close to my heart, Legacy of Kain. As I mentioned in that video, I will be doing some deep dives into the series. And though I said the first one would be on the original game in the series, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, I decided this was a much better way to begin, by talking about one of the most important aspects of the Legacy of Kain saga, the Pillars of Nosgoth. The entire premise of the first game revolves around the Pillars, and even as the series continues, they always remain a point of focus for every single character involved in the story. So let's get to it. I'll break the video down into different sections to make navigation easier for you. The Pillars of Nosgoth, at a glance, and if you don't dig too deep into the matter, are meant to keep the balance of nature. With the pillars healthy and pure, the world is meant to thrive. With the pillars corrupted, Nosgoth is thrown into chaos and decay, until it eventually becomes a barren wasteland racked by earthquakes and other disasters, as seen in the time of Soul Reaver. The 9 pillars represent metaphysical laws or concepts that hold the world together. Their spheres of influence can be rather vague, and in fact, the Legacy of Kain games don't really bother too much with fully defining the pillars. But overall, this is what each pillar represents. The mind. This one's a bit vague. Official descriptions listed as governing the limitless power of thought, consciousness, and emotion. Based on that, we can say the Pillar of the Mind governs and protects sentience. I'll go a bit further and say the pillar ensures that your feelings are your own without interference. The reason for this is that in the era of Blood Omen, with the Guardian of the Mind, Napraptor driven to madness, the pillar was corrupted, and the people of Nosgoth were bombarded with waves of hatred and fear almost constantly. There was nothing to safeguard their emotional state. The next pillar is Dimension, and this one is much clearer. It governs the boundaries between the different realms, such as the material world and the spirit world, whose relationship we see in Soul Reaver, and other places we'll discuss a bit later. The Pillar of Conflict governs the principles of upheaval and change, and by extension war and peace in all of its forms. In the time of Blood Omen, war ravaged the land, first from the armies of the Nemesis, and later on by the genocidal anti-vampire conflict led by the Times Reaver Mobius. No, not that one. Energy governs power, the one residing in storm clouds, but also coursing through life itself. While the Pillar of Nature, in essence, nurtures living things, you could say that energy is the spark of life. Speaking of, the next pillar is Nature. Nature is the pillar with a simple purview: all living things. It's the pillar perhaps more directly involved in ensuring Nosgoth is vibrant with life. It's no surprise then that the corrupted guardians in Blood Omen turned to creating new life in the form of twisted monstrosities, and that in the times of Soul Reaver, the world had turned to ruin. States. This is the principle that governs the various shapes and forms of physical matter. Let's say it's the principle of transformation. Water, butterflies, everything that you can say goes through different states owe their ability to this pillar. While conflict represents change at the macro scale, you could say states is about change at a smaller one. Time, the most abused of all pillars and principles in the Legacy of Kain series. The Pillar of Time governs the correct flow of time, ensuring that shifts in the timeline are kept in check. Death doesn't just represent mortality, but also, in a way, life, in that the pillar governs the balance between the two, the correct function of the wheel of life, and the cycle of death and rebirth. Balance. Already the pillars serve to balance the forces of nature, but the balance pillar ensured the correct relationship between the pillars themselves. I suspect that if Ariel had not been murdered, then even if at some point Napraptor had lost his senses, or another guardian had become corrupted, it would not have impacted the rest of the circle as thoroughly as it did in Blood Omen. I think the pillar would have lessened the corruptive effect of Napraptor's loss of sanity. And that's why Ariel had to go. Simple as that. In addition to these principles, the pillars serve another purpose, one that is revealed between Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance, with some hints in Blood Omen 2. They are a prison, built by the original vampire race of Nosgoth, a race of winged beings trapped in a long conflict with a bitter enemy, the Hilden. The vampires were victorious, and as a final measure against their enemies, they banished them from the world into a hellish dimension and set the pillars to act as the lock to the door. As long as the pillars stand, the Hilden are trapped. It's no surprise then that one of the pillars govern the boundaries between dimensions. But the lock is not perfect, and it doesn't take the complete failure of the pillars to let some Hilden through. In fact, they seem to be able to communicate with those in Nosgoth, but not materialize, instead appearing as spirits or a corrupting influence. It was in this fashion that the Hashak Geek first began his labor in Nosgoth, which led to Ariel's murder and the series of events that followed, namely Napraptor's madness and the full corruption of the Circle and the Pillars. Kain was meant to die as well, having been chosen as the Balance Guardian at birth mere moments after Ariel's passing, but his faithful choice at the end of Blood Omen to damn the Pillars served the Hilden interest just as well. The Pillars of Nosgoth are served by 9 Guardians, chosen at birth at the moment of the previous Guardian's passing, which could take a long time as the Pillars don't just imbue their guardians with a measure of the purviews they represent, but also a significant amount of longevity. The first guardians were members of the ancient vampire race, but in trapping the Hilden, these ancient enemies left the vampires a little surprised, a terrible curse that made them the bloodthirsty creatures we know, and also made them immortal. Vampires worshipped the Wheel of Fate and its god. They held the cycle of death and rebirth sacred. Thus, this was the cruelest of punishments, and many decided to end their existence instead of suffering through eternity. And if immortality wasn't bad enough, the curse had another side effect. Vampires became sterile. Talk about kicking someone when they're down. So the ancients had but one choice. They began turning humans to their kind, imparting the dark gift to create new vampires. According to lore unearthed by Raziel, Vorador was the first such turn. Of course, turning humans to vampires was also done to keep stewardship of the Pillars among vampire kind. Eventually, this would backfire, and the human guardians rose up and toppled their would-be masters, taking the Pillars for themselves. At the time of Blood Omen, the Circle of Nine, the collective of guardians contained the following members, and, in fact, despite others appearing be it in cutscenes or as enemies, the Blood Omen Guardians are the only ones named in the entire Legacy of Kain series. The Mind, Noprapture the Mentalist. I've mentioned this guy a few times between this video and the last one. He's more or less responsible for the whole circle going bug nuts crazy. Not his fault though, not entirely. Things were planned very carefully so that he would go over the edge, but what came after was all him. Not just losing himself in grief, but gleefully going down the super fun slide of evil, bombarding the townspeople nearby with hateful thoughts and turning his lair into, well, a torture dungeon. Noprapture truly exceeded all expectations. Dimension, Azimuth the Planer. Oh Azimuth. Once the keeper of boundaries for Nosgoth and an explorer of alien realms, her corruption turned her into a cruel summoner, bringing hordes of demons into her city, Avernus, and setting them on the populace, relishing in the pain they caused. But it has to be said that even before her corruption, things were a bit off with the Planer already. She and Mortanius are responsible for the cult of Ashagik, which gave the Hilden a power base in Nosgoth, a stable way to come and influence events. In other words, they were corrupt even before the death of Ariel. Conflict. Malek the Paladin. Oh, poor Malek. He has perhaps the roughest time among the members of the Circle, and you almost feel bad for him. Before the time of Blood Omen, specifically around 500 years prior, in the time when the first incarnation of the Sarafan, an order of fanatical warriors, think Nosgoth's Templars, were still active, there was another generation of Guardians. This group was butchered by the vampire Vorador, as revenge for the genocidal crusade of the Sarafan against vampire kind, a crusade the Guardians very much approved of. Malek was otherwise occupied and couldn't reach the Circle in time. The Oracle of Nosgoth, Mobius, no, not that one, tells Kain that it was Malek's vanity that caused him to fail in his tasks, though what he means is never truly explained. For his apparent negligence in his duty, Mortanius ripped the soul from his body and bound it to his armor, to forever be the protector of the Circle, incapable of any of life's pleasures as a result. This left Malek trapped and with a burning desire for vengeance against Vorador, the two becoming bitter enemies for centuries. Theirs described as an eternal conflict. Of all the Guardians, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't already deranged before the Pillars were corrupted, suffering through this existence for centuries, quite literally the ghost in the shell. But what is certain is that when Kain reaches his fortress, it's clear the Guardian has found a way to replicate his condition. The guards are simply Sarafan wraiths, bound to empty armors, with machines spitting out new ones at the speed of an assembly line. In the end, it wouldn't be Kain who takes Malek out, but Vorador, summoned by Kain to battle his ancient foe. Now I say you almost feel bad for him, and then you remember he's a fanatical, pathological, bloodthirsty, homicidal maniac.
Malek's helmet crowned with a plume of braided hair torn from the scalps of his victims.
So just desserts, really. Bane the Druid, the Jewel the Energist, and Anarkroth the Alchemist, the guardians of nature, energy, and states respectively, join forces after their corruption, turning their powers to the creation of a new, twisted form of nature from their base of Dark Eden. Their experiments poisoning the land around the Dark Tower and creating an army of monstrosities that ravaged everything in their path. Not much else is known about these guardians, save for the crimes they committed against nature. In the end, Kain faced the guardians of nature and energy together and took them out, while Vorador dispatched Malek. As for the third member of the Triumvirate, Anarkroth, when they summoned Malek to protect them from Kain, which didn't work out so well, Anarkroth escaped, seeking Mortanius, knowing full well the Necromancer was responsible for the vampiric assassin that now perched the Circle. He gives the Guardian of Death an ultimatum, with us or against us, to which Mortanius responds by using his powers to obliterate him. Thus, Anarkroth is the only corrupted Guardian whose death didn't involve Kain in some way. Time. Mobius the Time Streamer, the Great Manipulator, the mastermind behind many of Nosgoth's conspiracies across the ages. Mobius is one of the longest-serving Guardians, having been there at the time of the human uprising against the ancient vampires. As protector of the Pillar of Time, he has what he describes as a level of omniscience, meaning Mobius retains his knowledge of events even through shifts in the timeline. He knows how a paradox will change events, and he's aware of when and how he'll die. Across the series, Mobius manipulates events to suit his needs. More than anyone, perhaps even more than Malek or the Sarafan, Mobius seeks the termination of the vampire race. He is a firm believer in the Wheel of Fate. He serves the Elder God that serves as the hub of the wheel, though some think this entity is merely a parasite hanging on the wheel. Mobius makes it his mission to eradicate the vampires that trap souls in immortal bodies. He sets the stage so Kain travels in time for a paradoxical confrontation with the young William the Just. In the present, he was the madman known as the Nemesis, his armies destroying everything in their path. But in the past, he was a hopeful little lad, one armed with a Soul Reaver, much like Kain in the present. When the versions of the blade meet, Williams is sundered, and the Boy King destroyed, and with it, time irrevocably altered. The outrage of his assassination by a vampire sparks a genocidal crusade much like that of the Sarafan, enacted this time by Mobius' army of mercenaries. And they nearly succeed. With the death of Vorador at their hands, Kain is left as the last vampire on Nosgoth. Soul Reaver 2 also revealed that Mobius was responsible for Malek never reaching the Circle to protect them from Vorador. The Guardian of Conflict deferred to Mobius and obeyed his commands, meaning the Time Streamer set him up for failure, possibly knowing what Mortanius would do to him. Most interestingly, despite his actions benefiting the Hilden, he is not one of their servants, his allegiance firmly with the Elder God. Death. Mortanius the Necromancer. Mortanius, much like Azimuth, turned from service to the Pillars long ago, creating the cult of Hashagik. Of course, in his case, unlike Azimuth, it's difficult to say if this was of his own volition, as this entity took over Mortanius' body at several stages in his life, including when he thrust a dagger into Ariel, the Guardian of Balance. Mortanius sets the events of Blood Omen in motion, and is even responsible for Kain's death, just so he can bring him back as a vampire. Thus, when he says to Kain that the killers were merely tools, and it's the Guardians who are at fault, he's not really lying. Perhaps Mortanius saw this as a way to atone, as he'd seen what he had unwittingly wrought, and set to restore the Pillars by means of Kain, knowing full well that eventually it would be his turn on the chopping block. Not to mention that in being possessed, his death would expose the unspoken, the Hilden, taking his form. It's also curious to know that Mortanius was the second oldest Guardian, having been there at Mobius' side during the uprising against the ancient vampires. Balance, Ariel, poor Ariel, the truest innocent in the sordid tale of the Legacy of Kain series. She was the guardian of balance, and her murder was the catalyst for the events that set the whole series in motion. Worse still, death was not enough. To add insult to the lethal injury, her spirit became bound to the pillars, haunting them forever, with no possibility of release as she saw the world crumble before her eyes. Now balance, Kain. Kain's guardianship was tainted from the beginning. Chosen at birth, he came into the role minutes before Nopraptor's corrupting influence spread through the circle, meaning that he wouldn't have been able to serve properly. His presence wouldn't restore the pillar. He was as corrupted as the rest, so the pillar would always remain darkened under his stewardship. At the end of Blood Omen, he's presented with a choice: to sacrifice himself and finish the restoration of the pillars, or to continue on and damn them to destruction. Given that no other guardians were chosen, as Kain purged the Circle of Nine, it's safe to assume that corrupted pillars do not seek out new stewards. Kain temporarily restored most of the pillars, as he presented the guardians' relics to them. But I surmise that without the Pillar of Balance's own restoration, the process wasn't complete. In the end, Kain chose destruction. As the first choice, sacrifice, would have meant the end of the vampire race. Mobius had made sure of that. The Reaver, Janos Odrin, a special case. Not a guardian of a pillar, but the steward for the Reaver blade, the original form of the Soul Reaver, meant to be handed to the prophesied vampire messiah. Janos Odrin is the most famous or infamous vampire in Nosgoth, so it depends on who you talk to. First mentioned in Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain in the description for the item the Heart of Darkness.
Reputed to have been ripped from the chest of the greatest vampire to have ever existed, Janos Odrin, the Heart of Darkness restores vampiric unlife. Life is precious, Janos discovered, as it was torn, throbbing and bleeding from his own body.
Janos is the last remaining ancient vampire and Vorador's creator, and his heart, ripped from his chest, still beating, is said to restore vampiric unlife. He's next seen in Soul Reaver 2, where he recognizes Raziel and explains the nature of the Reaver blade and the prophecy surrounding the vampire messiah. He also implies a direct relationship between the pillars and the Reaver, stating that the pillars are the lock, but the Reaver is the key. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time to elaborate, as his sanctum is invaded by the human versions of Raziel and the other of Kain's lieutenants, then Sarafan warriors. They rip the heart from his chest and leave. In Defiance, we discover Mortanius used the Heart of Darkness to turn Kain into a vampire. Raziel rips it out and restores Janos, ignoring Kain's warnings that Janos Odrin must stay dead, given that he will be used by the Hilden in Blood Omen 2. Now, with that said, and given that the pillars were meant to lock the ancient enemies of the vampires into another dimension, we should talk about the Hilden for a moment. The Hilden were not part of the plot of Blood Omen. The connection between the Unspoken, Asha Geek, and the Hilden was made in Defiance. Nor were the Hilden part of Amy Hennig's original plan. They were introduced in Blood Omen 2, and with their introduction, Hennig had to alter the plan and the script for Soul Reaver 2 to include references to them. While I could describe the plot elements of the Hilden in their entirety, I will not. The reason for this is that those narrative elements I mentioned relating to the Hilden are there only to support their introduction in Blood Omen 2 and give them a connecting thread to prior events. But they're a villain whose participation in the saga ends in Blood Omen 2, and don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. At best, they're a side story. The Pillars of Nosgoth are the reason everything happens in the Legacy of Kain series, and their restoration seems to be the ultimate goal of many of its characters, even if their methods or priorities are at odds. Even Kain, who refused to sacrifice himself for the Pillars, sought to restore them, but in a way that ensured the best outcome. He was given a toss of a coin for a choice, sacrifice or not. So Kain dedicated his immortal life, centuries of it, to finding another throw, a better throw. One where the coin would presumably land on its edge, a way out of the conundrum. With Mobius's time-streaming chambers, he looked for answers, ways out, and eventually came up with a plan. A rather cruel one, but a plan nonetheless, as it would involve destroying his lieutenant, counting on his strange return as a wraith. For you see, in becoming the Reaver of Souls, Raziel truly steps out from the wheel of fate. He's no longer as tightly bound by destiny as everyone else, and several conversations indicate that Kain was aware that would happen. In terms of Nosgoth, Raziel is the only one with true free will, though that's not to say there isn't a destined path for him, but he can deviate from it. He can delay it as much as he needs, push back the inevitable, to seek out the answers to his questions and the mysteries of the past, the present, and the future. His freedom, I suspect, also gives those around him a chance to strike out on their own, such as when Kain prevented his demise at the end of Soul Reaver 2. In accordance to history, that shouldn't have been possible. History is resilient, it's resistant to change. Kain explains this using the metaphor of throwing a rock in the river. The water will simply flow around the obstruction and resume its natural course. This meaning that the timeline, even if you try to change it, will resume normally. A paradox creates a much larger obstruction, stopping the flow of the river, forcing history to find a new way around, reshuffling events to create a brand new timeline. Kain describes a fatal paradox as one where the strain on history to reshuffle those events is too great, so instead, history expels the irritants, the cause of the paradox, from the timeline altogether. The events at the end of Soul Reaver 2, Kain's actions at the end of Soul Reaver 2, almost caused a fatal paradox. The monumental act of preventing Raziel from going into the Reaver strained history to its limits, creating the timeline where the events of Defiance happen, and as a consequence, those of Blood Omen 2, where the Hilden return and almost conquer Nosgoth. But back to the topic at hand, I suspect Kain was able to do that because it was Raziel at the center of the incident. After the events of Soul Reaver 2, and over the next few centuries, Kain and Raziel traverse Nosgoth, empowering the Soul Reaver blade in its two forms. The Wraith blade bound to Raziel, which as it turns out at the end of Soul Reaver 2, is revealed to be Raziel's own soul, having been the first spirit consumed by the blade, and the other the original incarnation of the Soul Reaver blade, a vampiric sword meant to drain blood and sustain its wielder. The final empowerment of the Wraith blade, imbued with the power of spirit and the blessing of all past balance guardians, and it gave it the ability to cleanse corruption, and thus with Raziel's sacrifice at the end of Defiance, willingly submitting to become the soul-stealing Soul Reaver, despite Kain's protests, he cleansed Kain of corruption, allowing him to fully assume his mantle as not only the guardian of balance, but the prophesied figure of the scion of balance, meant to restore order to the world at a time of great upheaval, return the Pillars to vampiric stewardship, and also allowing him to perceive the spiritual world and their true enemy, the Elder God, the hub of the wheel, the one pulling most of the strings from the shadows, as it was by his will that Mobius moved. Unfortunately for us, this development was the last bit of story we had from the mainline series, so we've never known what next steps Kain took, where his journey led him. Would the Pillars be restored? Would the Elder God be vanquished? Would there be a change to the Wheel of Fate? I'd like to think so, but knowing the twists and turns the drama of the Legacy of Kain series takes, and with Kain's penchant for the edge of the coin, it's quite possible the answer isn't yes or no, but something entirely different. That is all for this deep dive into the Pillars of Nosgoth. Before we begin, there's a disclaimer. For the duration of this video, I will not be mentioning by name the creators of the Blood Omen concept and story. Instead, I will refer to them as the creators or the authors or some other term. The reason for this is that they're contemptible human beings. One of them is an internet bully, and the other one went to prison for the kind of crime they put you on a register. Yes, that kind of register. It might seem unfair to you that I'm not gonna mention them in this big retrospective, but it's my channel, my rules, and I just don't feel comfortable enough to talk about them. And this is the best compromise I can make. Now onto the next warning, which is the usual. This is a deep dive into elements of the Legacy of Kain series. This in particular into Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, so there will be spoilers. But as a retrospective, I suppose you know what you're watching. Furthermore, in terms of looking at the story, I'll be doing it from the game's point of view, without including elements that were introduced in later titles. The reason for this is that those were made by a different company altogether, and were not part of the original vision for Nosgoth. So no Elder God, no Hilden, no Raziel. Some of the information in this video comes not from the game, but from interviews and guides released by Silicon Knights and were once in the now defunct company website. I'll leave a link to this guide in the description. Big thanks to the folks of Nosgothic Realms, the Lost Worlds, and the Dark Chronicle for keeping all of this information alive. I've also placed timestamps to help with navigation. And if you like this video, any part of it, maybe give it a like, help share it, and hey, you can subscribe. It's free and it helps me a ton. Now let's get to it, and we'll begin with a closer look at the development history and the ideas behind this game before we go into how they were implemented. Blood Omen began its life as the Pillars of Nosgoth, a name one of the authors said was inspired by the Pillars of the Earth by Ken Follett, though only from the name of the book, not its contents. The real sources of inspiration for Blood Omen, beyond vampire mythology, as stated by one of the authors in an interview, are first, Necroscope by Brian Lumley, particularly for how visceral the story is, which for Blood Omen they combined with Shakespearean elements for the writing. He stated that when Shakespeare wrote a play, he targeted the story at different levels. For the commoners, there were dirty jokes, but for the aristocracy there were more cerebral elements. With that in mind, the author said that the gore and graphic violence in the game were their version of dirty jokes. The next source of inspiration was the Wheel of Time, for the complexity of its story and multi-threaded plot. It was Silicon Knights' aim to be the Robert Jordans or the Stephen Kings of the gaming world. They got close with Blood Omen and Eternal Darkness, to be honest, but let's just say they missed the mark with everything else. But that's a story for some other time. One of the key points of the endeavor was to create a world filled with characters you couldn't point a finger to and immediately classify them as good or evil, but instead just a world where people whose experiences and choices and priorities led them to where they are, even the ones that seem diametrically opposed to you on a moral level. Very specifically, the creators wished to subvert the monomyth, aka the hero's journey, by making the protagonist very much not a hero, but much like the rest of the world, not necessarily a villain either, but still capable of being a monster when you get down to brass tacks. Using William Money, the character played by Clint Eastwood in the movie Unforgiven, as a partial inspiration, to avoid the traditional kick-ass or badass protagonist trope. As I mentioned in the primer video, Crystal Dynamics will be the company to move forward with the publication of Blood Omen. They were given two other titles to consider, one of them I've not been able to ascertain what it was about, and the other is the ill-fated 2 Human, which would eventually release on Xbox many years later, and just be one of those very ambitious yet ultimately forgettable video games. One curious thing is that one element of 2 Human became a part of Blood Omen because everyone felt it fit better in the dark gothic universe of Blood Omen, that being the Soul Reaver. Yeah, originally this blade was part of the sci-fi setting of 2 Human. It's also worth noting that before they even sent out the pitch for the games, there was already a relationship between Crystal Dynamics and Silicon Knights, as one of the authors and a Crystal Dynamics producer met at a conference, and in conversation found they shared similar views on games deserving bigger budgets and higher expectations on quality and scope. This producer, Lyle Hall, loved not only the proposal for Blood Omen, as he thought the game could revolutionize the action RPG genre, but he was inspired by the passion shown by Silicon Knights for the project. When the Sony PlayStation was announced, Hall helped convince the higher-ups at Crystal Dynamics to choose the new console for Blood Omen, despite the publisher leaning more heavily towards the Sega Saturn at the time. Blood Omen had a 3.5-year development cycle, and during that time the team size at Silicon Knights doubled in size, and Crystal Dynamics flew out some of its staff to Canada to help Silicon Knights with the design for a period of about 6 months, given that despite the team increasing in size, they only had one designer. This crew included Amy Hennig, who would go on to become the key person for Legacy of Kain from Soul Reaver onwards. For Blood Omen, she acted as design manager. A likely cause for both the increase in the team size and the necessity for additional designers is the move from the original vision of 40 characters and about 40 tile sets to 190 characters and more than 600 tile sets. Just a teensy tiny scope load, huh? When Blood Omen finally released, it garnered positive reviews for its narrative and gameplay, but the lengthy loading times on the PlayStation were a point of criticism. A curious element in the final product is the splash screen at the start of the game, which credits Silicon Knights as the creators of the Kain concept. This was added to ensure Silicon Knights always had the proper credit, especially after their publisher struck a deal of their own with Activision for the manufacture and distribution of the game's copies in North America, and the lines started to blur on whose game this was. After the release of Blood Omen, the relationship between Silicon Knights and Crystal Dynamics became tumultuous, to say the least. But that's a topic I'll cover in the Soul Reaver retrospective. To fully appreciate the design and narrative of Blood Omen and to look at where Silicon Knights knocked it out of the park, or may have fumbled, we needed to look at the entire game, so let's start with that. The game opens with a chilling passage, a prophecy.
There is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood.
This passage, voiced by Neil Ross, the actor who plays Malik, Otmar, and Elsevier, has been dubbed the Blood Omen, very much the thing the title of the game refers to. Depending on how you read it, this passage can be seen as a summary of the entire plot. By the way, this is a real quote. It's an excerpt from one of the books from the famed occultist Aleister Crowley. The operation of maximum importance is the corruption of the Pillars, the new Aeon, whatever reality the dark entity Hashak Geek wants to accomplish, and the bathing of the world in blood being Kain's journey to call the circle. In fact, the full quote has this passage. The bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world ceremony, which could very well mean the sacrifice presented to Kain. But that's just my conjecture. This omen is followed by scenes of the long past. First, the killing fields of the Sarafan, with vampire upon vampire meeting their ends in the most gruesome of ways at the hands of these so-called holy warriors, immediately giving you a sense of the tone of the story and already giving you something to consider regarding morality. Are these vampires monsters or victims? The killing fields spread as far as the eye can see with hundreds of casualties. It's tantamount to genocide, and is genocide ever just? Then we move to the hulls of the Circle of Nine as they're infiltrated and attacked by the vampire Vorador, with the members of the Circle crying out for Malik the Paladin, their protector. This scene is all about Vorador's vengeance on the Circle for supporting the Sarafan, something he would later mention to Kain during their first meeting. But the scene also establishes the conflict between humanity and vampire kind, something that will become an important part of the story, with the conflict being the sole motivation for at least one of the characters, and already giving you an explanation of why everyone from the lowliest bar wench to their frigging dogs is out to get you. But back to the scene. In it, Vorador destroys part of the Circle of Nine, an interesting parallel to what we'll be doing for the rest of the game, being a vampire tasked with destroying the Circle. But unlike Kain, Vorador doesn't complete his task, taking some out in gruesome ways and knocking out Malik, who would pay for his incompetence by becoming bound to his armor forevermore. And then it begins. Well, at least our very short prologue. Ariel is brutally murdered, the killer only a shadow, though the impressive pointy shoulder pads already point to a likely murderer. Just not a motive. And then the pillars blacken and crack, corrupted to the core. All of the above happens in a single cinematic, and something interesting about it is it's the only cinematic with its own musical score. Originally, the plan was for each cinematic to have its own track, one that matched its tone and theme, and Silicon Knights even provided a guide on this to the composer, Steve Hennepin. But in the end, only the opening had its own track, and the others used in-game music as their background score. Back to the game, many years later, a weary Kain finds himself in a tavern only to be kicked out by the proprietor, with not even a mug of ale for this noble traveler. The barkeep worried about what comes in the night, and stating very clearly he won't keep the tavern open for anyone. Yet another bit of subtle world building, something telling us already that things go bump in the night and that people are terrified. So what hope can our protagonist have? Not much really, as within moments of stepping outside, he's beset by bandits and murdered as brutally as the Guardian of Balance. Fitting, considering he's the new one. But if it ended there, this will be a very short game. No, Kain is now in the world of the dead, bound in chains, the sword that killed him still driven through his back. He comments, Vae Victis, woe to the conquered. He feels the indignation, the impotence of not being able to claim his revenge, and when offered by Mortanius, he takes the bargain, without considering the price. And I love that his choice for words are a quote, Vae Victis, or by taking this deal is he truly conquered, fated to become a tool, a pawn in a game he can't even see and won't be able to for quite some time. As he very well says it, nothing is free, not even vengeance. Interestingly enough, though Kain's death happens entirely in-game, in-engine, at some point in development, his death was part of this cutscene, but it was cut due to it not turning out as well as Silicon Knights hoped. And now we're in the game proper, and Kain's first words are curious, a comparison between the process by which he's restored to one life and the rigors of birth. Only difference is instead of the warm embrace of life, he is born again in a dank womb of darkness and decay. And I am constantly blown away by Simon Templeman's performance as Kain. As a human, he's shocked to be kicked out, but his voice still has a softness to it, innocence perhaps. Then right after, in the cutscene and then in-game, there is a new hardness, a coldness in the character, though he's still quite capable of that same softness at times. For example, when speaking of the Pillars, but he never quite reaches the same tone as Kain had when he was alive.
What? No mug of ale for a weary traveler from distant Corhagen? I awoke to the pain of a new existence, in a dank womb of darkness and decay.
One of the fundamental design elements for Kain was the question of, is evil real or is it a matter of perspective? What kind of being could you be if the entire world, and even yourself, were an enemy? Our opening shots of the Sarafan Crusade tells us that vampires are not exactly welcome, and within seconds of awakening in Kain's crypt, we're beset by gravediggers, proving the same is true now. Not only that, but chained humans line the walls, just there for you to feast on. And it poses the question, how did these people get here? Are the gravediggers keeping them around? Did Mortanius set this all up for Kain? Of course it's never addressed, but it's something curious to consider. I personally think the gravediggers are suspect, especially as instances of people strapped to walls become a recurring thing in many of the towns Kain visits in his journey. It's just the Nosgoth way, apparently. But the bound snacks are also a wonderful bit of immersive gameplay, of role-playing. Will you drink from the tap from the get-go, or will you leave them? The same question applies to the people you find sleeping in their beds across Nosgoth. Without a morality system, without tracking good guy or bad guy points, without something to tell you you're now Renegade Kain or Paragon Kain, Blood Omen is already letting you choose what kind of a person Kain is. One thing about bodies of slain enemies or the people lining the walls, and one that could just be a game thing or could be a piece of world building, is that when you return to a place where you've killed enemies or innocents, they're still there, only in spectral form now, and this time when you drain them, they provide mana instead. I say world building because this is an era with a corrupted death pillar, and skeletons and zombies are not the only way you can show the dead not resting properly. Again, it's just my guess, but it's a mechanic that makes sense in the terms of world logic. In the crypt, we also find the first of the spells, Sanctuary, which teleports Kain back to the crypt to recuperate, and frankly, a spell I've never used in any of my playthroughs. But we also start getting some of the items that will be part of our repertoire, and none are more important or raise as many questions as the Heart of Darkness.
Reputed to have been ripped from the chest of the greatest vampire to have ever existed, Janos Audron, the Heart of Darkness restores vampiric unlife. Life is precious, Janos discovered, as it was torn, throbbing and bleeding from his own body.
What is the heart doing here? How did this ancient powerful relic appear in this catacomb? What I think is that the story presented in Defiance, a long time later, had the right of it. Kain has the Heart of Darkness. Every time we fall, the heart restores us to life, And Mortanius is not a vampire, he's a necromancer, and his abilities over death, at least when we face him in the game, are limited to spirits, shades, and zombies. Not something as complex as a vampire. And for his scheme, he'd need some manner of resilient creature. So it makes sense that he'd need something to help him create the creature. And the heart is the thing. And speaking of resilience, the crypt also includes the upgrade items for magic and life. So the crypt and the graveyard as a whole, without the need to hold your hand, are the perfect tutorial stage. You find spells, items, learn to feed, to fight, to avoid dangers, to interact with levers and buttons, and how to upgrade Kain's health and mana. In essence, showing you what the game loop is going to be like. It's wonderful and elegant game design, to be honest. Kain departs the graveyard and within seconds comes across his killers. What a remarkable coincidence. Almost like it's all orchestrated, isn't it? But driven by vengeance, Kain once again doesn't question it and puts them to the sword. And unfortunately for those nearby, his rage isn't sated yet. He comes across the sign pointing to Sixturl, the town where he died, and promises they would taste his sword and he, their blood. But how badly they have it is once again up to you. You can simply walk through this town and progress, or you can make them pay for what Kain perceives as a transgression against him. In some of my playthroughs, I admit I've decided to follow Kain's worst instincts and went into that tavern to give the barkeep my regards. He was afraid of the things that come at night, and he was right. If one does follow this dark path, does it make Kain instantly a villain? No, I don't think so at least. He's still fresh from the grave, quite literally, and from his murder, lashing out at all he feels have victimized him. But he's also not a good guy. On returning the favor to his assassins, Kain thinks the quest is complete, only for Mortanius to drop the other shoe and tell him that's not the case, that these were merely the tools of his murder, but not the cause, and to go to the Pillars for answers. And I cannot give enough props to the late Tony J for his phenomenal voice acting as Mortanius and some of the other characters. Just listen to the difference in portrayal between the Necromancer and William the Just to understand just how good an actor this man was.
'Tis not over, Kain. These fools were merely the instruments of your murder, not the cause. Look to their masters, look to the Pillars, and gain way to the fortress of the mind.
Yes, these weapons you've provided will see to that. Pray tell, Mobius, what game do you play? And the news you bring, a vampire said to slay me? Where did you come upon such knowledge?
At the Pillars we find Ariel, voiced by Anna Gunn, who some may know as Skylar White, Walter White's wife in Breaking Bad. Kain's first conversation with Ariel is effectively the true beginning of his quest, though the cutscene is very much focused on Nopropter and what the decay of the Pillars is doing to Nosgoth, plus mentioning the traitor in their midst, and that Kain needs to, quote, restore balance, which in terms of phrasing is very interesting. But the exact mechanism for this restoration, the culling of the members of the Circle, and bringing their artifacts to the Pillars, is not part of the cutscene, but mentioned by Kain afterwards. We can assume Ariel filled him in, but I've always found it strange that the explanation is not part of the cutscene or voiced by Ariel afterwards. It makes more sense for her to deliver this information to the players rather than have it be part of Kain's inner monologue, as much as I love Simon Templeman's voice. I said the crypt and graveyard are more or less the tutorial for Blood Omen, but the journey to Wasserbund is the next step. This one meant to teach you to explore, that no cavern should be left untouched, and not only that re-exploring areas might be necessary. Towns are filled with items to collect and secrets to uncover, including apparently cut elements, such as the mysterious shield graphic in the Nachtholm smithy that would indicate an item or power-up, yet there is none to find because it was cut. Beyond the towns, there is a cavern filled with items, but with stony effigies standing in your way, and nothing you have on you at the moment can destroy them. There are locked caves with the sign of the sun, perhaps telling you to come back at a later point, or when the moon is up on high. And all of these have great stuff in them, you just have to be patient and be sure to revisit areas later on. And speaking of night and day, lines from Kain also tell you that at night you're stronger and during the day, the opposite. Most importantly, these explorations lead you to new spells, like Light and Energy Bolt, transformations like the Wolf form aka Big Doggo aka the form I use the most. And there are also Spirit Forges where you sacrifice blood for items, and the Ancient Blood Funds, which permanently imbue Kain with some form of power-up, usually the strength to move bigger and heavier obstacles, but also mana regen and protecting Kain from the harmful effects of the rain. Though I will say I've always found it disappointing that the increasing strength from the funds is not accompanied by an increase in damage. As hey, that makes sense. That would have made a lot more sense. Before I move on though, I want to give a moment of appreciation to the designer of the light spell. That thing is so good. Such an amazing quality of life effect. It's not like illumination effects in most modern games, where the light is just a small radius. No. This thing lights up the map like it's bright daylight. You can see everything. It's delightful, really. One particular ability you pick up from a camp of, let's call them Romani. The game uses another term, one that may be acceptable in Nosgoth, but not for us. This spell is the Disguise Transformation, which gives you the visage of a human commoner. When you use it, you move unseen among the populace and even talk to them, and you'll discover two very interesting and really funny things. One, there's a whole lot of recycling going on. Most townsfolk say the same damn thing. And also, while Disguise is active, no one moves. NPC pathing just stops dead for no reason whatsoever. Perhaps it's to make it easier to talk to them, but it always cracks me up, and it even affects enemies. But recycled or not, the dialogue at times provides some interesting insight to what's going on. For Vaserbund, the town with Nopraptor's retreat looming in the cliffside, some bits of dialogue are complaints about being subject to the man's magic. Some others give the impression that Nopraptor is messing with their heads, as they can hear him laughing. Others tell you of darker things, like how the different pilgrims that have gone up to the retreat have yet to return, or how a servant of the Guardian appeared in town, raving mad and scared half to death. These little bits of dialogue are what the Disguise spell are all about for me, and they represent a prelude to what you'll encounter before you can confront Nopraptor himself. On the way out, Kain even comments on how the wind carries screams to him, something some townsfolk also mentioned, and how delighted he is that someone is having a worse time than he is. Schadenfreude is alive and well in Nosgoth, or in Kain at the very least. Now, a curious thing is that just from the spell alone, you wouldn't think of using Disguise to speak to people. But on the way to Vaserbund, you can visit Steichenkrow, a fortified village. In it, you find a beggar who speaks to Kain without fear from one outcast to another, and gives you the hint about the use of this spell. This town is also a great location for you to see for yourself the kind of place Nosgoth is now. In its local house of pleasures, you'll find there's a particular room where the kinks are extreme, if the blood and body parts on the floor are any indication. Life and blood are cheap in Nosgoth. As for Vaserbund, this town is also where the game introduces you to a fun little aspect of its fast travel. In the towns and areas near a story dungeon, such as in Nopraptor's retreat, you will find a marker that shows you an image of the location and unlocks it as the destination for your platform. Thus you can hoof it on foot or fly there immediately. Of course, as the game has already shown you at this point, exploration has its rewards. Nopraptor's retreat is your first true test in Blood Omen, to use everything you've learned so far. Puzzles, combat, traps, how to use your spells and transformations properly, or if you're like me, how to use the wolf form leap to bypass most of the challenges. Once upon a time, Nopraptor's retreat was a place from where the Mentalist would comfort people, using his telepathy for their benefit. As Kain says, people will travel from all over Nosgoth for his lies. In other words, for the images he could conjure for them in their minds. And descriptions from Silicon Knight's own character profile page for Blood Omen, which thankfully has been backed up by the fandom, says that he was once one of the most empathetic people on Nosgoth, and the abilities granted by the Pillar only strengthened that. The retreat we find is a much different place, one where the Mentalist now spreads misery and pain. We find yet more victims chained to walls, including some who have been subjected to more physical forms of torment. In fact, we come across a servant of Nopraptor, bound to a wall, catatonic with fear, barely able to speak, her teeth shattered. at least according to Kain's description of her.
I came upon one of Nupraptor's serving girls, catatonic with fear, choking out half words through bloodied, broken teeth. Although tempted by hunger, I stayed my hand, allowing her to tell her story. Scars such as hers would never heal. Death would only be a mercy.
But doing the deed is once again the player's choice. Does Kain release this girl from suffering, or leave her to rot? I have to admit that in my playthroughs, I always chose the former option. But though she is suffering, and before we can make a choice, she tells Kain the tale of Nupraptor, how in his madness he had sewn his eyes shut, something we see in the Pillars cutscene with Ariel, and he did so to renounce the outside world, or according to Kain, to wallow in his self-pity, while at the same time spreading his madness to the circle, and if the girl is any example, to everyone else around him. After a few puzzles and trials, including a pair of viewpoints set on the eyes of the skull-shaped retreat that show both a vision of a pure and pristine Nosgoth and one a smoldering ruin, in which is a clever bit of foreshadowing to the crucial choice we'll make at some point, we come face to face with Nupraptor the Mentalist, the first of our corrupted guardians, and he's not alone, as Malak the Paladin, guardian of conflict and eternal protector of the circle, stands by his side ready to duke it out with Kain, or he would if Nupraptor didn't dismiss him, mocking his past failure, giving us a view into how the circle treats their immortal protector. And with Malak gone, the Mentalist challenges Kain to a battle. Big mistake. For after a short fight, Nupraptor is slain and his artifact reclaimed, his very head. If you choose to hear the head's description in the inventory, it's a modified quote from Hamlet, to reaffirm one of the game's sources of inspiration, Shakespeare.
Alas, poor Nupraptor, I knew him well. Well, not really.
With Nupraptor's relic returned to the Pillar of the Mind, the pillar is restored and Kain's sights are set on the next member of the circle, the biggest obstacle in his journey, Malak the Paladin, guardian of the Pillar of Conflict. So we venture forth towards his bastion. With the first dungeon complete, a new weapon comes along, the Spiked Mace. And weapons in Blood Omen are interesting, in terms of design, as in general, they're not replacement for the Iron Sword, not upgrades, but instead having interesting effects on combat and exploration, and some caveats. The Spiked Mace, for example, doesn't kill, it only stuns, leaving enemies open for feeding. It can also break stones and statues and other such impediments. Later on, the axes allow for flurries of strikes, making Kain a whirlwind of mayhem and can cut trees, but you can't use magic or items. The flaming sword easily destroys spirits and undead and can kill most things in a short few strikes, but nothing is left behind but charred remains, meaning again you can't feed. As for the Soul Reaver, we'll get to that one later. Moving on, in the opening scene of the game, Kain mentions he's a noble from Korhagen, which is the next stop on the journey, the finest city in all of Nosgoth according to him. Only it's not a very welcoming place, and this time it's not just because Kain is a vampire. No, as he comments on the way, the town was hit by a rather virulent plague, one very much still active from what we can see on arrival, with piles of decaying corpses littering the grounds or on wheelbarrows, and the surviving villagers stuck inside or in bed. Worse still, strange evil bards walk the streets, raising the dead as their personal army, using magical flutes as if they were Romero's Pied Pipers. Korhagen is a labyrinthine town, and Kain is not too enthused about returning home. The journey through it takes Kain through different houses, with all of them connected underground, some of them even holding new spells and items, some of which are critical despite not being put in your way. This is the first indication that the training wheels are off. Now you might even miss things required for your progress, teaching you to take a good look and sometimes retrace your steps. Fortunately, this game has a fast travel system, so the backtracking isn't too bad. Leaving Korhagen, Kain comes across a vantage point that shows Malak's Bastion, and unlocks the fast travel option.
Malak's Bastion, perched defiantly on the mountaintop, black as night against the blanket of snow. What manner of man would choose a land so harsh and utterly devoid of life?
which is fortunate given that the bastion is on top of a mesa without any footpath, which sounds badass, but in truth is the most impractical thing ever. Good thing that no one in the bastion needs to eat. And so, a short bat flight later, he arrives on the paladin's doorstep. An empty fortress. Not a single living thing in it, though that doesn't mean it doesn't hold any hazards. In fact, it does. Traps, spikes, the usual things are just part of the journey, but also in the centuries since Mortania's bound his soul to the armor, Malak seems to have found a way to do the same, with terrible machines, a mix of science and sorcery, binding souls to empty suits of Sarafan armor, creating something of an assembly line of disposable warriors. And as empty suits of armor, there is no blood to be found in them. This is the other kitty wheel coming off. Malak's bastion is the first of many places where blood is in short supply, and the reviving powers of the Heart of Darkness becomes very important. Either that, or being skilled enough to avoid unnecessary damage. I would love to boast, but in truth, my reserve of hearts kinda dwindled after the bastion, and I got very used to Kain's dying screams before the relic brought him back.
The Heart of Darkness.
After the trek through the Haunted Fortress, this relic of a bygone age of vampire hunter zealots, Kain faces Malak. It's not much of a fight. You hit him with a 3-hit combo and he falls apart, then reassembles, and you do it a couple more times until he's had enough and creates a massive destructive energy wave, forcing you to escape through a portal. Kain then mentions asking Ariel for advice on the next step, telling the players to return to the Pillars for the hint on where to go next. But if instead the player chooses to keep exploring, they'll naturally come to the vantage point for the Oracle of Nosgoth's cave, which is a clue all on its own. I don't think I have ever gone back to the Pillars for Ariel's guidance, unless the game forces me to, but it's a built-in hint system and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, not many games of this era had those options. This vantage point is also quite next to a prompt, where Mortanius in a rather glib tone speaks of current events as a game and wondering if Kain can see the real players among all the pawns.
Oh, little vampire, the game grows interesting. But with so many pawns, can you find the true player?
It's the first hint players get that Kain is being played, that he himself is one of those pawns. Though I've often wondered if the one speaking is in fact the Dark Entity, through Mortanius, as he calls Kain Little Vampire, a mocking remark that first doesn't match the Necromancer's personality, and second is used by the Dark Entity before the final fight in the game. The Caves of the Oracle are the next step in difficulty, and something of a prelude to what will be very common in the section coming right after. Malak's Bastion had challenges without a hint of blood nearby, and now the next step is living enemies, but with tainted blood, which poisons Kain, slowly draining his HP, but eventually going away on its own, though using the antitoxin item is preferred. Life and blood are precious, and the poison can severely drain those. Before reaching the Oracle, there is a room with a small museum of artifacts from Nosgoth's history, or more precisely, timelines. These for the most part represent the journey ahead of you, serving as delightful bits of foreshadowing. A piece of brand new Sarafan armor for Malak, your quarry, a bloodied shield for Willendorf, from the battle against the Nemesis, a still bloodied guillotine for Vorador, and both the shield and banner of Mobius's mercenary army, all of them a consequence of Kain's trip to the past. Lastly, Velzimir's doll, which is the key to obtaining King Otmar's armies. The Silicon Knights team really enjoy putting in references and foreshadowing in the game, and I'm all for it. I did say these are all references for the most part, because there's also a book which states the Circle created the Sarafan, with its members trained to be loyal to the Guardians, providing the connecting thread for the player that explains why Vorador went after the Circle in the game's opening scenes before the vampire himself tells it outright later on. With the Sarafan exterminating vampires left and right, Vorador went for the head of the snake, the leadership behind the sorcerer priests. Kain's first meeting with the Guardian of the Pillar of Time, Mobius, is in his guise with a very helpful Oracle of Nosgoth, a popular soothsayer, Though considering the degree of danger Kain faces on the way to him, I wonder how the regular people of Nosgoth managed it. With that said, I wouldn't put it past Mobius to set these challenges in front of Kain on purpose, or that he put them there after the corruption of the Pillars. That character profile page that Silicon Knights published, part of their Everything About Blood Omen guide, mentioned that he was once a helpful figure, giving out kind predictions, and only since the corruption did he become malicious in intent. Kain has one thing in mind, only one track in his head. He needs information on Malak and how to defeat him. But before getting to that, the Oracle speaks to him of something else, a piece of critical information that Kain doesn't want or need. First, the marching armies of the Nemesis, and second, the situation in Willendorf, with King Otmar paralyzed into inaction from worry, his daughter suffering from a strange condition, leaving her in a coma. As for the Paladin, Mobius recounts the events from the intro, claiming Malak's vanity is the reason for Vorador's success in his assassination of the previous members of the Circle, and that since his binding to the armor, he's not allowed a member of the Circle to fall. Which is thoroughly incorrect. And not just because of Napraptor, who dismissed the bodyguard, but also Ariel. Then again, her death was at the hand of a traitor in their midst, so maybe we can cut Malak some slack on that one. Kain shifts his attention to Vorador, and the Oracle points him to the Termagant Forest before vanishing, leaving Kain alone in the Oracle chambers. For what is primarily just dramatic effect, in his instructions, Mobius states that the Ignis Fatuus will serve as Kain's guide to Vorador's mansion, and when Kain asks what those are, the time stream states that Ignis Fatuus mark the road to hell. In truth, Ignis Fatuus is just another name for will-o-wisps, ghost lights, and the Latin really just translates to fool's flames. I'll go a bit further for extra nerdy points, and say that Ignis Fatuus is a term invented by a German humanist in the 16th century with the express purpose of sounding intellectual, or in this case, dramatic. The journey to Vorador's mansion is filled with danger. It's, in fact, the most dangerous area in the entire game, at least in terms of environmental damage, given that the Termagant Forest is really a giant swamp, meaning a whole lot of water, which is incredibly damaging to vampires. Fortunately, the path is littered with dungeons and caverns with upgrades, including the final shapeshift, Mist Form. It allows you to go through certain obstacles, traps, and most importantly, go over water without taking damage. Only downside is that it's a mana hog, and bolts of energy can still damage you, and with a swamp filled with sorcerers, well, you get the gist. In my own playthrough, this was yet another area of let's see how many hearts it takes to reach the destination. Back in our first episode of the retrospective, I mentioned that at some point the kiddie wheels come off and the game is telling you to make sure to not miss anything important. Well, Vorador's mansion is where this comes into play. This is where you find out if you messed up. In my latest playthrough, gathering footage for this video, I went into Vorador's mansion and realized I missed the power in Corhagen. Let's just say if I hadn't learned the lesson before, I learned it then. As for the manor itself, it is fortified in a way that only a vampire could cross, as it requires certain abilities. Having said so, the interiors are lavish, decadent even, but untouched. Not a single painting missing, not a gold panel removed. All of it a testament to the fearsome reputation of the vampire Vorador and his host of vampiric servants, all of them bound to his will. But it's not just the facade, the coat of paint, that is indulgent, but also the fact there are rooms dedicated to bleeding humans to prepare feasts from them. This is a vampire's domain, and he has full control over it. Kain finds Vorador enjoying a drink in his dining room, and thinks the ancient vampire a vision of his future as a vampire. But to the player, something else is clear. Vorador might be in full control of his domain. It might be impenetrable, but the ancient vampire is not really living it up. He's languishing here, separate from the world, keeping away from all events, just indulging in his hunger and with not much else going on. He boasts of his assault to the Circle and vanquishing Malak, but it's him that's locked up in his sanctuary, while his ancient enemy is still out there. Hell, while the cattle, as he calls humanity, spreads far and wide. Still, he takes a liking to Kain and offers a ring which will summon him to Kain's side should he need it, but not before telling the young vampire to abandon his quest, that nothing good can come from meddling in the affairs of mortals. And unfortunately for him, he's right, he just doesn't know it yet. Yet Vorador is also the first to instill in Kain the notion that vampirism is not a curse, and the first to openly welcome him, offering him a drink of the blood collected from a dangling victim. In a world where everyone is against him and others are out to manipulate him, Vorador stands as perhaps the one true ally Kain has, someone worried that Kain might meet his end if he continues on his path. Not only that, but this scene marks the first time Kain realizes his current existence is not the punishment he thought, and even agrees with Vorador's claims that mortals offer up the prayers to vampires for power, as if they're gods.
Gift? Vorador thought my curse a blessing, that we were gods, that mortals offered their blood as sacrifice so that we could enjoy our supernatural powers. And somewhere, deep inside my new self, I knew he was right, that mortal dreams were prayers, prayers to us, begging us for power. I pondered this as the decadent old fool prattled on about his past.
This will become very important towards the end of the game, but with a ring in hand and Vorador's backing secured, nothing could stop Kain from pursuing Malik, and the easiest way to do so was to target members of the Circle, in this case, the Triumvirate of Dark Eden, dedicated to twisting and reshaping nature around their dark tower, surrounded by a magical field that kills anything that crosses it. Fortunately for Kain, he's already dead. The Oracle Caves had the first mutants, but here Kain finds them in abundance, along with regular mortal enemies, and once again there are victims tied to the walls. Of course there are. The big challenge now is that Kain has several spells that allow him to draw blood from a distance, or even from every enemy on screen. Though if you do use them in this chapter of the story, it's very likely that you'll draw in the poisonous blood of the mutants as well. The Triumvirate of the Jewel the Energist, Bane the Druid, and Anarkroth the Alchemist is supposedly attempting to create new nature, but in the game this is only manifest in the mutant enemies and in the plant obstacles that fire thorns and poisonous gas in your direction. The land itself is blasted and burned around the tower, with pockets of magma and whatever towns that have been there crumbled into ruin. So in addition to highly aggressive flora and fauna, it's unclear how far they would have gone in their perversion of nature. Having said this, the journey to the Dark Tower is, after the swamp, the most perilous. It's poison and fire everywhere you go. Dark Eden is something of a mix between Malik's Bastion and Napraptor's Retreat in terms of the abundance of enemies and traps. It's a rather challenging location, made much more dangerous by the presence of the mutants and their toxic blood. Having said so, it's fairly linear. The real meat of Dark Eden is the encounter with its leaders. Upon reaching their chambers, Kain finds the Jewel, Bane, Anarkroth, and of course Malik, voiced by Anna Gunn, Paul Lukather, Richard Doyle, and Neil Ross respectively. In the previous episode I mentioned Richard Doyle played multiple characters, and this is true for most of the actors in the game, save for Simon Templeman who only voiced Kain. Anna Gunn plays Ariel, the Jewel, and Azimuth, Paul Lukather is Bane and Vorador, Richard Doyle is Anarkroth, Napraptor, and Mobius. And you gotta give mad props to these people. Generally speaking, it's really difficult to notice that it's the same actor playing them. They sound so different. The only exception is Tony J because, well, it's Tony J. His voice is very unique. But back in Dark Eden, the Alchemist escapes and Vorador appears for his final battle against the Paladin, leaving Kain to defeat the Guardians of the Pillars of Energy and Nature, and which represent a significant spike in boss difficulty. Bane moves throughout the battlefield, turning tiles from earth to water, reducing the number of safe spaces and dealing damage on contact, while the Jewel spams energy bolts like there's no tomorrow. In the Blood Omen character profile page, it stated that the Jewel's energy radiated from her, potentially harming those around her, which is why she wore a lead outfit to keep those around her safe. And in the scene before the battle, she can be seen in that attire. During the battle though, she's without it and her skin glows blue, which is a nice touch. Bane, on the other hand, is a stereotyped fantasy druid, including the reindeer horn headdress, and that's about as much as I can say about them. Unfortunately, the Triumvirate of Dark Eden are the least interesting characters in Blood Omen, by virtue of not having enough screen time or even that much going on. We don't know anything about them, we never hear of them, or see anything that could inform us on who they are as people. They're just an obstacle in your path, people to kill, and that's all. Inevitably, the Guardians fall, and Kain retrieves the relics, Bane's horned headdress and the Jewel's suit, and then picks up Malek's discarded helmet, his own relic, and returns them to the Pillars, restoring them. Immediately after, Ariel points Kain to the next target, Azimuth the Planer, the guardian of the Pillar of Dimension and ruler of the city of Avernus. Ariel mentions 3 instruments will be found there, items that will be helpful to Kain, and then cryptically say that Kain would have to fall, rise, and find himself in between. Avernus' design from arrival to exploration always felt to me like the final exam on things the game has thrown at you so far. First, much like Malek's Bastion, you can't arrive on foot. You need to find the vantage point and then fly into the city. And then, much like Korhagen, you have a destroyed and ruined place with myriad houses, interconnected tunnels, and very dangerous streets. But unlike Kain's home, the enemies in Avernus start out typical. Some guards and citizens, even some sorcerers and spirits in the sewers, but afterwards demons take their place. And in case anyone is wondering, yeah, it's the same demons we see redesigned in Soul Reaver 2, like the lightning, acid, poison, and red demons. Each of them more dangerous than the next, some of them having poisonous blood, and at least visually similar to the Dark Entity. Eventually, Kain finds his way into Avernus Cathedral, and it's at this point that it reminds you of Ariel's words. You will rise, fall, and find yourself in between, or something like that. This is another bit of cryptic foreshadowing, as Avernus is divided into 3 distinct sections. There's the ground floor, the cathedral itself, where Azimuth lies in wait, the seat of her power. Avernus is a theocracy, ruled by Azimuth, thus the temple is her office, so to speak. Then there are 2 areas dubbed Heaven and Hell. The Hell section takes Kain to the bowels of the catacombs beneath the cathedral, crudely constructed with rocks and bones. It's where Kain obtains a new piece of gear, a suit of armor that faces the wearer in and out of the material world, so that all damage is equally split between mana and health. This is the first of the 3 instruments mentioned by Ariel. In Hell, Kain also finds the altar to Hash-Akik, with an image carved on the floor that is your first glimpse of the final boss of the game, the Dark Entity possessing Mortanius. The Heaven section is a maze, almost made to look like white marble and with glittering surfaces, with small platforms connected by portals. By making his path through them, sometimes going in circles, and yes, I always end up going in circles, eventually Kain reaches a room that seems like it has a glass floor with Nosgoth stretching out below. If this is really an area floating in the sky, it's unclear. But there's one very important item here, the Soul Reaver, the second instrument. In Blood Omen, much like its other weapons, the Reaver has its own unique mechanics. Most things struck by the blade are immediately destroyed, except some bosses, at the cost of Kain's entire pool of mana. Even using the mana battery item, which is meant to supply endless mana for a time, the blade consumes the meter entirely. I can't say I like this design. It's actually incredibly annoying, and makes use of the Reaver very much in case of heartbit break glass. Something you save for a challenging encounter, instead of something that makes you feel like you're more powerful, something the other weapons achieve. Even the spiked mace, which doesn't kill, makes you feel really good when you stun 4 enemies in a row and drain them in one go. Yet the Reaver is very much swing, kill, wait, or use item, slash, and wait. It's not the most satisfying experience, especially with those bosses that take more than one hit of the blade's die. It can get up to a bit of a slog, or just spending mana bank items like crazy. Kain eventually confronts Azimuth, who is surprised to see Kain wielding the Reaver and having the armor found in the Hell section, not aware that they were there. Azimuth's fight has her throwing projectiles and summoning hordes of demons, but even she can't withstand the might of the Soul Reaver and is decimated in one blow. leaving her eye, the relic that connected her to the pillar, and the third instrument mentioned by Ariel, a time-streaming device, which is a key item for the next section of the story, and which, as Ariel will put it, will deliver Kain in time. She says Azimuth stole the device from Mobius, using it to add creatures from other times to her already swelling host of summoned demons. This is the first time Mobius' name is brought up in dialogue. Ariel's next instructions is not on a member of the Circle, which is strange, but on the marching armies of the Nemesis, once called William the Just, until his armies and his own power grew enough that he became the monster he is now. Only Willendorf and its armies have any hope of stopping him, and Ariel urges Kain to rally the forces for that battle, or as she says, all will be lost. With no other options available, and Ariel seemingly shifting gears to this threat instead of the pursuit of the members of the Circle, Kain makes for Willendorf. It might seem suspicious that Ariel focuses on the Nemesis, but it's worth remembering two important facts. The first is she's the only uncorrupted member of the Circle. Her death spared her that fate. And second, she's a very recent ghost. She's yet to spend the centuries drowning in her own bitterness. So Ariel still serves Nosgoth, and genuinely sees the Nemesis as a real threat. In other words, she's the closest to a genuinely good person in this entire story. If you ignore the part where she doesn't tell Kain he needs to die as well as the new Balance Guardian, something she knows very well. If you ignore that bit, the blatant manipulation, then yes, she's a really good person. But the end of the journey is nigh, and Mortanius knows it, so he contacts Kain and tells him from now on, his quest is his own, and the Necromancer can't help him any longer. Not that he ever actually helped in any way. At best, he offered some quips. Not like he fought enemies alongside Kain or provided gears and spells. It's a moment that will make many players laugh, wondering, help? With what? To meet King Otmar, Kain's facade as a commoner will not suffice. Fortunately, there is a fountain on his path that upgrades the false image to that of a nobleman, really just allowing everyone to see Kain for who he was in life. With it, Kain enters the court and finds Otmar sitting on the throne, yet another ruler languishing, though in Otmar's case, it's worry and anguish that holds his heart. As the Oracle mentioned, Otmar's daughter is suffering from a malaise, that being she's lost her soul. Otmar made a contest for who would create the best doll in the land, and Elzevir the dollmaker won, earning a royal favor, for which the dollmaker only asked for a lock of the princess's hair, which, though creepy as hell, must have seemed harmless, until he used it to steal the princess's soul and bind it to a doll. But the exact reasons for this, what he planned for the puppet, that is never explained, and something tells me it's better that way, you know? Some stuff you just don't need to know. I hate Elzevir, I just have to say it. I hate the character, I hate his dungeon, and most importantly, I despise the music in his dungeon. It's horrible, it's grating like circus music from hell, and if that was the intent, I applaud them. In any case, Elzevir's workshop is surrounded and inhabited by his living dolls. How these dolls came to animate is a good question. It can be simple magic, or if the princess is any indication, this might not be the first time Elzevir has bound a human soul to a puppet. In terms of gameplay, the workshop is similar to Malek's Bastion, a dungeon filled with traps and bloodless enemies, though significantly smaller and with the usual array of chained victims on the walls, proving that binding people in chains on walls and leaving there for future use is the norm in Nosgoth, at least for monsters and psychopaths. It's how they age them for that special vintage. Confronting Elzevir, he acts like a spoiled child, claiming the princess is his and we won't take her away, and in the fight he's barely a threat. And Kain takes the soul-bound puppet back to Otmar, who grants him use of his armies for the battle of the last stand against the Nemesis. Only it's not much of a fight. It's not much of a battle. It's a massacre. The forces of the Nemesis destroy Otmar's armies and kill the king as well. In this battlefield, Kain gorges on the blood of enemy and ally alike. Or so Kain tells the player. Though if they actually do it or not, it's up to the player. In my own playthrough, I just ran past the entire conflict in Big Doggo form. Nevertheless, upon reaching the other side, the time streaming device kicks in, sending Kain hurtling back to the time prior to William the Just's turn to the Nemesis. Kain has but one hope: to slay the young king before he can become a tyrant, because that surely won't have any negative repercussions, right? Then again, prior to this moment, the consequences of time travel, paradoxes, or any of those mechanics and concepts are not even mentioned once, so there is no way for the character to even have an inkling of how badly he may be screwing things up. Upon arrival, Kain confronts a guard, and through his mind he witnesses the Oracle, Mobius, giving a speech to the townsfolk, inciting them to anger against an unspecified evil that will destroy their crops, their homes, their very lives, and demanding they take him to see the king so that he can be prepared against it. According to the cinematics guide that Silicon Knights provided to the composer, mentioning details about them and their overall themes, this cutscene has a strong theme of fascism, pomp and circumstance, similar, they said, to the Nuremberg rallies, with Mobius acting the part of Hitler inciting the crowd. And though it's only mentioned for this cutscene, the same theme is very much present in the cutscene after Kain's return from the past, in which Time Streamer's fervor reaches a fever pitch right before the start of his boss fight. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Kain makes his way through the countryside and into William's castle, where after evading or confronting his soldiers, he finds himself overlooking a room where William and Mobius are speaking, and you have to admire the voice direction given to the cast. William, in this time, is still a young man, very innocent, and you notice it in how timid his voice sounds. He stutters even, but he's not a complete fool. He doubts Mobius, and instead of confidently spewing vitriol, as Kain had seen Mobius do in the memory, here he speaks humbly, almost in a submissive tone, enough to convince the young king of his pure intentions in giving him the weapons and the knowledge that a vampire assassin is coming for him. Before moving on, I do have to say it's kind of funny that William's soldiers look identical to the way they looked as the Nemesis soldiers, proving that, good or bad, the guy had a thing for spiky red armor. And speaking of armaments, and based on the conversation between Mobius and William, we can assume two things. One, Mobius delivered armaments in general to William, and the second is that while it's not specifically mentioned, it's also safe to assume that Mobius delivered the Soul Reaver to him. And if we couple that with Azimuth's surprise in the Soul Reaver being in Avernus, given that that's her seat of power, then it's not much of a leap to conclude that Kain found the Reaver there because Mobius left it there for him to find. It's not said outright in the game or in any of the guide's interviews, but even in Blood Omen, the meeting of the two Soul Reavers from different times is important. Remember, I'm looking at this from just the point of view of Blood Omen, and of the many concepts the game introduces and toys with up to this point, paradoxes are not one of them. And speaking of time, one thing that is revealed a bit later is that Mobius is responsible for turning William the Just into the Nemesis, which means this plan includes a 50-year process of turning a benevolent king into a bloodthirsty ruler. That's some planning. But it is worth mentioning that aside from Mortanius, who's dabbled with the mechanics of life and death through his necromancy for centuries, and Malik, who was imprisoned in his armor, nothing in the game suggests that Mobius is as old as they are. The concept of the Pillars sustaining their guardians, granting them longevity, is nowhere in Blood Omen. So for all we know, in Blood Omen, Mobius is just a very old man, but not an ancient guardian or anything, and given Kain's dialogue when killing Mobius, the assumption is that Mobius traveled in time to perform the changes in the past, instead of just being always aware of it. Remember that for Blood Omen, it's assumed that all guardians, though shifty, were generally benevolent before the corruption of the Pillars, which means that Mobius's plot only came into being 30 years leading up to the game's events. But back to the story. The young king and Kain do meet in battle, and it's one hell of a hard fight, given that William is also rocking a Reaver. But in the end, Kain shatters the young king's sword and takes his life, at which point he's thrust back to the present to see the consequences of his actions. With the young king dead, the hatred of the populace turned towards the vampires and gave rise to Mobius' mercenary army, whose shield and banner Kain saw in the Oracle Museum. And they have their biggest prize, Vorador, who swiftly decapitated using the guillotine, also in the museum. And then, much like the cutscene of the past, Mobius whips the people into a frenzy against the last surviving vampire, Kain. The fight against Mobius involves normal enemies, his hunters, and given how much power the player has accumulated between weapons, spells, and items, they're cakewalk. At the end of each encounter, Mobius disappears and the player has to pursue him into another room, until the last one where he summons more people from across time, including a future version of Kain, which is really difficult. And if there's ever a remake of Blood Omen, I just want to see this future Kain model replaced by the Soul Reaver Kain, just because it would be cool as hell. With all summoned adversaries defeated, Kain faces Mobius himself, and we see his death in a cinematic, where the time streamer says he's seen Kain's future, and that in it Kain dies, to which our protagonist retorts, "But I am dead," which is one hell of a one-liner given the situation. One thing to note is that when the boss encounter begins, Kain realizes the Oracle is Mobius and that he had betrayed him. Like just then, not before, when he heard Mobius warn William of his coming or inciting his subjects. It was this moment. I suppose Kain just follows the old Ian Fleming line from Goldfinger of once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times it's enemy action. In that guide for themes and cinematics, the vision of Mobius' speech, the fascist one, had in the description that it was there that Kain realized the Oracle had betrayed him. But in the final product, the revelation comes, frankly, too late. But with Mobius dead, Kain receives a final summons to the Pillars from Mortanius. Before I move to the finale, one thing that is just outright phenomenal is the theming on the different story dungeons, particularly how well they relate to the boss of the area. Malek's Bastion is cold and deadly, not a single drop of blood in sight and not a single person around, very much like the man himself trapped in his armor. Dark Eden is full of laboratories and places for their horrible creations to wander, like its dark fantasy umbrella corporation. Azimuth's entire deal is the exploration of different worlds, so her dungeon has 3 different realms to explore and so on. With every story dungeon, you can easily see how it relates to the character and the story being told, as wonderful bits of visual storytelling. Now then, the finale. Kain flies to the Pillars and arrives just in time to see a confrontation between Anarkroth and the Necromancer, in which it's revealed that Mortanius is in fact the person responsible for Kain's murder, just so he could raise him for the express purpose of purging the Circle. Not only that, but it shows how most of the Guardians have shifted in thinking, as Anarkroth states defiantly that it is not they who serve the Pillars, but the opposite, that the Pillars belong to them, and with it they are like gods. Anarkroth and Mortanius decide talking time is over, and go at it, and it's immediately apparent how outclassed the alchemist is, as Mortanius is 1. Immune to his abilities, and 2. Swiftly disposes of him, slamming him against the pillar and then summoning shades that snap his spine. Now here's an interesting thing. Anarkroth's character bio said that once upon a time an accident in the laboratory left one side of his face severely burned. And if you look at his face closely in the cinematic, you can see that that is indeed the case. It speaks to the dedication to include such a small detail when the alchemist's face is only seen for a couple of seconds. With the alchemist's death, Kain emerges from the shadows and confronts his maker, claiming he admires the cunning Mortanius showed, but that he would not escape his fate, to which Mortanius says he'll embrace it, but that his death will leave one more, which when you hear it, and then face the dark entity Hashagik right after, you might think the comment refers to this creature, the Unspoken. But the dark entity is not a member of the Circle, so it's about Kain, of course. I've always found this line to be a very clever bit of foreshadowing right before the end. At this point in the game between zombies, summoners, and necromancers, the player is well versed in fighting against them, and Mortanius is just another one. Curiously, though he's supposedly alive, and that his deathly appearance is a result of his necromancy for centuries, again, something not in the game but in Silicon Knight's Guide on Blood Omen, Mortanius, when struck by a blade, bleeds black like zombies do. And remember that message from Mortanius I mentioned, where he says Kain is now on his own? In that same message he says,
Strange, isn't it, Kain, that one cannot quite accept that which sustains him. You in your death, and me in mine.
That always made me think that maybe he's also an undead. But then I realized it was likely more the knowledge that he was to die at the end of this journey, and that's what sustains him, the hope that his plan will come to fruition. At least that's what I think. When the necromancer falls, the unspoken is revealed, and he mocks Kain for being a pawn in his game, with the vampire of course denying to serve anyone. Hashak then says the murder of Ariel and the consequences were but the first act in his theater of Grand Guignol, which is such an overt meta reference, it doesn't really make sense. The Grand Guignol was a theater in Paris between the end of the 19th century to about 1967 that specialized in what we know today as splatter horror, aka very gory and graphic entertainment. In fact, Grand Guignol became the term used for that kind of play. So Hashak just dropping that term and Kain getting it is just such a weird writing choice. I suppose it's meant to sound imposing or dramatic, but it really just comes as a fourth wall break out of nowhere, especially in the grand finale of the game. In any case, Kain doesn't take the mocking lying down, so he exclaims Vae Victus and charges into battle. Another fun discovery in that guide to Silicon Knights is their admission that Vae Victus is mispronounced. Oh, not really. It's only misspelled, and the error is in the U Invictus, which should be an I. As for pronunciation, it depends if it's classic Latin or medieval, and that's a rabbit hole I've gone down, but you don't have to and I won't subject you to it. You're welcome. What follows the cutscene is a rather hard boss fight, but in the end the creature is destroyed, and we come to the crux of the entire thing, the choice. Kain says he is the last pillar, and that at his whim the world is damned or redeemed. But nothing else in the game or in dialogue reveals this to Kain, except there could have been. There is a cut line of dialogue where Ariel would have said, yes Kain, the necromancer spoke truth. For Nosgoth to be restored, one more must die. You are the balance, Kain. Make your choice. Why this line was cut, I don't know. I mean, sure, Kain's dialogue in the two choices presented before us is enough for the player to realize what Mortanius really meant with one more. But in terms of the narrative, Kain's sudden realization is a bit odd. After all, it's not like he's seeing the two cards the player sees. Now, if you choose to restore Nosgoth, Ariel gives a quick speech on how in life he was unknown, just a minor lord, but in death became so much more. But let's face it, we're all here for the really interesting bit, which is the bad ending. For Nosgoth, at least. Kain refuses the sacrifice and the pillars are destroyed. But why would he choose this? It's important to consider that at the beginning of the game, when the quest has just begun, Kain is looking to be free of the vampiric curse. He had hoped that after taking care of his killers, he'd be free, and wants a cure. Ariel tells him that there is no cure for death, only release, and that is more or less what Kain is pursuing. So if he holds true to that desire, he picks the restoration option, fall on his sword, let the world heal. But on the other hand, he's been put through the ringer, and along the way realized he was the pawn of about 3 different games of 4D chess, be it Mobius, Mortanius, or even Hashak, not to mention Ariel being complicit in it all. Everyone around him was playing him, and as he so boldly tells the Dark Entity, I served no one. He has more than enough reasons to deny them. If you'll allow me to once again peer beyond Blood Omen, into the events as relayed by future Kain in Soul Reaver 2, he mentions that him being the last vampire in Nosgoth was another factor, but truth be told, I don't think that crossed Blood Omen Kain's mind. This was a purely selfish choice, by a man that had been manipulated and expected to accept it and then end his own existence, after it had already been taken from him to put him on this path. In his place, would any of us be different? I'd love to say I would see the greater good, but I can't imagine what I would be feeling after the same revelations Kain had. Nothing good for sure. So Kain chooses to destroy the pillars, and in his indulgence after the fact, comes to see things in Vorador's point of view, which is a nice callback to him saying Vorador was a vision of what he would one day become. And with that ends Blood Omen, and I have to give them credit. The theming, the writing, and the narrative are great, even with the occasional hiccup or the Grand Guignol reference at the end. It's not perfect, but it's damn good. I hope you've enjoyed this in-depth look at the first title in the series. Next time we'll look at the first game in the Crystal Dynamics entries, which is Soul Reaver, at which point I'll no longer need to restrict myself in terms of speaking of wider series plot elements. Welcome to the next entry in this retrospective into the Legacy of Kain series. Last couple of videos have been on the Pillars of Nosgoth, a key element in the series narrative, and of course, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, the game that started it all. This time we're moving into the Crystal Dynamics era and the games that probably truly put the Legacy of Kain series on the map and made them a household name. And we're starting with Soul Reaver. Before I go on, if you liked any part of this video, please consider dropping a like, maybe share with someone you think would appreciate it, and maybe subscribe. It's free and it helps me a ton. Now, as always, timestamps in the descriptions for your navigation convenience, and the usual disclaimer. This is a deep dive into elements of the Legacy of Kain series. There will be spoilers. In addition to that, in the Blood Omen video, I made the point to judge that game and its narrative on its own merits, without a connection to the rest of the series, given that it was developed by a different company altogether. That's not the case for the remaining games. Before we go into the juicy soul of it all, the game itself, let's take a look at the development history of Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. After the release of Blood Omen, the relationship between developer Silicon Knights and their publishers Crystal Dynamics not only dissolved but got contentious. So much so that Silicon Knights took Crystal Dynamics to court, alleging breach of contract of their publishing and distributing agreement for a variety of reasons, from misrepresentation in their own dealings with Activision, the company that would ultimately be the game's distributor, to attempting to block Silicon Knights from working on a sequel commissioned by Activision, to the item I mentioned, the Legacy of Kain Primer, accusing Crystal Dynamics of plagiarizing their concept for Kain 2. In the end, the matter was settled privately, with Crystal Dynamics having to include Silicon Knights in the credits as the creators of Blood Omen, but still being able to develop and release new entries into the Legacy of Kain series. At the time, Amy Hennig, Seth Karras, and Arnold Ayala were working on a concept for a game called Shifter, which would have had the main gimmick of allowing players to shift between two realities, a physical world and a spiritual one. The concept was based around Paradise Lost, with an angelic theme and having Raziel as the protagonist. But before Shifter even left conceptual stage, higher-ups at Crystal Dynamics requested that the game be, well, shifted to become a Legacy of Kain entry. Paradise Lost may have been the starting point, but it was only one of its inspirations. The works of T.S. Eliot and James Joyce inspired Hennig's writing, with their themes of despair and hope. Raziel's journey is heavily inspired by Gnosticism, with his journey being about knowledge, enlightenment, and the exposure of truth. Kain and Raziel both, to Hennig, are Oedipal figures. Not Freudian, but the classic Sophocles tale, both bound by fate but struggling for their free will. Blood Omen was very much Shakespearean in its prose, but for Soul Reaver, period plays like Beckett, The Lion in the Winter, and A Man for All Seasons had an influence on the dialogue style. As for the writing itself, it was Amy Hennig's first time writing a script, and she said in an interview that there was nobody else to write it and that she learned on the job and took a crack at it. Soul Reaver's development lasted for 2.5 years, with only 1.5 years for actual development. It used the Gex 2 engine, which was being developed as they planned out Soul Reaver, hindering some of the work of the designers, though it brought with it some technical advances that made the seamless transitions in Soul Reaver possible. Not just the shifting between realms and altering geometry, but also just steadily streaming the game data without the need for loading pauses. It means Soul Reaver was one of the first games to offer a seamless world. No levels, no breaks, you just keep going. Even the warp gates work under this concept. You just step through and find yourself in the new area. It's common nowadays, but at the time, it was quite innovative. Soul Reaver was originally slated for 1998, but suffered numerous delays until its release in 1999. In hindsight, Amy Hennig admitted they had over-designed Soul Reaver, adding too much to accomplish in the limited time frame they had. But she also feels that the game was shown to the press too early, which of course resulted in pressure to set a release date and having to do reports on progress, which, as she stated, didn't help with the team's concentration and diverted time from the production as a whole. Both Soul Reaver and its sequels will become, in a sense, battles to try to incorporate as much as possible within the limited time and resource frame. Many things were left on the cutting floor for Soul Reaver, up to and including an entirely different ending to the story, but we'll touch on that later. Music in Soul Reaver was composed primarily by Kurt Harland, lead singer for Information Society, and in fact a song from the band's Don't Be Afraid album, Ozar Midrashim, Hebrew for Treasury of Studies became the main theme for Soul Reaver. I'll admit, I didn't know this song was from a band. I always thought it had been composed for Soul Reaver. I discovered otherwise when I did one of the recent Legacy of Kain videos, and the song got flagged for copyright very quickly. Arlen worked with Jim Hedges on the tracks, with Hedges providing programming support. You see, under Amy Hennig's direction, their tracks were made to be adaptive. They would shift based on location and situation, so each track had about 5 variants, along with Spectral Realm versions, all of which proved, as Harlan stated, a thorn in his side. But with that said, he ultimately felt the process was very fun, artistically speaking, and worked quite well in the end. One of the goals for Soul Reaver was to of course appeal to the same crowd that liked Blood Omen, and so the writing had to be on point, the world and its characters had to be complex, and the voice cast had to be perfect. And so most of the cast of Blood Omen made a return, with Michael Bell joining them as Raziel. Only Paul Lukather, Vorador, was absent, something Soul Reaver 2 would correct. Not only that, but the way the cast was recorded was outside the norm, with the performers recording together, acting the scenes out, unlike the more traditional voice acting where the actors record in isolation. This style of voice recording would influence the development of other titles Amy Hennig worked on, quite specifically the Uncharted series. Now, let's dive into the twists and turns of Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Blood Omen gave the players a dual choice for the ending: save the world or damn it. And Crystal Dynamics chose the latter for its setting, a world in which Kain had conquered everything, but the world itself was a ruin, racked by earthquakes and other disasters, as the Pillars had long since crumbled. It's a world ruled by vampires, with humanity clinging to what little hope they have, with hunters fighting the good fight. Kain built an entire fortress around the Pillars and made them the literal seat of his power, a throne room on the wreck of the world. And he raised 6 champions as his favorite sons. Raziel the Firstborn, as stated by him in the opening sequence, Turel, Duma, Rahab, Sephon, and Melchiah. Over time, as Raziel describes, they evolved, gaining new abilities and becoming less human and more divine. Or if we look at Blood Omen, becoming closer to Vorador, with sharp tridactyl claws in each hand and even their feet changing to cloven hooves. Curiously, it seems their evolution also answered to their hierarchy, with Kain changing first, and then the lieutenants following suit sometime later, which is why when Raziel evolves first, gaining wings, and making him the only one capable of flight, it's seen as a betrayal. After all, the Lake of the Dead is meant for traitors and weaklings. With any other tyrant, I would say Kain's actions were out of jealousy and vanity, but it's Kain. Things are not straightforward when it comes to Kain, and Raziel's encounters with him, especially the trek through the caverns of the Oracle and its portents, prove that there was much more going on, but I'm getting ahead of myself again. Raziel is sent tumbling into the depths by Turel and Duma, and as we all know, water is deadly to vampires in Nosgoth, and the maelstrom in that lake ravages Raziel, leaving a husk of the vampire. All organs dissolved, some blue skin-like tissue stretch over the bones, the ribs poking out, his lower jaw gone, and the banner of his clan now partially fused with him. So much that he takes the other end and wraps it around his face as a scarf to partially hide the monstrous visage. And aside from the physical anguish he experienced, there was also the emotional pain and the seething rage at the hypocrisy of those he called brothers, and of his maker, who easily discarded him without a second thought, without anyone stepping in on his behalf. But even through all that, Raziel was not fully destroyed, waking up in the abyss some time later, raised into his new existence as a wraith by, apparently, the Elder God, a creature of eyes and tentacles that stretch across the world. This entity, this new master, this new Kain in a way, welcomes him to the new existence, explains what a plague vampires are on the wheel of fate, how they keep the soul stuck in the world so he's unable to spin them into the wheel again. Then he urges Raziel to avenge himself, and in the process, end Kain's empire and release all those souls. But the manual for Soul Reaver goes a little further and makes it clear that the Elder God feeds on the souls of the dead. So the continued vampiric empire means he'll eventually starve, which is of course a much more personal motivation. And from the rest of the series we know, his disgust for vampires is very personal. In-game, in Soul Reaver, he makes it to be an issue of balance and the right thing to do. The fact that he feeds on souls wouldn't be outright stated until Soul Reaver 2. Now, before we move on, let's talk about the Lake of the Dead. In Blood Omen, this was a location you could visit. northwest of the Termagant Forest and Vorador's mansion. In the center of the lake was a portal that took you to a forgotten city, one locked with a moon door. It only opened of nights of the full moon, and it was filled with werewolves. Its edifices having both Celtic and Aztec-like architecture and with a strong snake theme. This was referred to as the Lost City in Silicon Knight's Guide to Blood Omen, though nothing in the game names it as such. It's simply one more of the 100 secrets you can find in Blood Omen. The Lost City's architecture bears similarity to that of the ruins in the Abyss, and though the exact connection has not been stated, the going theory, expressed by artist Daniel Kabuko, is that the Elder God pulled it under, as he attempted to do with the Vampire Citadel in Defiance. The Elder God then guides Raziel out into the world, informing him of his new hunger and some of his basic abilities. The Abyss working as your tutorial zone, much like the Crypt did in Blood Omen. You learn to fight, to platform, and to feed, and at the end you shift into the material plane. In essence, the core gameplay loop. But much like Kain's Crypt had a couple of stages, the tutorial here then moves to the material world in a closed-off area where you can properly practice the next 3 important aspects of the gameplay. The first, dealing with vampires, their strengths and their weaknesses. Also the consequence of receiving lethal damage in the material world. And lastly, and the point of contention for most players when Soul Reaver released, pushing boxes. Raziel pushes more boxes, blocks, and crates than Lara Croft did in the entire original Tomb Raider trilogy. Raziel is shocked to discover the vampires before him are the children of Dumas, in other words, the Dumahin. He claims the wretches couldn't be part of their high bloodline. Raziel still carries his pride as a member of Kain's council and their noble blood, while the Elder God points out that much has changed since he was executed. With the tutorial complete, you head out and reach the outer walls of the Sanctuary of the Clans, the fortress built around the Pillars. And here comes the big reveal for Raziel. This is not the same time period as we saw in the intro. Centuries have passed since then, and in the time, Nosgoth has degraded even further. And not just the world, but even vampire bloodlines have regressed, becoming far more monstrous than they used to be. For the player, that's the second thing that's immediately clear, but only for those who play Blood Omen. And it's that the map you're working with is much smaller. The distance between the Lake of the Dead and the Pillars in Soul Reaver is a hop, skip, and ruined wing glide away, whereas in Kain's adventure, it would have taken far longer. And this compression of the world map will only become much more apparent if you add the Caverns of the Oracle to the mix. Well, in a way it is regrettable that so little of Nosgoth is explorable. The map is tight, and going from one area to the next is fairly quick, so you're never in a lull where you're just walking from one point to the next. Instead, you pass from one area of interest to the other, helping with not only the pace of the story, but that of gameplay and keeping things exciting, especially with the rather Metroid-like quality of Soul Reaver, with abilities opening up areas for exploration and secret power-ups. If the world had been bigger, going back to the different locales would have been much more of a chore, even with the warp gates. This Nosgoth is definitely not the same as Blood Omen's, but I can only surmise that it's because the team developing Soul Reaver had 2 goals. 1. Appeal to the Blood Omen fan, but much more importantly, appeal to everyone else. And thus, a tight map is more important than one that is Blood Omen lore accurate. First stop for Raziel in this new era is his own domain, and when he reaches it, he's shocked and outraged to discover his own bloodline had been eradicated, wiped from the map by the other clans. Resolved to confront Melchiah and make him the first to pay, Raziel delves into the necropolis. He finds members of Melchiah's brood and sees they have also devolved, becoming weak and frail and almost zombie-like. Melchiah vampires are the weakest of the bunch, and become stunned and ready to be dispatched within a couple of hits. They're the perfect fodder for the first dungeon. The trek to Melchiah's sanctum deep in the necropolis has some night platforming sections, including jumping over water, which at this point is still deadly. But Soul Reaver already had its retry mechanic in place with the Spirit Realm. It's very difficult to die in the Spirit World, something that would change drastically in Soul Reaver 2, but that's a topic for another video. Not only that, but this journey also teaches you to think in 2 dimensions, not 2D, but in 2 realms, to realize that if the path is not available to you right away, then maybe what you need to do is go spectral. And the way Soul Reaver introduces this to you is a room where shifting to spectral not only warps existing objects, but even makes others jut out of the walls, creating platforms that weren't there before, not to mention stopping all physics, Objects do not move in the spectral realm. They stop dead, no pun intended. Raziel's description of Melchiah states that he was the last one created by Kain, and thus got a meager portion of his gift, his soul essentially. And this caused him to be frail, in a way, and that his offspring, as I said before, are just as weak. But what the games leave out is something that the game manual clears up, because Soul Reavers from a time where we still had those. Melchiah's flesh was constantly rotting, the skin just mottled and falling away, so he, and by extension his brood, would skin their victims and wear them. And he's described as vain and constantly hunting for the most beautiful subjects to take on. I suppose the corpses we see them feeding on with exposed bones are meant to represent this, but it's unclear. Soul Reaver really fails to convey the nature of Melchiah's devolution. When you do meet him, he's a lumbering mass of warped flesh, with myriad faces across his body. Artist Daniel Kabuko stated in an interview that the reason for this is that as time passed, Melchiah began to graft the bodies of his victims to himself in his eyes, remaking his form as he saw fit. His ability to pass through gates and grates and other such barriers, meaning his massive form could move unimpeded. Melchiah's form was also something of an inside joke in Crystal Dynamics, as the faces we see attached to him are in fact company employees. As for the devolution itself, it's because of Kain's corruption. From way before the beginning of Blood Omen, when at birth, he was struck by the same corrupting influence Noproptera unleashed upon the Circle of Nine. This was confirmed in a series of Q&As by members of the Defiance team. Those created first were retained much more of a human appearance, as evidenced by Dumas. Raziel, presumably, would also have been like this, and of course Turel, who despite having a monstrous appearance in Defiance, was originally planned to be in Soul Reaver, where he would have looked much like the Turalim encountered in several areas of the game. Melchiah and Sephon are the bottom of the barrel, and as such their appearance is the most warped. Raziel demands answers from Melchiah, specifically on what happened to Raziel's clan, his own children. Melchiah offers a vague answer, only revealing that Raziel is the last of his bloodline. And with the phrase, "You are the last to die," the boss fight kicks off. Interestingly, the voice tracks for all of the lieutenants were altered in post-production. Melchiah is voiced by Michael Bell, so this confrontation between Raziel and Melchiah is, essentially, Michael Bell arguing with himself. Melchiah sets the tone for what boss fights will be for most of the game. Save a couple of exceptions, bosses in Soul Reaver are yet another puzzle to solve, in how to use the environment against the brothers to exploit some vulnerability. In Melchiah's case, that being his shambling speed, and the fact that he can phase through only barriers that he's aware of, if he can see them or touch them. So the trick is to raise spiked gates and drop them when he's crossing the threshold, when they're right above him. It's a simple design, not much in the way of complexity, and Melchiah simply walks. He really doesn't do anything. Perhaps he has attacks if it catches up to you, but you would have to sit still for a while to let that happen, meaning the boss itself is something of a tutorial. Here's to boss fights, while the two starting Doom are to regular combat, with 3 spikes piercing through him, a lever unlocks for a central grinder. Luring Melchiah in, Raziel crushes his brother's body, but not before demanding to know where Kain is, only to learn that Kain appears when it suits him. He can't be summoned. Melchiah's death releases his soul, and Raziel absorbs it in a sequence that is very reminiscent of Highlander. It's a big spectacle of light and magic, and Raziel acquires a new ability, a portion of Melchiah's gift of phasing, because it only works in the spectral realm. With it, the way is now open to the Sanctuary of the Clans, the seat of the Empire and home to the Pillars of Nosgoth, or their ruin anyway. But something else is now open to Raziel. In the necropolis, a path to a room with 3 pillars and a stone face with metal eyelets set on a wall. By toppling the pillars, the eye is open and energy concentrates on the spot the pillars collapsed on, revealing the first of the glyphs, the optional powers or spells that Raziel has access to, which were, during development, only part of a whole suite of abilities that Raziel could unlock, with glyphs matched by different elemental properties the Reaver could be imbued with. Only a single one of these matching pairs remains, in the form of the Fire Reaver and Fire Glyph. An entire glyph didn't even make it into Soul Reaver, as it was tied to the original planned plot. The first glyph is the Force Glyph, a repel-like effect that throws enemies away, as if Raziel had picked them up and thrown them, meaning the power could be used to send enemies into hazards. Being optional, you can go through all of Soul Reaver without ever seeing one of these glyph shrines. The original plan, though, was for them to have a much stronger presence in the narrative. Breaking into the Sanctuary of the Clans with his new ability, Raziel comes face to face with his killer, Kain. and demands answers for what happened to his clan, with Kain flippantly telling him that what he created he can also unmake. Raziel is understandably outraged, shouting at Kain how this genocidal act against Raziel's clan is unconscionable. Kain makes it clear that only when Raziel can understand the weight on Kain's shoulders, the centuries of doubt and regret born from his choices, will he be able to question Kain's judgment. When asked what he would do in his former master's place, Raziel claims he would act with integrity. Raziel's outrage is very interesting because on the one hand, he's correct. Eradicating his clan, destroying his bloodline, is an utterly evil thing to do. But yet, on his journey, he witnesses innocent humans being attacked and killed and never moves to help them, and more than once makes claims of the nobility of the vampiric bloodlines of Kain's chosen. Humans are just beneath his notice. After all, Soul Reaver's manual clearly states that Kain's sanctuary was built by the hands of enslaved humans, and by the time they built it, they had domesticated the human species. So in the end, there's a degree of hypocrisy in Raziel's moralistic outrage. In truth, it's not the act that angers him so, not the morality of it. It's the fact that it was done to his skin, his blood, his clan. Before the battle begins, Kain comments on the state of the Empire and says,
"This place has outlasted its usefulness."
And at first glance, you could think it means the throne room, the pillars, the sanctuary itself. But given Kain's actions in this game and beyond, he's clearly speaking of this time period, this version of Nosgoth, which is why his endgame is to abandon it for the past, where he may be able to change things. One wonderful bit of storytelling here is that when Kain draws the Soul Reaver, Raziel comments on how they all knew that when Kain drew the blade in anger, it meant someone was going to die. And despite his anger, despite his outrage, he actually takes a step back. The fear of the blade instilled in him as one of the lieutenants is still very much there. The Kain fights are an example of those boss fights that are just straight up combat, not puzzles. And they follow the 3-hit and it's dead boss design that was very much prevalent in this gaming generation. With the 3rd hit, the battle ends, and Kain channels the powers of the Reaver to subdue Raziel and then strikes him directly with it, only for the blade to shatter. Kain isn't surprised though. In fact, he states,
"The blade is vanquished, so it unfolds, and we are a step closer to our destinies."
Meaning, he was counting on it, much like he counted on Raziel's resurrection and return, which is one of the hints the narrative gives you that Kain is very much in control here. This is his game of chess, and for all his bravado and thirst for vengeance, Raziel is still very much a pawn. But with its physical form shattered, the spiritual aspect of the Soul Reaver is released and binds itself to Raziel. Soul Reaver and Reaver of Souls bound together forever. At this point, we're a long journey away from discovering the two are one and the same. With Kain gone, the Pillar's oldest tenant makes an appearance, Ariel, former Guardian of Balance, trapped here for more than 1,000 years, seeing the world continue to move on and decay. She assumes Raziel is yet another creation of Kain's, meant to torture or mock her in a way, but Raziel reassures her that he's not Kain's ally and asks how she came to haunt the Pillars. At which point Ariel gives a quick summary of the end of Blood Omen.
Kain refused the sacrifice,
she says, before deciding to help Raziel with hints. After all, she's been around for a long time and knows a lot. In truth, she more or less says the same lines the Elder God tells you to guide you to the next objective. Not only that, but the writing on this cutscene is very odd. Ariel asks who and what you are, and at no point does Raziel introduce himself, yet Ariel calls him by his name when offering her services as hint system.
"Then we share a common foe, Raziel. Return here when you have need. Ariel remembers what others have forgotten."
Sure, she's always there and could know Raziel from his previous incarnation as a vampire, and could even have heard Raziel and Kain talking before their battle. But if you consider that, then why does she ask if Raziel was there to torment her? What I'm saying is the dialogue in this cutscene is poorly written. With a Soul Reaver in hand, the way opens, literally. There is a door that opens by using the Reaver as key, something that is only done once or twice in this game, but will become prevalent in the sequels. Nevertheless, the next brother to hunt is Sephon, the second to last lieutenant to be created, and the master of the Silent Cathedral. This edifice was once a weapon created by humans, housing an enormous organ, the sound coming from its pipes powerful enough to destroy all vampires in the vicinity. But after Sephon and his brood took over, as the name suggests, the weapon has fallen silent. The Silent Cathedral is the most puzzle-heavy section of Soul Reaver, with multiple rooms full of boxes to flip and push, levers to pull, and shifts to the spectral realm to stop things from moving. Not to mention tons of fences and such to face through. All while dealing with the ultra-aggressive Sephonim vampires, who all have stocky bodies, but spindly limbs and have arachnid abilities. Not only that, but the cathedral's puzzle rooms have one of the few instances of enemy respawn mechanics. If you take too long to solve them, the spider vamps show up. And yes, I said spider vamps. It fits, you know it fits. I even have a little song for them. Spider vamp, does whatever a spider can. Spins a web any size, feeds on humans just like flies. Look out, here come the spider vamps. Sorry, had to do that. Compared to the more open area vibe of the necropolis, the cathedral is very much a collection of hallways, and the goal is to patch up and reactivate some of the piping, get air flowing through them to reach the highest point in the cathedral where Sephon is waiting. But there is a curious thing about the cathedral. It's a minor thing, but it is a bit of that immersive role-playing that Blood Omen had, where it was up to you how violent, deadly, or uncaring for humanity Kain was on his journey for vengeance. There is a room in the cathedral where you'll find a solitary human hunter. He doesn't attack you on sight. You can very much offer him the same courtesy, or you can kill him. He will die in one hit. If you spare him, then if you visit the human citadel, then the humans there will see you as an ally and as an avenging angel, someone on their side, with some of the people even dropping to their knees in worship of you. But I'll go over the human citadel a bit later. Time has been as kind to Sephon as it was to Melchiah. He's warped and insect-like, skin replaced by a tough carapace, and though his face appears humanoid at first glance, the eyes and lower jaw can separate from the head like plates to reveal a maw full of sharp teeth. His body encompasses the entire room, with spear-like legs hanging from the ceiling and, much like a mantis, having razor-sharp blades for arms. With that said, the upper body still has something of a humanoid form, though the lower half is very much an egg-sac or spawning more of his brood. He's nasty, that's what I'm saying. Really just truly off-putting. Sephon boasts to Raziel how he took the cathedral and how the entire edifice has now become his body. But Raziel is not impressed and retorts that Sephon has merely found a crevice to hide in like a coward, only feeding on those who are already trapped in his web, but that he made a mistake in letting Raziel get so close, for now it's Sephon's turn to fall. The vampire responds that with his growth, his appetite has grown as well, so he calls Raziel a little morsel and bids him to step forward. And I love that line, because I see it as such a wonderful variation on the first line of the classic poem, The Spider and the Fly by Mary Howitt, which is, "Will you walk into my parlor?" said the spider to the fly. Though you've probably heard it misquoted as "step into my parlor," which is closer to what Sephon says. Much like Melchiah, this is a puzzle fight, but it does have some combat elements in it. You have to bait an attack from the big limbs on the ceiling, and when they strike, they become stuck in place, giving you time to destroy them. The pain, I suppose, makes Sephon spit out an egg out of pure reflex. And the next step is to pick up the egg and take it to the conveniently placed dead hunter with the still lit flamethrower near the entrance of the room. You light that baby on fire, literally, and chuck it at its mama, and after a few throws, Sephon is defeated and his soul devoured. But in a rather unique situation, and unlike every other boss brother, Sephon's body doesn't disappear. He remains where he is, just as soulless as he is lifeless. Sephon's soul gives Raziel the ability to climb certain grooved walls, and immediately outside of his chamber is one of those walls which can be used to open up some of the top pipes of that giant organ the cathedral supposedly is, and you get a great cutscene where the sound immediately kills the two Sephonim in the room, and in fact they don't respawn again. With the climbing acquired, Raziel is directed towards a path newly opened by Nosgoth's earthquakes, one that reveals an ancient crime, or so the Elder God claims. But before that, by revisiting the necropolis, it's possible to now enter a secret area that is one of the very few real connections this Nosgoth has to Blood Omen, Nopropter's Retreat. Or a fraction of it really. It's merely the skull-shaped balcony or outlook, most of it broken off a long time before, and resting on the floor, with a glyph to be found in the vicinity. Unfortunately, there really isn't much in this secret area that reminds you of the retreat as it appears in Blood Omen, and Raziel doesn't even comment on it. Would have been great to see him comment on Nopropter, After all, Raziel has things to say about Mobius when he reaches the Chamber of the Oracle, and even mentions that Kain told them of his exploits. So surely, Raziel must know about the other members of the Circle of Nine. But no, in this regard and many others, the connections between Soul Reaver and Blood Omen, particularly in terms of Nosgoth, are very tenuous. This is especially true when looking closer at the stained glass window in the retreat, which has religious, and by religious I mean Catholic imagery, or something close to it, with a figure in the center that looks very much like Jesus. And we can all agree that's a bit weird for Nosgoth. Raziel heads back to the Pillars and with his new skill can reach a new area, a dilapidated chapel, maybe in a fortress. Raziel recognizes it as a Seraphim edifice and gives a brief description of the warrior priests. How in the times of Vorador, before Kain's rebirth as a vampire, the Seraphim, full of righteous fury, murdered vampires by the score, eliminating entire bloodlines in decades, and here was one of their tombs. Murderers enshrined, he says. Raziel's disdain and disgust for the Seraphim is apparent, which is consistent with the way he's behaved so far. He has lofty views on vampire kind. Let me remind you of his comments when you see the first of the Doom of him.
These foul scuttling beasts could not be kin of our high blood.
Stepping inside, the Elder God offers a warning that inside are secrets that may inform Raziel, but may also destroy him. And that secret is a tomb of Seraphim warriors. Caskets open and empty, save for one, which only has an inscription on the wall, but no matching coffin. Malik. For his remains would have been in his fortress, sat upon a sad, lonely throne, dust perhaps, by this time period. But more importantly, the names on the other coffins are Turel, Rahab, Duma, Melchiah, Sephon, and Raziel. And here our Soul Reaver discovers his origin, that he was once a Seraphim warrior, a knight in the cause of vampire slaying, and realizes the sick perverted joke of Kain raising these men to be the thing they hated most. Raziel is struck by a sudden pang of remorse at having spilled the blood of his brothers, calling them comrades in arms, whose tombs had been desecrated much like his. And here we see the sudden turn in attitude towards the Seraphim by Raziel, which would carry on well beyond this game until the final acts of the sequel. But much like the outrage at the death of his clan, this nostalgia and sudden change in perspective are not moral in nature. It's not about good or evil, it's self-centered, as Raziel takes it as yet another thing that was taken from him by Kain. Minutes before, he dismissed them as murderers. But now that he's one of them, surely they have to be the good guys. Just another hint that Raziel is deluded in thinking he's the hero of his story. Shifting to the spectral realm opens the very floor beneath Raziel, dropping him into a chamber that is very much built like a small boss arena, with a square area surrounded by water. Stomping in this area is the first Turlim vampire we meet, known only as the Tomb Guardian, but commonly referred to by its production name, Morlock. The dialogue was originally part of the confrontation with Raziel's brother Turel, but adapted to the Tomb Guardian when Turel got cut from Soul Reaver. The Turlim do remain and are the most dangerous vampires you fight in the game, having both strength and speed and also a telekinetic projectile attack, and they do so love to snipe you out of the air. This Turlim in particular is also a Wraith. An enemy introduced early on in the game is the Vampire Wraith. What happens when a vampire's soul remains too long in the underworld without being consumed? It adapts and becomes a soul-stealing creature, much like Raziel. If they manage to re-inhabit their bodies, they bring that hunger across, becoming soul-devouring vampires. Several of them are fought across the game, and other than having the same drain attack of the Wraith, they're very much regular vampires. This is supposed to be a boss fight, but really it's just a normal enemy with an intro sequence. But the conversation is interesting, as the Guardian orders Raziel to leave, branding him a heretic. And it's this word that is interesting, because it's a callback to the game's intro, to the first sentence spoken by Raziel. Kain is deified. There are those in the Empire that truly worship Kain. With the Guardian dispatched, a relic appears, which is yet another way this encounter differs from other boss fights. It's not a soul you're consuming, but the Guardian's death just makes the relic appear, which grants you the ability to fire the same telekinetic projectiles as the Turlim. And I suppose it's a way to give you the ability of Turel's brood without Turel being there himself. So it's not a soul you absorb but an item, protected by this Guardian along with the tomb itself. Just another one of his responsibilities, I suppose. The Tomb Guardian fight changed many times during production. At one point, it would have been a Melkahim vampire instead of Churlim. And in other versions, the Soul Reaver blade came with a projectile ability, and consuming the soul of the Guardian would have granted the power to Raziel as well, to use without the Reaver. With the new power, Raziel makes it out of the tomb, and his journey takes him immediately to the lair of the next brother, Rahab, whose bloodline has become much more sensitive to sunlight, but has managed to overcome the species' aversion to water, becoming a mermaid-vampire hybrid. Merpire. Yeah, Merpire. That works. This is the Drowned Abbey, an old monastery that is mostly underwater, meaning of course its layout consists primarily of perilous platforming above water, with a plunge sending you straight into the spectral realm, automatically making it the most annoying of all of Soul Reaver's areas. Because despite its best intentions, platforming in Soul Reaver can be inaccurate and janky, with Raziel oftentimes failing to grasp the edge of platforms and just falling straight down. The Drowned Abbey is also a step down in complexity in terms of locations. It's very straightforward, with only a couple of rooms that if you don't notice where you need to go, you can end up running in circles. But if not, it's very much a linear path to the boss arena. There aren't even puzzles to solve. It's very much the platforming level. And if the platforming in the area wasn't enough, the boss fight is truly heinous. Particularly because it requires a skill that the game fails to explain. When you acquire the projectile ability, the prompt is only for hold button to charge and release to shoot, but it doesn't teach you to enter free aim mode, which is what you need to defeat Rahab. I can only imagine that they expected you to go to the manual and learn the controls for that. But if you didn't, or if you're playing it now, it can be a source of frustration. Rahab's cutscene is short, but it's key because we can see in it how Raziel is now clearly shifted in attitude towards the Sarafan, as he asks Rahab if he knew that Kain had desecrated their tomb and turned Sarafan warriors into vampires. Rahab's reply is to not only dismiss this, but also reinforcing the idea that Kain is worshipped in some parts of the Empire, as Rahab questions if it even matters. After all, they were lost, and Kain saved them from themselves. Rahab even explains that Kain had visited him and told him of Raziel's visit, and that it would mean his demise. To which Raziel asks,
You speak with the murderer?
Only for Rahab to chastise him.
You would do well to mind your blasphemous tongue.
Rahab's appearance is also interesting, in that while it's known for a fact that Raziel and Turel were the first and second lieutenants, and Sephon and Melchiah the last ones, the order between Dumas and Rahab is unclear. But given their different power levels, Dumas is generally accepted to be the third, with Rahab the fourth. And when you look at the lieutenants in this time period, Rahab is something of the sweet spot between adopting a monstrous visage and still having some remnants of the humanoid shape. He's very much amphibian, but still closer to human than Melchiah and Sephon, who have become full-on monsters. The boss fight is about using the projectiles to break stained glass windows. Once all of them are gone, sunlight pierces the chamber and Rahab is undone, his soul granting you, as you might have guessed, the immunity to water and the ability to swim, meaning it's possible to explore a fair amount of Nosgoth and collect glyphs and other upgrades, with a matching pair of Fire Glyph and Fire Reaver in this same area. And while the next place I'll talk about can be visited right after obtaining the climb ability, I personally visited after Rahab's soul has been obtained, as it means I can acquire everything I need without having to do return trips. This is the Human Citadel, the last remaining bastion of humanity, reachable through a waterlogged area accessible from the Lake of the Dead. There isn't much to the Human Citadel. Most of the content for it is related to Soul Reaver's original plot, which I'll cover later. And with all of it cut or altered in production, it's a leftover. You can still visit it for some health upgrades and a glyph, but that's about it. But the Citadel does offer something interesting. Remember I mentioned the lone hunter in Sephon's Cathedral? How sparing him will make the humans see you as an ally? If you killed him, then the hunters are hostile and the civilians flee, but not forever. It's such a shame that this place became optional, because if you behave yourself, then on the next visit, they'll trust you. And they're your allies. You can actually feed on humans without having to kill them, with Raziel taking a sip from the wrist, as if it were blood like a vampire. I am very curious as to how this trust could have had a bigger part in the narrative. With Rahab slain, the Elder God directs Raziel across the chasm in the Lake of the Dead into the cold regions of Nosgoth, to a small fortress where Dumas made his home and then his last stand. The ground is littered with the bodies of his kin, and the Elder God explains that as Dumas grew in power, he and his brood also grew arrogant and thought themselves invincible. So they weren't ready when a well-executed human assault came. Most died, including, apparently, Dumas. The fortress is mostly desolate, with the exception of a handful of Dumahian vampires and 1 or 2 vampire wraiths in the spectral realm. But if we consider the different areas each boss occupies as a dungeon, in a traditional adventuring and role-playing sense, then Dumas' dungeon is the smallest and most straightforward, and that's even considering what I've said about the Drowned Abbey. Doesn't mean there aren't puzzles, but they're fairly simple, with the last one consisting of jumping between platforms and shifting back and forth, then jumping down a hole to push an obelisk. Compared to the necropolis in the Silent Cathedral, it's fairly disappointing and a testament to how much of a rush job Soul Reaver turned into. I'll admit this is mostly my opinion, as I've not been able to find any evidence that there were other plans for the Dumahian city, but considering the design of other areas, including the one that comes right after this section, and the fact that in an interview Daniel Kabuko stated that they very much looked at their plan and started cutting things off, and Amy Hennig confirming they removed about a Silent Cathedral's chunk of content from Soul Reaver, including bosses, puzzles, and more, then there's a good chance that some of the complexity in this section may have been cut out as well. By toppling the aforementioned obelisk, you open the path to the throne room, decorated with a red carpet leading to the throne and 2 massive statues of Raziel's brother on each side. On the throne sits the man himself, with multiple spears pinning him in place. Much like it happens with every other impaled vampire found throughout Nosgoth, Dumas awakens. He thanks Raziel for his aid, but the Wraith replies that the thanks are premature, that he remembers who threw him into the abyss. Dumas claims his power has grown through his stay in Limbo, that now not even Kain is his match, to which Raziel retorts that every vampire has a weakness, and that his thirst has now been replaced by another hunger, promising to devour Dumas' soul before the day ends. Now, if the player should shift to the spectral realm before freeing Dumas, a different cutscene plays, as Dumas is present in the spectral realm as well, and you can start the boss fight here. The difference is, Dumas is actually invincible in the spectral realm, as the only means of killing him is by luring him into the furnace and blasting him to bits. A funny story from the development is that Dumas' boss design, having to lead him towards the furnace, essentially a cat and mouse chase, terrified the testers. They were very much intimidated by having this hulking, gigantic, armored vampire stomping behind them. To be honest, I had the same feeling when I played the game the first time. This guy terrified me. With Dumas destroyed in the flames, the last ability in Soul Reaver is unlocked, and it's by far the worst ability in any of the Legacy of Kain titles, and that's including Blood Omen too. Constrict. A power that only activates after running around the target in a circle. It's fairly useless against enemies. Most of them won't sit still while you do rings around the rosy, and it's used to turn clearly marked objects for different puzzles in the last area. In fact, I suspect some of the puzzles in the Caverns of the Oracle, including the one to open the main entrance, were added simply to give usefulness to Constrict. It's horrendously bad. But that is actually the final area of Soul Reaver, the Caverns of the Oracle of Nosgoth, the 3rd major landmark from Blood Omen seen in Soul Reaver. 4th if you count Rapture's Retreat, which is very much optional. The other 2 are of course the Lake of the Dead and the Pillars. The Caverns are puzzle heavy, much like the Silent Cathedral, and yes, with lots of boxes to push, along with a plethora of Constrict puzzles, where the object is to turn things by running in circles around them. The first section are the caves themselves, and I love the attention to detail in making the rock walls of the cave the same bluish color they have in Blood Omen. This area is all about finding the means to open a massive metal door found near the cave's entrance, which leads to the Oracle chambers we see in Blood Omen, recreated in wonderful detail, with Raziel speaking of Kain's first meeting with Mobius. I would have loved to see Mobius' museum here as well, and it's definitely a missed opportunity. But where in Blood Omen this is the final room of the caverns, in Soul Reaver the next step is to shift the walls and open a path below to different sublevels and more puzzles, and the statue of Mobius himself, where Raziel gives some commentary how the Time Streamer doesn't seem as intimidating as Kain's stories of his exploits would have them believe, but that even in statue form, the man does radiate some form of authority. The compound below the Oracle Chambers is linked to time and time streaming, with several alcoves showing pre-rendered cutscenes of events past and potential future. Many of these are in fact actual cut elements from the original plot. At the end is the Chronoplast Chamber, where Kain awaits, taunting Raziel, and when the prodigal son once shouts in outrage at Kain's immoral acts, in this occasion the raising of the Sarafan warriors, which Raziel now claims were heroes trying to rid Nosgoth of the corruption vampires represent, Kain mocks him for his simplistic view of things, stating that Sarafan or vampire, their goal was the same: control and domination. This second battle is identical to the first. The player needs to strike Kain 3 times. Only difference is that Kain starts on the ground level of the chamber, then with each hit he appears one level above, forcing the player to run and jump before Kain can blast you with lightning. Fortunately, and strangely, standing in the center of the room regenerates your life energy completely. There's a healing pad, so there really isn't any way to fail, other than from frustration perhaps. Every time Kain is struck, a cutscene plays as he manipulates some part of the Chronoplast machinery. With the last hit, he appears before a portal, claiming Raziel nearly had him, but that this was not where it ended, and jumps through the gate. The Elder God warns Raziel that to follow would mean going outside of his reach, but Raziel won't be deterred and jumps into the portal. The warning is curious because in Soul Reaver 2, when Raziel reaches the Elder God, the creature recognizes him and it's clear that his awareness exists outside of time. Perhaps he means his omnipotence. In Soul Reaver, the Elder God can communicate with Raziel across all of Nosgoth, while in the sequels, they only speak when they're in close proximity to each other. In fact, in Soul Reaver 2, Raziel implies that as things get worse in Nosgoth, the Elder God seems to thrive, and is in fact bigger and more far-reaching physically in more recent time periods than in the far-flung past. It just be that in Soul Reaver, the Elder God's tendrils reach everywhere. The last scene of Soul Reaver has Raziel land in some sort of limbo, with Mobius appearing before him.
Raziel, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah, welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny,
he says, before a cryptic message appears on screen warning, perhaps, of Mobius' intentions, followed by a to-be-continued message. But that's not what the original plan was. The confrontation in the Chronoplast Chamber would have been the second of 3 Kain fights, and at the end of it, Raziel would take a fragment of Kain's soul and gain the power to shift at will between realms. The next step would have been the Human Citadel, home to both the normal humans I mentioned and a sect of fanatical vampire-worshipping cultists, with a hidden temple in the Undercity, a secret section of the Citadel, where they would drag kidnapped folk from above to use in their rituals. This cult is even mentioned in Soul Reaver's manual, despite not being there in the retail version. The Undercity section would end with Raziel killing and consuming the soul of the priestess of the cult, gaining the ability to possess others, much like the control spells in Blood Omen. Afterwards, Raziel would travel to the smokestack, seen briefly in the opening cinematic, described as an industrial area meant to spew fumes into the air to weaken the effects of the sun, so that vampires could be around in the day. This was to be Turel's territory, and consuming his soul would have granted an enhanced projectile, similar to how his soul grants full telekinesis in Defiance. From the top of the smokestack, Raziel could reach Kain's mountain retreat, but would have to consume Ariel's soul first, as she informs him that doing so is the only way for the Reaver to gain enough power to vanquish Kain. He does so and finally destroys his enemy, gorging on Kain's soul and obtaining the empowered Soul Reaver of a deep crimson color. Lastly, from the mountain retreat, he'd glide to the sealed top of the cathedral, where he would fight an onslaught of vampires before opening the last set of pipes and allowing the cathedral to fulfill its intended function, killing all vampires on Nosgoth. At the end, he would be congratulated by the Elder God, and Raziel would realize, in horror, he'd been a pawn to the eldritch creature, and that destroying the vampires had in fact devastating consequences for Nosgoth. He would then use the Chronoplast Chamber to head into the past to change history, in a theoretical sequel. With that said, Amy Hennig has stated that the way things played out, with it to be continued, was something of a blessing in disguise, as it opened up much more interesting story options for the sequels. And I have to agree, as cool as some of those cut elements sound, particularly the smokestack and the cathedral top, it's the twisty, topsy-turvy nature of the sequel stories that makes the Legacy of Kain series so compelling. There would be a much different tone to Soul Reaver 2 if the journey was about Raziel correcting his mistakes rather than his dogged pursuit of Kain, leading him to find out so many interesting mysteries. But thus ends Soul Reaver, the game that very much put the series on the map. Blood Omen, though successful, sold, according to some court documents from 2011, about 320,000 units in its lifetime. But by 2001, only 2 years, Soul Reaver had already sold over 1.5 million. And this is by far the most successful entry in the entire Legacy of Kain series. While I prefer Blood Omen's vast open world full of places to explore and things to find, Soul Reaver was my entry into the series, and Raziel is one hell of a protagonist. Next time we'll be looking at the sequel, the one that does a lot of the heavy lifting in the Crystal Dynamics Legacy of Kain narrative, Soul Reaver 2. Last time around we spoke of Soul Reaver, the first and most successful game in the Crystal Dynamics entries for the Legacy of Kain series. So now we move to its sequel, a critical tile in the overall narrative, one that does a lot of the heavy lifting required for it all to work, putting all the pieces on the board and providing the connective tissue for the series, Soul Reaver 2. As always, this is a deep dive into elements of the Legacy of Kain series, so there will be spoilers. And if you like any part of this video, please consider liking it, giving it a share, and subscribing. It's free, but it does help me a ton. Now, as always, we begin with a little history lesson. Even before the release of Soul Reaver, Crystal Dynamics already had the plan for a continuation, even though its concept wouldn't materialize until much later, given all the plot and design changes required for Soul Reaver. Not only that, but it was also decided there would be 2 ongoing Legacy of Kain series. The first being Soul Reaver, dealing with Kain and Raziel's conflict and the aftermath of the Vampiric Empire, and the other comprised of sequels to Blood Omen, telling the story of Kain's rise to power. Blood Omen 2 is part of that second sub-series, and it started development while the first Soul Reaver was still in production, but wouldn't release until after Soul Reaver 2. Not only that, but the contradictions in its scenario, specifically characters that shouldn't have been there, created problems for Soul Reaver 2's design and narrative, forcing Amy Hennig to do something of a deep dive into time travel fiction and lore to create a secondary plot that would begin to explain these inconsistencies. The development for Soul Reaver 2 was originally done for the PlayStation and Dreamcast, but at some point those versions were cancelled in favor of a PlayStation 2 release. With that said, Soul Reaver 2's development team barely had 17 months to complete the game, once again forcing them to pick their battles and cut many elements out of the final product, including several new Reaver enhancements, a replacement or new version of the glyph system from Soul Reaver, and a fully realized expansive version of Janos Audron's home of Ustenheim. While Amy Hennig was still very much in charge of writing the scenario, comic writer Paul Jenkins was brought in to polish the script. While the themes and inspirations for Soul Reaver are very much still present in Soul Reaver 2, Amy Hennig wanted the sequel to focus on a couple of key items. First, the question, can you change history? If so, what does it mean in terms of repercussions and your responsibility over them? And secondly, the notion that the only way the hero can succeed is by making their own path. The works of Joseph Campbell and their themes of transformation through adventure and trials were a key source for inspiration on this point. And beyond the themes, the other core intent for Soul Reaver 2 was to bring back the mythos of Blood Omen, using past characters and events to set the stage for Raziel's continued journey. Soul Reaver 2 was conceived to be a much more narrative and cinematic experience with greater emphasis on the story, which is why it doesn't follow the reach the end of the level and fight a boss structure of its predecessor. In fact, other than the enemies at the very end, which are only technically bosses, Soul Reaver 2 only has basic enemy fights. In terms of the music, Kurt Harlan and Jim Hedges returned, with Hedges now also contributing to the composition of the different tracks, once again making them adaptive with multiple versions that play based on gameplay triggers. For voice acting, Soul Reaver 2 brings back Paul Lukather to play Vordor, and much like Michael Bell joined the cast in Soul Reaver playing Raziel, Soul Reaver 2 has another newcomer, the man, the myth, and the legend that will never be forgotten, René Auberjonois as Janos Audron. Soul Reaver 2 released in 2001 to positive reviews, with critics praising the narrative and writing, though it was criticized for once again not having a conclusive ending and lacking some replay value, given that the upgrades are mandatory and there's really no side content. As I said before, the team had to cut a lot of elements from the game. The story required several revisions as well, much like its predecessor. And in the end, as lead designer Richard Le Marchand said, Soul Reaver 2 didn't reach the potential the team originally envisioned, especially in terms of puzzles, combat, and that ending. Now, without further ado, we dive into the time streams of Nosgoth's past and future and follow Raziel on Soul Reaver 2. Soul Reaver 2 opens with a cinematic version of the final boss fight of the previous game, with a more concise version of Kain and Raziel's exchange, focusing in particular to Raziel's mistaken or misguided notion that the Seraphim were noble and altruistic. Kain corrects him and clarifies that their ultimate goal, their agenda, was the same as that of the vampires. The dialogue also points to Kain delving deep into the mysteries of time travel and the timeline itself. And so our game truly begins with Raziel landing in that liminal place, with Mobius welcoming him. But as the smoke clears, it shows this is not some form of limbo suspended in time, but a smaller time-streaming chamber. One that opens to the very room where Vorador once decimated members of the Circle of Nine. Mobius comments on how, though, "Where am I?" is the usual question, "When?" might be more accurate in Raziel's case. Raziel attempts to raise the Soul Reaver blade to threaten Mobius, only for his staff to disable it. And this is one of the first additions to the character as compared to his portrayal in Blood Omen and even Soul Reaver, the staff. Before, a simple stick with an orb at the top, it's now given a snake-like design, evocative of that forgotten city that would at some point become the Abyss and the Lake of the Dead. The staff hinders vampires and their abilities and give Mobius' vampire hunters a clear edge over their prey. I think it's meant to help explain how they could manage to hunt down and capture Vorador, or that public execution in Blood Omen. After all, if you remember that episode in the retrospective, I mentioned that to pass through all the traps and enemies in Vorador's manor, you'd require a rather unique set of skills, but if you can disrupt anything vampiric thrown at you and then disable the ancient vampire himself, then the thing is far more plausible than Mobius simply throwing a bunch of mercenaries at him, which is what Blood Omen would have you believe. Raziel pushes Mobius against the wall, and the time streamer is quick to resort to that submissive tone, meaning to appease and fool, similar to how he did in Blood Omen when speaking to William the Just, and I love every moment of Richard Doyle playing Mobius. He's just so perfect at playing in the snake. Raziel isn't convinced by Mobius' tone and tells him to drop the act, and maybe that he should kill the Time Guardian. Mobius does as requested, and with a grin tells Raziel that maybe he should, but he doesn't. And that's the critical point here. He doesn't say you won't, he says you don't. A matter of fact. As he states, the honor of his death belongs to Kain 30 years from this time. Claiming his role grants him a level of omniscience. That time span he mentions is critical, putting this period as the time when Ariel is murdered. And that leads me to the first of some of the enhancements to the mythos that Soul Reaver 2 introduces. Blood Omen presents Mobius as having the power to travel in time and forecast history, essentially having a view on the future. And the Silicon Knight's guide describes him as devious and conniving even before the corruption, but still benign. His role as the Oracle seen as helpful. Soul Reaver 2, in this very moment, expands his power set to a level of omniscience over the time stream, meaning he's aware of all events. And that could go to explain why Mobius in Soul Reaver 2 and beyond is malicious in every time period. The corruption taking hold very much retroactively through the overview of the timeline. Or it could be the corruption just made him worse, in terms of the negative aspects of his personality. The third option, though, is that the corruption did very little to alter him. His marching orders always coming from the Elder God, and him already a rotten apple. And of course, the next item in this expansion of the mythos comes when he tells Raziel that he knew him when he was a member of the Seraphim, and that they were even close, and how hurt he is at what Kain has done to Raziel. Of course, the Wraith doesn't believe a single word, but the key point is that this establishes the longevity of those bound to the Pillars, as this would make Mobius centuries old. This was even a point of heavy discussion in the old Eidos interactive forums, with Amy Hennig stepping in and confirming the extreme longevity aspect of the guardianship. Entering the room where the slaughter of the Circle took place, we see murals depicting that event, and Raziel asks if this is in fact the fortress of the Seraphim, Mobius confirms it but admits this is not as Kain a time period and that the days of the Seraphan are long gone. But he and his mercenary army keep the fight alive. The conversation then shifts to Vorador and his assault on the Circle, with Mobius calling him
the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race.
And if we look back at Blood Omen and the lavish manner, the decadent part is certainly apt. Vorador killed 6 Guardians, which given the aforementioned longevity, would mean we add Mobius to the list of survivors, not just Mortanius and Malik, as seen in Blood Omen's opening. Raziel once again shows reluctance in believing Mobius' words, in this case just because of the sheer convenience that Mobius somehow managed to not be there at the time of Vorador's attack. After all, he says,
"You have a reputation for deceit."
That very much precedes him. The Time Streamer demands to know who slandered him, this time adopting a tone of, let's face it, mock outrage. Asking if it was Kain, the person who attacked Raziel and hurt him, and who is their common enemy. He asks Raziel to consider the source before judging him, and then immediately and rather dismissively changes the topic to the matter of Kain himself, and how Raziel can leave rekindling their past friendship for later, but should still work together, that he can help Raziel in killing Kain. Raziel tells the older man not to get involved, and despite his little schemes, he's simply out of his depth on this one. Here, Mobius takes on a very serious tone and tells Raziel not to underestimate him. And this conversation is great because you can see that Raziel's continued dismissal of Mobius as a threat is getting under the Time Guardian's skin. And the "do not underestimate me" Raziel is very threatening. Mobius shows a vision of Kain at the Pillars, urging Raziel to head there and confront his victimizer. Raziel is surprised to see the Pillars standing, and Mobius gives him a bit of lore on it, how they're the embodiment of the divine force that sustains Nosgoth, which sounds like him drawing a connection between the Pillars and the Elder God, which is not surprising. Then, because Mobius can't stop himself from being manipulative, he tells Raziel that though he may never be human again, he can reclaim his humanity and his Seraphan nobility by going to the Pillars and ending Kain's life. But of course, first he'll need to leave the fortress, and with the cruelest of grins, Mobius tells Raziel before vanishing to thin air that if he needs to kill the mercenaries in his way, then so be it. After all
great movements require a few martyrs.
Raziel takes a look around and notices another time-streaming chamber, this one marked with a gem he has no idea how to use. Upon leaving the room, he's attacked by one of the mercenaries, so it's time to talk a bit about Soul Reaver 2's combat. You see, in place of Soul Reaver's bosses, Soul Reaver 2 often locks you into arenas to fight common enemies, in the same style commonly seen in spectacle fighter games. Problem is, the combat is not that entertaining, and it's primarily because enemies can stand there blocking forever, almost always forcing you to use the very annoying and new heavy attacks. And I say they're annoying because many of them push your enemy away, so you're constantly running after them. It would have been a much better combat loop if heavy attacks just broke their defense instead. The only alternative is to run around and attack wildly when coming close to enemies, aka the Soul Reaver one way. Raziel, following Mobius' instructions, makes a few new martyrs and arrives at the chapel, and through a gated area finds himself in William the Just's mausoleum, wherein rests his body and his broken Soul Reaver. Raziel gives a quick recap of the character and his story and how Mobius coerced Kain into killing him. And it's a curious phrasing because in Blood Omen, though Mobius as the Oracle mentions the Nemesis and King Otmar, it's Ariel who puts Kain on the path to vanquishing the Tyrant, which would ultimately lead him to the path to kill William. Then again, the entire situation from William's turn to tyranny to warning William of the vampire assassin coming after him, to even, quite likely, putting the Soul Reaver and the time-streaming device in Kain's path was all a plot by Mobius, orchestrated to perfection. So in a sense, yes, you could say Mobius coerced Kain. The presence of this time-flung version of the blade gives Raziel a sense of vertigo and is shown, quite cleverly, by having the background and only the background shake and heave. As Raziel comes close to the blade, the Wraith Blade wraps itself around its corporeal form. And in touching the older version of itself, the spirit in the blade, the twisted and tormented version of Raziel fully awakens, and its hunger won't be denied any longer. It drains Raziel's energy to restore the broken sword and forces Raziel to take it up, not allowing him to drop it. Raziel holding two versions of the blade at the same time is a walking paradox, and thus capable of destroying any and all established history and change the timeline as he sees fit. Not that he knows it, still unaware that history is immutable unless a paradox is introduced. Mobius shows up, and Raziel demands to know if he's responsible for this sudden twist in the Soul Reaver's nature, threatening him with the combined blades. So of course, he attempts to direct Raziel towards Kain, partially out of sheer terror. With the blades in hand, Raziel could very well upend the order of things and kill Mobius ahead of time. But also because it's Mobius and he can't stop himself, he has to attempt to manipulate things. After all, Raziel is outside of Mobius's perception, as stated in Defiance. He can only see the ripples of his actions, so he probably sees the continued attempts at manipulation as a necessity. When Raziel throws Mobius's own words back at him, everybody dies, Mobius drops a little bombshell on Raziel.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
And that they both serve the same god, the Elder God. Mobius then tries to use this fact to push Raziel further, claiming that as the god's agent of retribution, it's Raziel's mission to end Kain. To which the Reaver of Souls responds that he needs no other motivation than his own vengeance, and that now that he's seen that Mobius fears him, he doesn't need to bother with the Time Streamer anymore. Which if Kain were here, he'd tell Raziel not to underestimate Mobius. Don't discount him either. Hell, Mobius himself warns Raziel of this in their early conversation. You underestimate me. As Raziel leaves, Mobius closes the gate to William's mausoleum, and leaning on it admits that Raziel nearly had him, but that this was a one-and-done situation, that the Wraith would never get a second chance, and it's true. Now, with the blade fully aroused, as I mentioned, comes the main mechanic for Soul Reaver 2. Raziel can now turn the blade on and off, even if his health is not at maximum, but the Soul Reaver can now kill enemies outright and consume their souls, filling out a bar around the health spiral, starting out green and changing color all the way to red. At max, it produces a hissing sound and begins to drain Raziel's HP until the bar depletes, though the higher it is, the more damage the blade does, even outright one-shotting the most powerful enemies. On his way out, Raziel finds a stained glass showing Janos Audron, and he tells something of the vampire's lore that we know from even Blood Omen, that he's a legendary being reputed to being the most vicious diabolical vampire, that terrorized the people of the village below his mountain home, and that his heart was ripped from his body. The Heart of Darkness, a relic meant to restore vampiric unlife. But the key point of the cutscene is Raziel pondering on whether Janos was truly such a monster, or if it was truly just Sarafan propaganda, meant to make themselves seem saintly by demonizing their enemy. And it's the first instance of Raziel maybe even considering that the Sarafan may not be the good guys. And then swiftly putting that aside in the next room, the memorial to his human self and that of his brothers, the monument to this human counterpart, filling him with a sense of sadness and a rage for the indignity visited upon him. Even with a consideration for what the Sarafan could truly have been like and their association with Mobius, Raziel still has a romantic idealization towards his former self, and he's not ready to let that go yet. A few fights later, Raziel emerges from the fortress and both he and the player witness Nosgoth like never before. What it was like before the corruption and collapse of the Pillars. Vibrant, verdant, beautiful, with clear blue waters flowing freely and life abundant. It's easy to think of this Nosgoth as innocent, especially given some of Kain's dialogue across the series, stating that he could never give Nosgoth her innocence back. But the truth is, this is already a Nosgoth that had its natural forces shifted and bound to the Pillars by the ancient vampires as part of their war effort. Its innocence was lost long before Kain made his selfish choice. Swimming across the waters, Raziel comes to a wheel to open a sluice gate, and in doing so triggers the checkpoint mechanic for Soul Reaver 2, so that if you die, you return to the closest one. The only unfortunate thing is that this only applies to the current play session and is not really a save point. The fun thing is that they decided to have Raziel acknowledge both the checkpoints and the save points in the narrative, claiming that they drew some of the Soul Reaver's energy and saved an imprint of Raziel. I've always liked that, when narrative acknowledges purely mechanical things. In this lake, there is a door marked with what we'll learn is an elemental symbol for the Soul Reaver. Raziel makes note of this place and says right now he doesn't have the means to open it. And if there is one word that is overused in Raziel's vocabulary, it's means. You could almost make a drinking game out of it. Take a shot every time Raziel says he has or hasn't the means to do something. Problem is, he says it so much, it could be a dangerous drinking game. Nevertheless, Raziel pushes forward and swims to the other side of the walls, and here underwater there's a stone slab with a strange symbol on it that looks like the eyes of the Elder God. It's merely set dressing, but was intended to be the Spirit Forge entrance. Along the way to the pillars, Raziel witnesses the hunter's dirty work, with scores of impaled and destroyed vampires. He realizes they aren't like the monsters he left behind and are far more human in their appearance and clearly not the dominant force, but creatures mercilessly hunted down, repressed by their foes. And here comes a moment of either pure hypocrisy from Raziel or pure ignorance, or even aspects of that romanticized version of the Sarafan and their mission. He claims he still sees vampirism as a plague to be ended, but that this is just ruthless persecution. But to end the plague of vampirism, this is what it means. So Raziel can tell this is wrong, but is still so enamored with the ideal of a holy quest, of a noble crusade, and of the fact that his purity was tainted by vampirism, that he can't bring himself to fully condemn it. It would take him some time and a little more of this journey for him to realize this is nowhere near the ruthlessness of the Sarafan. Raziel gets to the pillars, and perhaps for the first time since Blood Omen, we get a glimpse of the original version of the Pillars of Nosgoth, pristine and pure. And before I get any further, I'll just say very clear that this is both my favorite scene in all of Legacy of Kain and perhaps the most important. It sets the stage for everything that is to come, and explains a lot of Kain's motivations and actions. Raziel attempts the stealthy approach, but Kain tells him, "I know you're there, Raziel." The Wraith tells Kain Mobius led him there, but that he should have guessed Kain would be waiting at the pillars. It is, after all, the place where Kain decided to execute him, and the place where they fought and the Reaver blade shattered. The pillars are important in their tale. Kain chuckles and gives a version of "if Mobius told you to jump off a bridge, would you?" and warns Raziel of Mobius's manipulations, telling him to stay away from the Time Streamer's net. Raziel dismisses Kain's words and tells him he's here to make him pay for his betrayal and to restore balance. Kain asks then, if that happens, whose desire is satisfied, Raziel or Mobius's? Raziel asks if he should instead allow himself to be manipulated by Kain, before telling his old master that the chase is over. Kain enlightens Raziel and tells him this is not a chase. They're supposed to meet here. This is part of their destinies. They were always meant to be here. And as a follow-up to his speech at the end of Soul Reaver on how he'd gained knowledge from looking through the streams of time, he says he's seen the entirety of their tale and it's a poorly written one, and that they need to rewrite the ending. Raziel is having none of it. He's had enough and demands Kain face him, claiming even he doesn't deserve a coward's death, to which Kain asks to be granted one last request, that being for Raziel to just listen what he has to say. He explains that this is a crucial point in history where Nosgoth is betrayed, the key moment that defines their entire story. This is the moment where Ariel is killed and Kain is being born, and as a great detail, the audio track has echoes of Ariel's dying scream to accentuate Kain's words. As she dies, Nopraptor finds her body, and filled with grief and paranoia, he plunges into a madness and uses it to infect the rest of the circle through their shared symbiotic link to the pillars, basically the premise for Blood Omen. And much like the opening of that game, we now see the pillars darken as they are corrupted. Raziel asks if he should show Kain the same mercy he showed the circle. After all, he did wipe them all out. From that point of view, Raziel says, Kain is merely the last man standing, and why condemn Raziel for simply finishing the job Kain was unable to? And now it's Kain that has had enough of Raziel's nonsense, and tells him to stop all the moral posturing. He's not here for balance or saving Nosgoth or any of that nonsense. He's here for revenge, for his own indignation. Kain knows it and he was counting on it. But he softens and tells his former lieutenant there's nothing wrong with hating. At least it's honest. Hate him, but do it honestly, no pretense. He explains the sacrifice presented to him were two sides of a coin. One side leads to ruin, as they have already experienced, and the other side leads to the end of the vampire race as orchestrated by Mobius. And again, something I mentioned in the Blood Omen retrospective. For this older Kain, the matter of vampire survival might be an important factor in hindsight, but I still firmly believe that the Kain of Blood Omen, that fledgling vampire, didn't give that bit two thoughts. He chose refusal for his own personal motivations. What those are? Well, go check out that video. Raziel, hearing this, asks then if they agree that the restoration of the Pillars is important, and Kain confirms it, to which the Wraith almost wearily points out that after this entire speech, he's making Raziel's point for him. To end it all, for new Guardians to be born, Kain has to die. To which his quarry retorts that the Pillars don't belong to humans, they belong to vampires. Raziel groans at Kain's arrogance, but the vampire chuckles and points out the third option, one hidden in Raziel's journey, but one that he'll have to figure out for himself. And this is an important thing, it's not just not telling you so there's the rest of the game to go through, but it's a thing of show, don't tell, or for Raziel, it's experience for yourself. Sometimes you can tell people everything they need, but until they face situations for themselves, they won't be ready to accept those words as a reality. And with Raziel's head so firmly lodged in his own vindictive Seraphim behind, he's not ready to hear this. He has to see it all for himself. Raziel, though, reminds Kain that he said there are only two options, two sides to that metaphorical coin. But Kain simply asks, before teleporting away, what happens if you throw a coin enough times and one day it lands on its edge? Raziel wonders why he listened, why he didn't just attack and kill him, and admits that despite everything, Kain's words intrigued him, and if there are secrets to find, he'll look for them. And you gotta love the designers. They also thoughtfully point the camera to the shift glyph present on a nearby stone pillar, as Raziel stands in front of an unclimbable surface with torches at the top. 3 guesses is what you're supposed to do. I mean, it's great game design, pointing to what you need to move forward, but at the end of this important scene, it's just a bit too on the nose for me and makes me laugh every time. Raziel shifts and the wall becomes a stairway leading further in, and shifting back to the material world, Raziel notices ravens watching him, and he remarks that he's had the feeling of being observed for a while now. Close by he finds a door, one of a kind briefly seen in Soul Reaver, but all over the place in this game and beyond. A Soul Reaver door, meant for the blade to act as a key. This one has an image of an ancient vampire, a blue-skinned winged being, one looking very much like Raziel does. With the Reaver used thusly, the door opens, leading to an underground chamber beneath the pillars. And here's the scene I have some issues with. I'll describe what happens and then I'll tell you what my problem is. As Raziel steps inside, he sees murals depicting the raising of the pillars, the end of the ancient war, and the sealing of the Hilden by the vampires. The pillars acting as their lock, the Reaver held high as a sacred artifact, and of course, the blood curse. But there is a voice speaking to Raziel, telling him everything shown in this chamber are lies, the delusions of an ancient dead race. The Elder God reveals himself to Raziel, and here he is manifest as he'd never been seen before. You see, in Soul Reaver he's a presence, only a pair of tentacles visible, but here we see his form more clearly, not just the writhing tendrils, but the many eyes it has. This exchange has Raziel acting ever more willful and insolent to the Elder God, who tries very much to steer him yet again to killing Kain, demanding it as Raziel owes him a debt. Raziel dismisses it, telling him that he never asked to be put back into this wretched, destroyed vessel he inhabits. The Elder God reminds him that he restored Raziel, but it was Kain who did the destroying of the vessel part, and yet Raziel stopped short of killing the vampire when he had the chance. He reminds Raziel, his servant, not to fail him. Raziel boldly claims he serves no one, not him, not Kain, and least of all Mobius, even going as far as taunt the Elder God, asking if Mobius would be as good a servant, as fervent a believer, if he knew he served a giant squid, which is a wonderful bit of foreshadowing for Defiance. The Elder God tries, during this entire exchange, to remain calm and reasonable, while attempting to move Raziel in the direction he wants. But it's clear the attitude bothers him, as his tone begins to get more and more aggressive as the conversation continues. The Elder God begs Raziel to not be deceived by Kain, who's a snake after all. But the Wraith retorts that everyone is trying to manipulate him, that he's just trying to look for the truth. To which the Elder God says, I can tell you the truth, the inexorable truth. The Wheel of Fate is truth. The cycle is truth. Death being inexorable is fact. And vampires are a plague on it. They prevent souls from keeping the wheel going, but it has to move. So it's Raziel's mission to restore it, to kill the vampires as his agent, as his soul Reaver. But Raziel is still unmoved and says that though Kain deserves it, if and when he dies will be for Raziel himself to decide and for his own reasons. The Elder God makes one last attempt and it's a low blow, reminding him of how Kain used and discarded him, and to remember his rage, to let that guide his hand. I mentioned I had a problem with this scene, and it's Raziel's attitude towards the Elder God. Sure, is Mobius' master, and anyone associated with Mobius is suspect, by default. And Raziel in Soul Reaver does state, "I am destroyed," looking at the body he's inhabiting. But at no other point in their shared history has Raziel taken this stone with the Elder God. I suppose this is one of those elements that made the developers claim the storytelling in Soul Reaver was a bit patchy, which in turn led them to be much more story-focused in Soul Reaver 2, seeing as that relationship didn't have much development in Soul Reaver 1. But Raziel comes to this scene already antagonizing the Elder God. It's not something that evolves, it's bad from the get-go, even considering that from Raziel's point of view, the Elder God has been very much straight with him the entire time. His motivations have been consistent: kill the vampires, kill Kain, the Wheel of Fate demands it for restoration. He's not yet aware of how much of a manipulator the Eldritch creature is. This cutscene gives him some of that knowledge, so his tone should have changed. He could have started cordial if distant, souring the more the Elder God pushes him to kill Kain. In the same way Mobius just couldn't leave it alone. This way you could definitely have Raziel end the conversation fully antagonistic, and his comment about Mobius serving a squid could have been him poking the bear out of annoyance. Raziel continues his journey, the next passage underwater, a series of caves that have you swimming perilously close to the Elder God. He's just part of the environment. He doesn't move, he doesn't do anything, but being so close to him always creeped me out. This passage leads to a swampy area, and the Ignis Fatuus lanterns tell you all you need to know. This is the Thermogen Forest and Swamp, aka the path to Vorador's Manor. In fact, upon turning a few corners, you can see the man himself spying on you from the distance, from something of a stony balcony, revealing the master of those ravens Raziel saw earlier. You also see another time-streaming chamber, this one locked behind a cracked stone gate. Your first instinct might be, oh, I'll use a force projectile, like in the first Soul Reaver, and that'll open it. But no, your force projectiles are actually useless for this, and in general. You need a special Reaver enhancement for it, the Air Reaver, which has the specific power of making your projectiles blow up these kind of cracked barriers. Exploring the swamp on his way to that balcony, Raziel notes a blocked path to the northern regions, making a trip there impossible for now. Upon reaching the balcony, he finds something else there, a Soul Reaver door. This one leading into the first forge, the Darkness Forge, where you imbue the Reaver with elemental darkness. And it's the first place to show you how puzzles have evolved. It's no longer just pushing boxes. Now you carry mirrors and other items, turn pillars around without using Constrict, which has been removed from Soul Reaver 2. I suppose even the developers realized Constrict sucked and was utterly pointless. Puzzles in Soul Reaver 2 are much more diverse than they were in the prior game. There is still some pushing around, but nowhere near as abundant as it was in Soul Reaver, nor is it exclusively boxes. There are pillars and other objects to move now too, plus pulling levers and other means of interaction. I quite like the puzzles in Soul Reaver 2, the air and fire forges having the best and most varied, and Janos' Retreat having a great set of puzzles that put all your abilities up to that point to the test. With a blade imbued with darkness, it's possible to open the door to the outside once more. Or you can enter with a base Reaver, but it requires the Dark Weaver to open it from the other side. The door bearing the crest of this element, just as the one outside the Sarafan Fortress, meaning that is your next stop. But before that, it's time to have a chat with Vorador, who's impressed that Raziel knows who he is, and jokingly asks if everything Raziel's heard is good. He asks what kind of creature Raziel is, clearly not human but also not a vampire, more demonic than anything else, wondering what his appearance means regarding the corruption of the Pillars, distrustful given that he came out of the Sarafan Keep, aka Mobius' school for gifted youngsters. When Raziel tells him he doesn't understand what Vorador is talking about, he makes it plain. Are you the cause for the Pillars' corruption or their salvation? To which Raziel responds, neither. Vordor then moves to another point. Out of Raziel just bumbling around, opening doors and uncovering secrets hidden and forbidden for centuries. Saying only one being could do that, but realizing, looking at the creature before him, that Raziel doesn't know what he is or what he could be. But when prompted by the Wraith to enlighten him, Vordor dismisses it, claiming the world is beyond redemption and let the humans have it. Raziel is surprised that the Elder Vampire is just giving up on everything, but Vordor tells him it's from centuries of experience. He explains how centuries before, the Crusade of the Sarafan nearly wiped them from the map, and they murdered the most ancient of their kind, his maker and Reaver guardian Janos Audron, and how now Mobius's mob is well on their way of completing the job, stating to Raziel, much like he did with Kain and Blood Omen, that it's simply not worth to meddle in the affairs of mortals. When Raziel asks about the secrets he's uncovered, the winged race, the Reaver, and the Pillars, Vordor dismisses it as fairy tales and delusions by a race that held on to their traditions even after the world had forgotten them, fading from history until one remained, who kept going out of obligation and his unshakable faith. He's essentially giving you the 101 on Janos Audron, which is relevant as he reveals to Raziel that the only person who could give him the answers is in fact that very same ancient vampire. But being long dead, Raziel and the world are both equally screwed. But knowing of time streaming chambers and being an actual time traveler, Raziel sees it another way. If Janos is the key to the truth, Raziel would travel to a time where he was still around and find him. Vordor meant to dash his hopes, but he did the opposite. The way back leads through the underground pillar chamber again, and another exchange with the Elder God, with Raziel taunting his master, claiming he's now likely uncovered more than the Elder God intended him to. And from the tone, it's clear the Elder God is reaching the limits of his patience, even as he tries to convince Raziel that the ruins are just this ancient race's delusions and their attempts to manipulate Raziel across time, warning him of the many forces bent on twisting Raziel's destiny. To which the Wraith replies,
I have no doubt of that. The question is, am I in their presence right now?
Just abandoning all pretense and straight up accusing the Elder God, which is close to the last straw for the Elder God as the creature becomes threatening, warning that disobedience would mean Raziel's end. But his Reaver of Souls doesn't take the word seriously, believing himself to be well out of the god's reach. An interesting thing is that at this point, it's the third time Raziel's been told that the stories in the murals are delusions of the ancient vampires. Vordor's claims on this are clearly out of spite, bitter about the past and his own history. But the Elder God, of course, are to attempt to convince Raziel that looking into the past, into Janos, is pointless. Now, the Reaver enhancements in Soul Reaver 2 are temporary. They disappear when Raziel shifts back and forth from the spectral realm, so they have to be re-imbued at elemental fonts that activate across Nosgoth along with the Forge. You use one of these fonts to re-imbue the Reaver with darkness when you reach the lake, passing under the gate and opening the way into the new ruin, learning inside that the crest above the door is the elemental symbol of light. And you see gems inside that match that of the time-streaming door inside the fortress, giving you a big hint of how you'll use this element. The Light Forge adds further complexity to the puzzles by having parts that require the use of the Dark Reaver, such as using it to create a bridge of shadows to climb to other areas. It also introduces elemental spirits. These creatures are first seen in the caverns under the pillars, which connect to the lair of the Elder God, just beings made of pure energy with a central spark or core in their bodies. In the different forges, we find similar creatures but made of the elemental energies themselves, and killing them enables elemental doors or even elemental fonts, and act as something of a combat challenge amid all the puzzles, along with, some undead warriors here and there. With a Reaver imbued with elemental light, Raziel opens the massive gate on the water leading straight into the fortress, where he fights his way back to the chapel and, stepping through it, finds a guard drained of his blood, so he knows Kain is around, and finds him in William's mausoleum. And throughout this scene, we see that distortion of the paradox in the air, the background and floor just warping, and it only gets stronger. Kain says this is the critical moment, the point where their fate and history meet, and where they may reclaim their true destinies. Raziel, suspicious of Kain's motives, tells him the only thing he knows for certain is that Mobius and Kain have pushed him to this place at this time, so he can't trust either of them. And whatever game they're playing, it stops here. He's not going to dance to their tune anymore, walking his own path. Kain tells him it's not that simple, that it's no accident they're there. They've always met in this place, and this time gives Raziel a rundown of the rules of time. Time is immutable, and even being here doesn't mean Raziel and Kain have any hopes of changing it. They're insignificant in the face of time's flow. Even if they try to change something, like a river, time will simply flow around them and keep things as intended. But, Kain says, how does that explain William the Just? He gives Raziel a primer on the situation, how he saw the rise of William to power in his youth, how he became the nemesis, and so when the opportunity presented itself, he decided, in his wisdom, to go back in time and kill William before he could become the tyrant, not knowing that Mobius had orchestrated the entire affair, as I mentioned earlier. Kain kills him, and as a consequence of the public outrage of the vampire assassin, Mobius is able to launch his new crusade against vampire Kain. But how is that possible if history is so resilient? He finally puts it in front of Raziel. The answer is the Reaver, both warriors holding the blade. They're meeting in battle, a paradox and obstruction so powerful that history can't flow around it and instead has to find a new path, reshuffling events as needed. And in this moment, Kain presents Raziel the Reaver blade, and immediately the Wraith blade pulls at Raziel to meet its former self. Raziel demands to know if Kain is doing something to him, but Kain replies, "It's not me. All of this is you." And he assures Raziel he holds all the cards in this situation. Raziel threatens Kain, telling him if he's saying the truth, then he should be afraid, because Raziel can just kill him. And in yet another moment of clever wording, Kain replies,
"And so you do, Raziel."
Matter of fact, because this is the point in history, in this, let's call it original timeline, technically the second one, the first one being the timeline where William is the nemesis, but this is where Raziel kills Kain and is then consumed by the Ravenous Blade, closing the loop of his life. In fact, the pull of history, destiny, or merely the will of the Reaver are so strong that they pull Raziel towards Kain, nearly stabbing him, and the vampire drops to the floor and is there helpless, and tells Raziel if he truly believes in free will, he will not kill Kain, because if he does, they're both merely pawns in an artificial destiny created by Mobius, where Kain is incapable of assuming his guardianship and where Raziel can't become Nosgoth's savior. Raziel struggles against the pull of destiny, and Kain tells him to resist, that it's in him, the power to resist fate, because Raziel is in fact the only one with true free will. Raziel raises the blade and plunges it into William's grave, splitting it in half, and immediately everything shakes as history attempts to reshuffle, creating a third timeline, not the last one that will be created in this game. Kain tells him now it might still be possible for them to achieve their true destinies. For him, that being assuming the guardianship of balance and returning the pillars to vampires. Raziel, sounding tired, tells him he doesn't know what game he and Mobius are playing, but again, refuses to have anything to do with Kain's Messiah complex. Kain bids Raziel to leave then and make his own way, finding his own truth and learning his own lessons, but to not forget that he's now a champion of free will, a destroyer of false histories, and to continue his pursuit of truth, that there is more for him to learn if he has what it takes to see it all through, before once again teleporting because Kain likes to have the last word in the conversation. Raziel fights his way to the room with the streaming chamber, opening it with the power of the Light Reaver, and sees Mobius approach, who demands to know why Raziel has not killed Kain, rebuffing the notion that it was an act of free will, saying Raziel's merely obeying Kain. Raziel reasserts that he's not Kain's servant or his or anyone's. Mobius pleads with him and tells him he has a mission. He's supposed to save Nosgoth, to which Raziel says he's A, tired of hearing the word savior, and B, not seeing much worth saving in Nosgoth. What he is interested in is traveling to another time period, and he forces Mobius to operate the time streaming chamber to send him to the time before the Seraphins started their crusade. And honestly, for how insightful Raziel can be, here he's a complete moron. or even remotely thinking he could trust a snake like Mobius to operate the machine properly. It's another proof that whatever he may say, whatever claims of independence and free will he may possess, in the end, Raziel is just a pawn that thinks he's a player. Plus, he's been told twice not to underestimate Mobius, and does it again anyway. Mobius begs Raziel to reconsider, to go and kill Kain, but Raziel tells Mobius to do the deed himself if it's that important to him, and uses the time-streaming chamber, landing in Nosgoth after the collapse of the Pillars, realizing that Mobius had once again played him, something everyone else saw coming a mile away. The fortress is a dilapidated ruin, not a few steps out of the chamber, and his progress is barred by an energy field, and two green demons with blades for hands materialize. With the binding of the pillars broken, things from outside can now come in, and these are redesigns of the same demons we see in Avernus when Azimuth was summoning them all over the place in Blood Omen. Not only that, but a curious aspect of them is they have a cry that sounds like they're whispering Raziel, but in truth is a recycled bit of sound from the Turalim in the first Soul Reaver, the exact same sound. This is the era where Soul Reaver 2 throws you a major complication. Prior to this, when falling in battle and ending in the Spectral Realm, you can easily deal with the usual enemies and are generally safe. Except now, the demons also materialize in the Spectral Realm, meaning you can actually die in there. In fact, many a time did I start a battle in the material plane, lose my HP, and then continue fighting in the Ghost World. Demons in Soul Reaver 2 suck. They're awful. They deal humongous levels of damage, barely even flinch to your attacks, and are generally a nightmare to fight, and the only way to properly combat them is to simply let the Reaver gain power and erase them from the world. Only problem is that along the way you'll likely lose so much health that the Reaver will drain you fully and drop you to the Spectral Realm, or leave you so battered that the next thing will finish the job. Though my issues are only mechanical, but I love how they contribute to the world lore. Like I said, the collapse of the Pillars now allows Hashak Geek's compatriots to just come in force, and knowing what Raziel's aim is to ultimately restore the Pillars, they desperately seek to stop his plans. Fighting his way to the chapel, Raziel sees a statue of Mobius holding Vorador's head and realizes the Time Streamer sent him over a century into the future, well past the conclusion of Blood Omen. And even though the Roman or Latin alphabet we all use is part of Nosgoth, if you remember the signs on the roads for Blood Omen, it's still jarring to see Requiescat in Pace in such a clean typeface on the base of the statue. There are no textures on it, no styling, it's pretty much Times New Roman, and it looks so thoroughly out of place. Continuing on, he eventually comes face to face with a Time Streamer, or a spiritual version it seems, who claims to be a martyred spirit and that his deceit is just one last valiant act for a doomed man. And how this future is Raziel's fault, implying its creation is tied to Raziel's decision to spare Kain. Of all of Mobius' attempts at manipulation, this is by far the weakest, and even Raziel quickly points out the flaw in the argument, given that this was created by Kain's original choice, and so killing his future self will have no impact on these events. Raziel surmises that Mobius is worried because Kain is a wildcard, and now that he survived, the Time Streamer can't tell what he's doing. Problem is, Raziel's wrong. It's not Kain who's the wildcard, it's him. Raziel continues to prove he's a paradox maker. Kain himself said it in the scene in the mausoleum. The whole affair hinged on Raziel's choices. After all, it's not Kain Mobius is attempting to manipulate, it's Raziel. Granted, with history rewritten after the paradox, the shuffle of history might be messing with Mobius' ability to perceive the timeline, and so he could be blind to future Kain's movements. But this is unlikely. Mobius demands Raziel leave him and torment his spirit no longer, but, unmoved, Raziel retorts that he has a way of testing if Mobius is actually a spirit, and partially removes his scarf to feed, but before anything can happen, Mobius disappears. Raziel, now trapped in this time, thinks to explore it, hoping to at least find a path to the mountains and learn more of Janos Audron. The future is a wet, rainy, miserable place, but it has a few interesting details. The first one is that in the lake outside the fortress, in the prior time period, you can see an abundance of fish swimming about. In this period, after the fall of the Pillars, there are no fish. There's barely any wildlife around. The swamp is littered by mutant monstrosities, likely those created in the past in Dark Eden. There are also so many demons just popping out of nowhere or preventing your passage until you've defeated them, that it makes the future Soul Reaver 2's most difficult section to play through, by virtue of the sheer amount of these encounters. But to reach the mountains, Raziel must make 2 stops, and they're both more or less in the same place, one being the ground floor of the pillars, and the other the underground chamber. Coming to the pillars, Raziel notes that this is how he knew them, already torn, but this is still a fresh wound, so to speak, so he wonders if such devastation could truly be just because of Kain's choice, as he has a feeling that darker forces are at play. In this time period, Ariel is already haunting the pillars, and in case the player didn't go through Blood Omen, Ariel is here to deliver a convenient monologue explaining the entire ordeal. Raziel approaches and asks if Ariel's pain and rage will be lessened if, say, Kain's entire journey had been orchestrated by someone, and that whatever his choice at the end, it will be the same, perhaps with an even worse consequence if he had chosen death. Ariel doesn't take kindly to these hypotheses and says they don't absolve Kain, and that he must die to restore the pillars. So Raziel responds with a third possibility, that the world is simply already doomed and it's too late, and Kain's death would do nothing at all, and that as a consequence, Ariel is stuck here forever. The mere thought sends Ariel running, disappearing from sight, or in Raziel's terms, fading into the spectral realm where he follows. Ariel begs Raziel for mercy to stop hounding her, and in a rather cruel parallel to his conversation with Kain, where Raziel threw Kain's own actions back at him, in that case the culling of the circle and how little mercy he showed them, Raziel here does the same, asking Ariel if he should show her the mercy she showed the rest of the circle when she sicked Kain on them, or the mercy she showed Kain by hiding the details of his fate, or even more, the mercy she gave her lover by making him the first to fall. If there is one thing we can say for sure about Raziel, is that he has a knack for low blows. That's his secret glyph power. Ariel begs to be left alone, and Raziel finally relents and tells her he only wants to find the truth. But before he leaves, he warns her that her stay at the pillars has only just begun. Now, from that entire cutscene, Raziel makes a fascinating point, and that's the dark forces at work and the notion that maybe the game was rigged from the get-go, that Kain's choice at the end of Blood Omen was meaningless. Now, we know from Blood Omen that if he chooses to sacrifice himself, Nosgoth is restored. But I put to you this question: if Kain's death would have restored the pillars, then why would the dark entity, Hashagik, attempt to kill Kain at the end of Blood Omen? Given that he was in possession of Mortanius' body and even interacted with Kain along the way, he must have known the fledgling vampire was the new balanced guardian. It makes no sense for him to kill Kain if his death would mean the entire plan goes away, unless Kain's demise, or continued existence, mattered very little. Another curious observation we can make is that Kain had already died in the opening of Blood Omen, so technically, the Pillar of Balance should already have been restored in the space between Kain's death and him taking Mortanius' bargain. Possibly there was no one born at the time to take guardianship from him. Nosgoth at the time of Blood Omen is certainly a place where more people get subtracted from the census rather than added to it. But also, Defiance tells us that when the vampires became immortal and human guardians started to appear, the ancient vampires turned the humans to vampires. And from Soul Reaver, we know that the vampires are created from corpses, so there has to be a mechanism in the pillars that maybe restores guardianship if the dead guardian comes back as a vampire. But the question remains, if Kain's permanent death, true death, would restore the pillars, why would Hashagik risk it? Raziel keeps moving and comes to the underground chamber, and the Elder God is displeased, calling Raziel a failed assassin. And this scene is curious, because we know the pillars crack above ground, and more or less collapse under their own impressive weight. But underground, the scene almost looks like the Elder God toppled them. In fact, one of his tendrils is wrapped around one of the pillars. The Elder God, much like Mobius, not surprisingly, once again tries to guilt-trip Raziel, mentioning how the state of the world is Kain's fault and how it will remain so as long as he's alive. To which Raziel points out what I just did, that it really looks like the Elder God had a hand in cracking the pillars, while asking a very important question. Why is it that when Nosgoth is suffering, he seems to thrive? The Elder God goes on a tirade how he's the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth itself, the hub of the wheel of fate, and the devourer of death. And again, because Raziel loves a low blow, he retorts, or maybe you're just hungry. and finally makes the connection that perhaps this enemy of the vampires is in fact the biggest parasite. The Elder God threatens Raziel with a classic "I made you, I can destroy you," but Raziel rather smugly says that as the god's agent he's beyond death, and he's reminded there are worse fates. In fact, the opening of Defiance shows such a fate, becoming trapped in the spectral realm with no way out. Raziel loses his temper and tells it like it is, that the Elder God is just another cancer in the world, a parasite burrowed deep in the heart of Nosgoth. The Elder God dismisses Raziel, telling him to go and play the rebel and find himself among the used and discarded. Just another fool, basically. But to never forget that whatever he does, he will always be the Elder God's instrument, his tool, his soul Reaver. And I love that Raziel faces the camera the moment the Elder God says the words Soul Reaver. This cutscene is the first time it's explicitly stated that the Elder God is just another parasite, just another form of vampire. And if you take the Devourer of Death aspect of his spiel and the fact he calls himself the center of the cycle of death and rebirth, it's easy to make the connection that much like Raziel, the Elder God feeds on souls. This will be further expanded in Defiance, where Raziel alludes to the fact that by feeding himself, he's also feeding the Elder God. Not only that, but the game introduces the Archon enemy, which proves the Elder God has other agents to feed him. Raziel once again goes through the caverns and arrives at the swamp, and as I mentioned, it's infested by mutants. While the path to the mountain is open, and though Raziel's progress is hindered by hunter and demon alike, he passes through the ruined remains of Ustenheim, the place Janos Audrin supposedly terrorized, until the Seraphim took him out, and eventually arrives to a flooded canyon with a ruined balcony high up on the mountainside, clearly the home of a winged vampire, more specifically, Janos Audrin's Eyrie. Seeing no way up, Raziel decides to move on, but then Kain arrives and they have a pleasant exchange, a rarity between them, with Raziel complaining that with Kain arriving, something monumentally bad is about to happen, which makes Kain genuinely chuckle and promise no drama this time. He comments on the little prank Mobius played on him, sending him to the future, wondering if perhaps the intent was to harden Raziel's resolve against Kain. The Wraith says he doesn't need hardening, that if he even suspected killing Kain would make a difference, he'd do it, prompting another bout of humor from Kain, telling Raziel, almost proudly, that he knew his former lieutenant would see past their manipulation. He then confirms for Raziel that Janos is indeed important, but that he'll need to find a way to the past on his own. But he warns Raziel that they are in danger, that forces are being moved against them by their enemies. Raziel tells Kain that almost sounds like the two of them are allies, and the fact is, Kain explains, to their enemies, they are. He calls them irritants, troublemakers basically. Raziel admits that they certainly want to get rid of Kain, considering how many demands for his head he's received. Whatever Kain's edge of the coin plan may be, Raziel thinks it got their enemies terrified. But as for him, he thinks they made a mistake in allowing his return, and that perhaps they don't know how to kill him. Meaning Raziel is once again being very arrogant, and once again Kain has to remind him to not underestimate their opponents. Raziel wonders who the mysterious they and them are, because if it's a conspiracy, the different parts of it don't seem to be in sync, which is true, because as far as they know it's a single enemy. In truth, it's two major forces, the Hilden and the Elder God. Raziel says that even Mobius doesn't seem to know what the hell is going on, and Kain drops a big hint for Raziel. Only the Wraith doesn't pick it up right then. That Mobius is just another pawn. One of their pawns, the irony being that Nosgoth's great manipulator is in fact being manipulated himself. And at this point, Raziel knows who's playing Mobius' strings, who the mastermind is. But if he's acknowledged it, he doesn't say anything. Raziel mentions that these enemies don't like them unwriting history, but Kain corrects him and says they've merely rewritten it, reminding him that history is resilient, and in having a paradox, and given that history doesn't like those, now they've become irritants in this regard as well. And when Raziel asks, what are the consequences of a paradox when the deck can't be shuffled? Kain says in this circumstance, it's the irritants who are removed. Or perhaps that's what their enemies want. And imagine that, a paradox happens, history is trained to account for it, it can't, so Raziel and Kain are removed, swept from the board, their destinies never to be fulfilled. Sounds like a day of celebration for their enemies. Raziel's next stop is another forge, this one for the elemental power of air. And if there ever was a need for more confirmation that the Forgotten City was of vampire origin, here it is. As the forge is very much Aztec-like in construction, much like the Forgotten City has Aztec architecture. Not only that, but the altar where the Reaver is imbued is shaped like a snake head. This forge, much like the Light Forge before it, is a step up in puzzle difficulty, with multiple sections to be completed, involving collecting color-coded hearts and placing them in writhing undead bodies, whereupon a vampire head stone effigy devours their souls and unleashes a torrent of air towards the main forge. And much like the Light Forge, which had sections that required the use of the Dark Reaver, this one requires you to use both light and dark to complete the puzzles, along with a generous amount of platforming and combat. I really like this forge. This forge also has something else that is important. In the previous ones, Raziel studies murals showing the history of the winged beings, in particular their war against their old enemy, the Hilden. But this forge shows the aftermath of the war, and Raziel understands that the winged ones are the first vampires, their bloodlust the result of a curse placed on them by their enemies. He also wonders what Kain's plan is and why Mobius and the forces he serves, which is a phrase that tells you Raziel has not put it all together yet. In fact, he says so himself. He doesn't know how all the puzzle pieces fit yet, but he wonders why the insistence on making him Kain's executioner. If we go by purely power and Kain's unique attributes, especially the Heart of Darkness, then ripping his soul from his body, likely with the use of a Soul Reaver blade, might be the only way to kill him. Though it makes sense that everyone and their pawns try to get Raziel to do the deed. The trip back is once again filled with peril, but Raziel manages to reach the swamp and the cracked threshold of that other time-streaming chamber. And now, with the Air Reaver, he can destroy it, head inside and use the machine. Very much with an attitude of, let's see where this one goes, as he has no clue how to set the machine. Might have been worth asking Kain for some tips. But he does make it to the pass, and even Raziel is wise enough at this point to realize this is too convenient. But ultimately doesn't care if this was Mobius or someone else. It's Mobius, 100% Mobius. Raziel, resolved to beat Janos, makes his way through the frozen swamp, because every time period requires a different weather, and the past is winter. It's also a good metaphor. The first section is idyllic, a world full of potential, the perfect place for a new adventure. The future is a stormy weather, chaotic, dangerous, much like the corrupted Nosgoth, and the far-flung past is frozen, seemingly fixed in place, unmoving, but hiding deep secrets under the sheets of ice. But before Raziel can reach the mountains, he sees for the first time the killing fields of the Sarafan, and finds the experience far more chilling than whatever Mobius' army could do. This is efficient ruthlessness, cold-blooded, demonstrating the dedication that these fanatics had for their craft. After all, the Sarafan were created just to deal with vampires. This is their whole shtick, and it wouldn't be long before Raziel came face to face with the warrior priests themselves, feeling once again a twinge of nostalgia and loss, but no longer seeing the nobility in them. Raziel mentions having seen the human face of vampires, and that could very well mean the fact that the vampires in these periods are much more human in appearance, but it could also be a reference to elements that were ultimately cut from Soul Reaver 2. The first is a cutscene that would have shown a vampire woman being hunted and killed by the hunters, and the other is an entire section above the swamp, a vampire village. Both sections were cut because they didn't feel right for the tone of Soul Reaver 2, and would have shifted sympathies toward vampires too early in the game. The other possibility is that in seeing the origins of the vampire race, and that they had created the Pillars, and that their bloodlust and parasitical nature was merely the result of a curse placed on them, much like Raziel felt vampirism was a curse placed on him, he realized vampires are not the monsters he thought they were, and once again feels some kinship with them. Not to mention that the journey, despite whatever Raziel says, had indeed softened him a bit towards his former master, Kain. Raziel reaches the canyon again, only now the water in it is frozen, and above, the area is intact. And though he doesn't know if Janos is even around, he moves on. The area seems impenetrable, but underwater you see the familiar shift glyph on a rock wall, so of course the way opens in the spectral realm. And this leads to the inside of the sanctum, but not to Janos himself. Instead, it's something of a giant puzzle area, with multiple pieces, and the goal is to pour blood on some specific tiles that create bloodstone? Sure, let's call it bloodstone stairs that take you to the upper floors, and eventually to the balcony where you meet Janos. Unfortunately, to charge the Reaver with the required elemental font, Raziel has to use the Air Reaver to blast a hole to the outside, creating an entrance the Seraphim would follow through eventually. When Janos sees our protagonist, he recognizes him immediately and is horrified by his state, wondering what had been done to him. Raziel says he's been dragged to hell and back, all to reach this meeting, but he still doesn't understand the point of it all. Janos explains that when the pillars were erected, when they bound the hill into their prison, there were 9 guardians, 1 for each pillar, but also a 10th for the Reaver. He explains that with time, the race dwindled and eventually was forgotten by the humans, who now viewed them as monsters, and Janos as the origin of the vampire plague as they called it. He also confirms what Vorador said, that only he remains, sustained by his guardianship, but when asked by Raziel about the other guardians, he says he doesn't know why they weren't similarly sustained. Given what we know of the vampires after the binding and the immortality provided by the curse, there's a good chance the guardians elected to cease to be, tormented by the rejection of their deity, the Elder God. But this is a topic further explored in Defiance. On a related note, Raziel asks why the pillars chose humans if they were meant to serve vampires, and Janos explains what we already know. The pillars choose guardians at birth, and vampires are no longer born, and sadly, full of fear and ignorance, the Circle of Nine with their crusade are killing the very architects of the pillars. Raziel says Janos must hate humans, but he doesn't. The Ancient knows they're ignorant, they don't understand, and they fear and hate that, and their lack of enlightenment means they're very susceptible to manipulation. He shows Raziel how the Seraphim flaunt their kills to either anger him or draw him out. And Raziel mentions how they're amassing forces in the village, which is not true. The village barely has any enemies. But back on the subject of humans, Raziel says Vorador certainly hates them, but Janos replies that Vorador has suffered much by their hand, so he can't forgive them. Raziel then comes to the meat of the subject and asks if he's some form of unholy vampire messiah. Janos says no to the unholy bit, but messiah? Maybe. Despite Raziel hating the word, saying it smells of martyrdom to him. But Janos explains Raziel's role is far more benevolent than he's allowed himself to think. He says the binding must be preserved and the pillars are the lock, and now it clicks for Raziel. Why, there's a guardian for the Reaver, and he states the Reaver is the key. What exactly they meant by the Reaver being the key to the binding has never been fully explained or explored, unfortunately. Janos shows Raziel the blade, and he doesn't feel anything from it. Furthermore, Janos explains their smiths imbued the blade with vampiric qualities, so that it drained their foes of their lifeblood, not their souls, their blood. Still, Raziel feels uneasy, at the same time repulsed and compelled to take it. But ultimately, he asks Janos to take it away from him. Unfortunately, this is when the Seraphim decide to make their dramatic entrance. To protect Raziel, Janos teleports him into another chamber, the Fire Forge. And through the door, Raziel can hear Janos fighting his attackers. The Fire Forge is a single room with puzzles around lighting fires and keeping them lit as the area is flooded in blood, with some of it pouring from gargoyles. Despite its short length, I really like the Fire Forge, and in fact it's short and sweet and just the right length after the very long puzzle gauntlet on the way to meeting Janos. It's perfect. Returning to Janos' chamber, Raziel comes back just as the Seraphim warriors rip the heart from Janos' body. And who will be doing the deed but his human self? Their gazes meet, and the human Raziel is shocked, perhaps a glint of recognition in his eyes, before his other brothers snap him back to attention and they run. And we see one of them holding Mobius' snake staff, likely the reason they were able to defeat Janos in the first place. The balcony begins to shake and the Seraphim escape with the heart and the Reaver blade. Raziel rushes to the gasping and dying Janos, begging him for his forgiveness. But Janos says it's okay. This was probably his true purpose, to save Raziel this one time, with a grieving Raziel telling him that in exchange, he's taking Janos's. Of course, Janos doesn't know Raziel is referring to his mortal self, taking responsibility and the guilt for the actions of the Seraphim he once was. Janos urges Raziel to embrace his destiny and reclaim the Reaver, as it was forged for him and him alone, and that without it, there is no hope. Raziel comes full circle to that moment in Soul Reaver, when he first finds the tomb of the Seraphim and how he refers to them as merely murderers. He's filled with a sense of deep self-loathing and rejects any relation to that other Raziel, to the Seraphim and their crusade. And in Janos' honor, he decides he will embrace the destiny the Ancient had safeguarded for him. And he knew what to do. Pursue the Seraphim and kill them all, retrieve the blade and then the heart and restore Janos. The balcony collapses, but Raziel makes it out before he's crushed by the rocks and starts the journey back to the Seraphim fortress, in pursuit of his human self and the Reaver blade. And this is where his enemies throw everything but the kitchen sink at him, in the form of every single demon so far, along with the truly dangerous red demons and a couple of black ones that are very much #gig clones, hardier and stronger than the red ones, and they throw them at you in packs. Fortunately for you, you have enough health now that letting the Reaver rip, maxing it out for insta-kills is a valid strategy, especially with some of the frankly unfair encounters they throw at you. Raziel makes a pit stop at the underground chamber beneath the pillars for one last tete-a-tete with the Elder God. To get there, he must climb a large statue in the caverns, before now only seen while swimming around it. This big stony boy has been confirmed to be an effigy of the Elder God, constructed by an ancient civilization. And it's likely not the vampires who were not aware of the Elder God's true appearance. Or any appearance for that matter. The Elder God berates Raziel for failing him, and Raziel not only ignores him, but asks, was the Elder God really responsible for raising him? Or was he just there at the right time to claim that he did, and take advantage of the gullible and seemingly indestructible newborn wraith? He does admit that he's constantly falling for the manipulations of others, used by them over and over, but somehow always manages to stray beyond their path, wondering what it is about him that makes him such an unreliable tool for others, and how he manages to survive every trial put in front of him. On and on, a constant sequence of humiliating deaths and resurrections. He realizes there is more to his destiny and his history that he's aware of, or that even the Elder God is aware of. And if you're wondering about the nature of the Elder God, in this time, he's barely a little squid, only a few short tentacles and a single eye. He's not had the time to grow and feed off Nosgoth as fully as he would in the future. After all, in the time period between the start of Soul Reaver 2 and the events of Blood Omen, there are so many deaths and catastrophic events that the Elder God must have gorged himself on the souls of the deceased and grown very big. Raziel makes his triumphant return to the Seraphim fortress and eventually finds the Reaver, but also Mobius and Malik. Mobius swiftly disables the Wraith Blade, telling Raziel he's not the idiot he's led Raziel to believe, and that they have unfinished business. And Raziel realizes Mobius knew he would lead the Seraphim to Janos, that the Time Streamer's been orchestrating his every move, and says as much to the Time Guardian, to which Mobius gives a sinister chuckle. Raziel asks if his destiny is amusing to Mobius, and the Time Streamer admits it was, but it lasted. Raziel attempts to get closer, but Malik stands in his way, and Mobius instructs the Paladin to not let Raziel leave. He then asks Raziel if he really thought he was good enough to change time on Mobius? He's the Time Streamer, he says. He knew Raziel's every move before he knew it himself. This is a blatant lie, but Raziel, if anything, has proven very gullible. And then we hear the bits of dialogue from the intro of Blood Omen.
They can feast on your corpses!
When Vorador is assaulting the circle. Malik wants to hurry to their side, but Mobius stops him, warning him that the real danger is Raziel. Mobius continues his verbal assault, calling Raziel toxic, asking if the Wraith really thought Mobius would allow him to go freely and corrupt everything he touched. Raziel admits to underestimating Mobius, but says that is a mistake he would not repeat. To which Mobius says, wrong again, before leaving and instructing Malik to bolt the door. Raziel, without the Wraith Blade, has to pick up the Reaver, and from here, can't drop it. You can't use any other weapon except the Reaver. He also comments on how he can feel the Wraith Blade vainly attempting to coil around its physical self, but unable to do so because of the staff. Leaving the room, we see the last bit of Mobius' orchestration for Raziel by putting Melchiah, Sephon, Rahab, Dumas, and Turel in his path. All there for Raziel to take up with the Reaver. When you kill them, their souls shoot upwards. You can't consume them. and Raziel realizes that it was him that put these Seraphim bodies in the ground for Kain to raise later on. Also, while wielding the Reaver, you're very much invulnerable, and so much like the finale of Soul Reaver, the final encounters in Soul Reaver 2 are impossible to fail. The journey ends in that same memorial room, and Raziel faces himself both metaphorically and literally, and at the end kills the human Raziel, telling him,
"I renounce you."
And then the other shoe drops. The effect of the staff conveniently ends, and the Wraith Blade uncoils itself around the physical sword, fully disentangling itself from Raziel, no longer bound to him symbiotically, which frightens Raziel more than it ever did in the past when it was bound to him. And the conjoined blades, one bloodthirsty and the other soul-hungry, with no other targets in the vicinity, turn themselves on Raziel. And in this moment, the pieces finally click into place for him. Why the Reaver blade, when offered by Janos, didn't give him that vertigo sensation, and why it shattered when Kain tried to strike him down. Because the ravenous soul-eating spirit within the sword was always Raziel himself. Raziel struggles in vain to resist the newly made Soul Reaver, because the vampiric blade is simply the Reaver. It's only a Soul Reaver when you add those little sprinkles of Raziel on top. Kain appears before him, and Raziel asks if this is the destiny he had planned. Kain urges Raziel to give in, to let it happen, and despite his best efforts, Raziel can't hold on. And as he's being consumed, in that moment when his soul is both inside and outside the sword at the same time, that paradox displacement manifests in full force, and Raziel has another realization. This is the edge of the coin. The paradox moment Kain gambled everything on. Kain steps forward, grips the blade, and rips it out of Raziel. And immediately, the world shakes and heaves at Kain's choice in this moment. And as the memories flood Kain's mind as this fourth timeline is created, Raziel wonders, given the look of sheer horror on Kain's face, if they had pushed history too far this time and created a fatal paradox. Kain, with new insight, says,
"The Hilden! We walked right into their trap. Raziel, Janos must stay dead."
But Raziel had already faded, slipping into the spectral realm, too weak to stay in the physical world. And to his anguish, waiting for him there, once again bound symbiotically, was his twin soul, the Wraith Blade. And he knows he's merely postponed the inevitable. He could never escape this loop, his destiny. After all, history abhors a paradox. The first time I played this game, the fact he is the one who killed the Seraphim version of the Vampire Brethren always struck me as a bit of poetic justice. Raziel spent so much time condemning Kain for his sick joke of reviving Seraphim as vampires, but it turns out Raziel is as complicit by preparing things for Kain to even get the chance for that little joke, especially because he very much gleefully kills them, or at the very least doesn't give a damn about it. And then the revelations of why the Reaver Blade was destroyed and what the Soul Reaver really is are amazing. They blew my mind at the time. It's especially good when, if you pay attention, you realize that none of the older vampires call it the Soul Reaver but the Reaver. And then Janos explains it's a vampiric blade, so given what's happened in Soul Reaver 2 up to that point, you begin to suspect that maybe, just maybe, there's something else at play. And you may even guess that the Soul Reaver is made from consuming Raziel. I certainly didn't. Soul Reaver 2 took me for a ride. And despite their best intentions, once again the lack of a proper ending hurt the reviews for Soul Reaver 2. Especially because they promised there would be one. It's too much of a cliffhanger and open ending to consider it a satisfying conclusion to the story. As for the Hilden, I'll go a bit deeper on them during my Blood Omen 2 retrospective, but there were communications between the two teams, but only to make sure the art was kept consistent. And that final line of the Hilden, we fell into their trap, and the paradox spawning another timeline were the way Amy Hennig intended to explain Blood Omen 2's very existence. And of course, that of its gaping plot holes, specifically Vorador and Janos Audron. With Soul Reaver 2 in place, those elements are a product of Kain's choice and this massive paradox. Does it work? We'll talk more about that in the Blood Omen 2 and Defiance retrospectives. And so ends Soul Reaver 2, a game that is much heavier in terms of the depth of its storytelling than its predecessor, and very much sets the stage for whatever comes next. Crystal Dynamics knocked it out of the park with Soul Reaver on the PS1, and so with that success, it was inevitable that more games would follow. Everybody knows and celebrates Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance, but not many gush about the red-headed vampire stepchild of the franchise, and a game whose narrative required changes to be made to the whole series timeline so that the pieces could fit. This is Blood Omen 2. Let's look at the circumstances that brought us Kain's second outing as a protagonist and the steampunk Nosgoth. Normally, I'd start by giving you a detailed history on the development, the inspirations behind the story and dialogue style, and generally an overview of the production and its challenges. But can't do much of that with Blood Omen 2, as there is very little known about its development history, but I'll do my best with what's generally known and what I've been able to piece together. Prior to the release of Soul Reaver, there were already plans within Crystal Dynamics for there to be 2 series in the overall Legacy of Kain saga. The first series will be in the future of Nosgoth and its Soul Reaver. The second will be a continuation of Blood Omen, featuring Kain as he went on adventures and eventually create the empire we see in Soul Reaver. Considering Blood Omen 2 released as the 4th game in the series after Soul Reaver 2, it might surprise you to learn that it went into development while Soul Reaver was still in production prior to its release. Unfortunately for Blood Omen 2, the success of Soul Reaver meant its sequel got the higher priority and its development was fast-tracked, which likely resulted in a reduction of resources for the Blood Omen sequel, and by resources I mean people. I don't have sources to confirm this, but as both someone who's heard stories of shifting priorities in game development, and someone who is a software developer and has been moved across projects because one is more important, I am fairly certain that this is what befell Blood Omen 2, leaving most of the development in the hands of a very small group of people. It's common knowledge that a different team of that of Soul Reaver developed Blood Omen 2, without Amy Hennig being involved in any way. In fact, the only collaboration between the two teams was early on to ensure there was consistency in terms of in-game art, likely on the designer for the Hilden and maybe Janos Aldrin. Speaking of art, for a long time many thought Blood Omen 2 had been a different game that got the Blood Omen name slapped on it. Essentially what Silicon Knights thought Soul Reaver was. This was due to the fact that aesthetically, many elements of Blood Omen 2 are similar, if not identical, to other works that artist Steve Ross was involved in prior to the game, especially a cancelled sequel for the Sega Genesis game Shakan, the Forever Man, in which enemies bore the broken Ankh symbol used by the Seraphim in Blood Omen 2, and an FPS called Sirens, where the bad guys, daemons or demons, and their architecture and visual motifs bear a striking likeness to the Hilden. Not to mention there are elements of Sirens' premise and locations that also appear in Blood Omen 2, the Hilden City at the end being principal among them. While Soul Reaver and Beyond used the Gex 2 engine, Blood Omen 2 used a completely new one, built from the ground up just for Blood Omen 2, though based on an existing one used for a racing game called Mad Dash Racing. Blood Omen 2's aesthetics were inspired by Victorian-era London and other European cities at the turn of the 20th century and steampunk fiction, in particular the French film The City of Lost Children. In terms of writing, screenwriter Carol Wolfe was brought in to work on the script. According to an interview with the Ancients' Den, many of the scenes were already written, a first draft if you will, and Wolfe's job was to take them and change the dialogue to feel more archaic. At some point though, it seems that instead of providing a first draft, the designer simply told her what a scene was about and she wrote the dialogue for it. But unlike her work on Defiance's script, where Amy Hennig would review Wolfe's work and ask for adjustments if they didn't fit the story or characters, there didn't seem to be someone above her to make sure things were consistent in Blood Omen 2. Lastly, this was another Legacy of Kain game that benefited from the collaboration between Kurt Harland and Jim Hedges, and the adaptive music they created for Soul Reaver and of course, Soul Reaver 2. Compared to other Legacy of Kain titles, Blood Omen 2 has a much larger voice cast, though familiar names will be Simon Templeman as Kain, Paul Lukather as Vorador, and Renée Bourgeois as Janos Aldrin. Unfortunately, most of the other actors are frankly wasted on characters that barely have any screen time, so it's no surprise that very much every member of the cast pulled double duty in voicing every other minor NPC. Blood Omen 2 released 6 months after Soul Reaver 2 and received mixed to positive reviews, and in terms of sales was very much on par with Soul Reaver 2, around 500,000 units sold. Its status within the fandom is divisive. Some appreciate it, others pan it. I am more on the latter group. I don't like this game. Some of my issues with it are as a Legacy of Kain entry, but most are just as a game, as a collection of pieces that I feel were not put together particularly well. But with that said, it's time to explore Nosgoth anew and talk about the story of Blood Omen 2. Blood Omen 2 opens with Kain tossing and turning in bed, his nightmares a dramatic summary of events. Kain striding confidently away from the pillars as they collapse behind him. In fact, say goodbye to the pillars. That's the last time you'll see them or even hear about them in the entire game. Next scene shows Kain among a group of vampires, 4 doors strangely among them. After all, he got decapitated in Blood Omen. A difficult condition to recover from, I hear, even for a vampire. He and Kain look over a map and plot out the conquest of Nosgoth with a montage of razed cities, until they reach the fortified city of Meridian, where a new Sarafan order stands in their way. A Sarafan order that doesn't use any of the historical iconography of the original one, and is led by the Sarafan Lord, who couldn't look more alien. He's stone gray, has green fire around his head, and has 4-fingered, pointy claw-like hands. Defiance made this guy Hashak geek, and in a certain way, Blood Omen 2 implies it is, but it's not confirmed outright, and there aren't any lines of dialogue that set it in stone. And that brings up an important point. Blood Omen 2 does not offer any explanation for its more surprising elements. Things were added as if it were the first title in a series, so everything was meant to be explored at a later time in a future game. That game ended up being Defiance, and Soul Reaver 2. We see Kain's armies march towards the Sarafan, and if you look at Kain's forces, they're all identical. And I'm not nitpicking that. What I'm nitpicking is that the model used belongs to a boss character. One that has personal beef with Kain, bad blood if you will, and yet his appearance is made instantly generic and forgettable. But we'll talk more about him when we get to him. Kain stands overlooking the battlefield, with another of those clone soldiers by his side along with 2 unique vampires we'll meet soon enough. Kain does battle with the Sarafan Lord and gets his butt whooped, falling into a coma for 200 years, waking up to find a vampire lady in a purple bikini looking over him. This is Uma, Vordor's agent, and in a very forced way, something of a love interest for Kain. She explains how much time has passed and asks him how much he remembers, to which the vampire tells her he can't remember much, that he only sees pieces of the past.
My mind was in fragments like shattered glass.
He does remember his own name and, of course, his nature. They have a very tense conversation about their goals, with Uma directly telling him the Cabal, the vampire resistance, expects Kain's collaboration in fighting the Sarafan, including the Sarafan's vampire allies. Kain doesn't trust her words, and he warns that once before he played a pawn and it didn't end well. For a guy with fragmented memories and amnesia, he sure does remember things very clearly, doesn't he? Uma assures him this is more of a partnership, that there are no hidden agendas, and once they win, Kain can resume his conquest. If you win, we all win is the party line, which of course will prove to be a lie. Not to mention, she says the Sarafan know their faces. But Kain is ancient history, so he has a better chance to operate throughout Meridian. This will also prove to be something of an inconsistent element in the story. And that is one of the major issues with the script, inconsistency. Remember that, it'll come up. It already has, in fact. Let's keep score. But with regards to the enemies, Kain's attitude is, well, let me at him, bro. A very strange choice in characterization. Kain has never been dumb. In Blood Omen, if he needed help, he sought it. If he needed allies, he went to look for them. If he had to show restraint, he did. So a recently awoken Kain, someone who has fragmented memories, and someone who, as he said, remembers being a vampire, would know better. And this is just one of many instances where Kain is written to seemingly abandon reason in favor of dumb pride and bravado. Kain is better than that, even this early in his history. Then our game begins, and it's gotta be said, for all the faults Blood Omen 2 has, Kain looks amazing. A great evolution of his original Blood Omen design. His skin and hair ashen and having that scar from his assassination. He looks impressive, though I'm not a fan of the leather S&M gear he sports for the first chunk of the game. In any case, Uma guides Kain into this new world, this new more advanced Nosgoth, in total 400 years after the end of Blood Omen. The technological level has increased by leaps and bounds, and he finds himself not in a small village, but a bustling metropolis. More specifically, in the slums of said metropolis. And while the technological level is more advanced, something in Nosgoth has seemingly lost is much of its magical elements. Blood Omen's Nosgoth was littered with portals and spells and magical items, and none of those seem to exist in any form in Blood Omen 2. And I don't just mean at a mechanical level. As soon as they're out of that haven, where Kain has been taking his centuries-long power nap, Uma speaks into his mind. Now, telepathy in Legacy of Kain is incredibly common. It's been used since Mortanius first spoke to Kain as a fledgling vampire, but it's always been just magic, just a spell. One among many of them. I mean, in Blood Omen, Kain had enough cards with spells to build himself a Magic the Gathering deck. But in one of the strange decisions for Blood Omen 2, now telepathy is a standard vampire power called the Whisper. Kain has no idea what it is until Uma explains what the Whisper is, and he suddenly remembers it. But he never actively uses it himself to start a conversation, only replying to others. The slums act as your tutorial, but instead of just giving you prompts for controls and letting you just figure stuff out for yourself, Blood Omen 2 holds your hand in a more modern approach to tutorials, and it does so by having Uma explain to you how vampires work in Nosgoth, which is fine, except Kain has already told her he remembers being a vampire. Why would she need to explain that he needs to drink blood to sustain himself? It ends up feeling like pointless exposition. Uma's explanation of the Whisper includes the term for vampire powers, dark gifts. The problem is, the term used for the process of creating a vampire is also called the dark gift, which of course makes it all entirely confusing. New players would hear Uma use the term one way, and before the end of the chapter hear another character use it for the creation way. Consistency. Told you would come up. Worth mentioning, Defiance will go on to keep the term dark gift for the process of creating a vampire, not their abilities. Now, with all that said, the concept and mechanics of vampire lore, meaning growing in power the more blood the vampire drinks, is outstanding. It helps sell the typical Nosgothian point of view that vampires are parasites, simply growing stronger by feeding on the people of Nosgoth. I only nitpick as I hate the name lore for it. But there is another reason I think the lore is also phenomenal, and that's the immersive role-playing aspect of it. For Blood Omen, as I described in the retrospective video, one of the key ideas was the notion of playing a character that needs to feed from and kill innocents to survive. And in the game, you're free to decide Kain's morality by the way you choose to go about feeding. Does Kain drink from the people chained on the walls and other innocents? It's not tracked by a morality system, but it's more for coloring your own experience, your playthrough. The lore does the same. Is the Kain you're playing someone who feeds on his enemies only? Or from those that wish him ill or done him harm? Or is he someone literally power hungry, draining the blood from any and all in his path to increase his lore? There is, after all, very much the ability to do a max lore run where you don't leave anything alive in your path. The next stop is the only actual valuable part of the tutorial, telling you about the glyph magic and how it works. In particular, the ward gates that bar your passage. Most levels have one or more instances of trying to deactivate or circumvent such gates. Unfortunately, the tutorial continues by having Uma teach Kain how to fight, and with the best of intentions, they made this tutorial so slow it's mind-numbingly boring. I'll say it once, hand-holding has no place in the Legacy of Kain series. The final piece of instruction comes in a graveyard, where Uma explains how to use the mist to your advantage. She thoroughly explains the dark gifts, and says they differ from vampire to vampire, and that Kain has lost most of his own, but that he still retains the ability of using the mist. I would have preferred if Kain realized this ability on his own, maybe making a comment saying he's not strong enough to fully assume the mist form from Blood Omen again. Oh, that's nitpicking, I admit. I will say though, the mist form stealth kills are janky as hell. Their animations are often ridiculous. From punching someone through the back and the hand coming out the front holding their heart, to decapitations where the head model is the same for everyone. So no matter who you kill, the head transforms as soon as it leaves the body. In essence, stealth kills are, quite accidentally, utterly delightful and the best part of Blood Omen 2. After the graveyard, and with one short explanation about glyph boxes, aka power junctions, and the glyph rights, who maintain the technology around the city, you're left to your own devices. You catch up with Uma further along and then both cross the bridge that will lead them to another district of the city and closer to Sanctuary, the home of the Cabal. Unfortunately, a Seraphim guard notices Uma, raises the alarm, and the ward gate at the bridge is raised, blocking Kain from following, forcing him to take another path, to find an ally of the Cabal that will open the way to the Smuggler's Den, an even slummier part of the slums, where there are tunnels that Kain can use to reach the lower city. This ally is the character that mentions the Dark Gift in the Vampire Creation way, saying Uma promised him the Dark Gift if he helped. He also mentions that most humans dislike the Sarafan, stating that what they do is unnatural, though what exactly he means is unknown, or maybe other than the fact that the leader is clearly 100% not human. After going through the gate opened by this ally, we see another vampire leap from the shadows and kill the human before the screen fades to black. The Smuggler's Den is the first actual regular level of Blood Omen 2. One thing I didn't mention in the development history section is that of the two branches of Legacy of Kain, the Blood Omen branch and thus Blood Omen 2, were meant to be much more action-oriented with great focus on combat versus the action-adventure playstyle of Soul Reaver. But with that said, Blood Omen 2 still has a lot of puzzles and they're almost exclusively of the kind that people complained about in Soul Reaver. Box pushing. Makes sense, of course. The game was designed and partially built while Soul Reaver was still in development, and so the feedback wasn't there yet. And likely without the proper resources, they simply couldn't make the necessary adjustments to the design. Puzzles in Blood Omen 2 boil down to pushing boxes and pulling levers. More often than not, pushing boxes to stop a door from moving. Blood Omen 2 is very much a stage-based game. Every chapter is a different location of the city, with a different mission, and frankly, there are levels where there is little to talk about in terms of story. The Smuggler's Den is one of them, though what I will say is that the aesthetic is pretty damn good. The look and feel of the den is run down, even dirtier than the slums, with rickety looking stairs and platforms and lots of alleys, with criminals sitting around makeshift fires or patrolling their turfs. If there is one thing Blood Omen 2 nails, it's the look of Meridian. Districts have their own identity, making them memorable, though some more than others. The slums feel dirty and abandoned. The Smuggler's Den feels dangerous, the perfect place for our predator to do his bloody work. Though I will say, one thing I did not expect to see in a random building in the Smuggler's Den is the girl with the pearl earring painting by Johannes Vermeer. I know it's in the public domain, but damn Crystal Dynamics, that's lazy. I can only hope it's a placeholder that was forgotten. Kain's path eventually leads him to a church, and climbing across its roof we find another building with an elevator leading to an underground area with a more industrial feel to it. Lots of steam pipes and valves, and across the distance we see that vampire that killed a human at the end of the previous chapter. And they're talking to one of the Glyphrites, confirming that this is not a friendly face but one of the traitors fighting on the side of the Sarafan. And where Raziel would have made some form of comment, Kain is very much silent. In fact, compared to Blood Omen, in Blood Omen 2, Kain doesn't really say that much outside of major cutscenes. And speaking of the Sarafan, this area is full of their rank and file, the standard city guard, so to speak. And they're a step up from the crooks Kain's been fighting so far, the first enemies to introduce special maneuvers and unblockable attacks that you need to dodge. And that's the perfect moment to talk about the combat. It's bad. It's clumsy, it's slow, and most egregiously, your combat gifts are empowered by attacking but blocking. Let me put that into context. Imagine you're playing God of War and the Spartan Rage, built up not by attacking but by blocking. And considering beyond the thugs, most enemies become very adept at blocking and countering with their special attacks, you end up doing just the same, blocking until you have filled the bar enough to trigger a special move. The first one is Fury, which is just a big strong smack. Eventually you get one that is a flurry of attacks, ending in a big slow-mo smack. And the last one you get is an insta-kill fiery smack. But the flow of combat is dull, and where Blood Omen gave you myriad abilities to feel increasingly powerful, so that with the right items and spells you could wipe everything from the map, in Blood Omen 2 you rarely feel more powerful than even the most basic of enemies. Kain eventually catches up to the vampire, and I love how Kain's amnesia just resolves in seconds and is never really a big thing in the plot, because he instantly recognizes the vampire and even remembers his name and every detail about him.
'Twas Faustus.
This enemy makes an interesting assertion, which contradicts what Uma said earlier, and it's "Our Lord was right, you are alive," meaning the Sarafan Lord knows Kain is out there, so he's not ancient history like Uma said. Ah, consistency, my old friend, how we miss you. Most boss fights in Blood Omen 2 have a puzzle aspect to them, more or less like the first Soul Reaver, but also include a phase where it's just straight up combat. and Faustus has a brawling first phase and a puzzling second one. Unfortunately, that means the first half of this boss fight is more of that dull combat. The second phase is a bit more interesting and has Faustus going to a room with many boilers and he's up on the rafters, every so often landing on a boiler and throwing Molotov cocktails at you, while you're on the ground, which has a lot of mist patches. So you have to mist up, get to the boiler he's on, and turn on the heat. Do it a few times and he's dead. It's not the best design, but a huge upgrade over the first phase. Now, once he's dead comes the part I have the most issues with when it comes to Blood Omen 2, and it's the acquisition of new abilities from the bosses. At the beginning of the game, Uma says that Kain will be able to confront these vampires and then absorb their veins, implying drinking their blood and thus gain their abilities. But what Kain actually does is very much rip the souls from their bodies and absorb them. In other words, the exact same thing Raziel does, and it makes no sense whatsoever. And is yet another point for Blood Omen 2's lack of consistency. More importantly, Kain is not a wraith, and except for the bosses, absorbing souls is not part of the game. After all, Kain is a vampire. It's such a wasted opportunity, as they could have had draining the bosses contribute to the lore mechanic. Maybe giving you a free lore level, aka a free health increase, much like a heart container in The Legend of Zelda, along with giving you the vampire's powers. Next chapter is the lower city, and Kain reunites for a moment with Uma, who congratulates Kain on making it past the smuggler's den. Kain demands to know who the leader of the resistance is, and Uma refuses to tell him, for secrecy's sake, but that he should go to Sanctuary. Kain is hesitant to say the least, already annoyed at being told where to go, even though go to Sanctuary was already the plan from when they last spoke in the slums, which was at most an hour before, and Kain demands to know where the Servant Lord is to take him out. Again, he just woke up from a coma, with amnesia, about an hour before. Problem is, this version of Kain doesn't have the nuance of his personality in Blood Omen or Soul Reaver. Instead, the only speeds at which he seems to work are petulant, arrogant, and impatient. There are more succinct terms you could use, something relating to a head or a hole, but you can figure that one out for yourself. One point of note is, of course, Uma makes it a big deal about secrecy, but she's the one running around town in a purple bikini, and Kain is strapped in leather and has extremely dead pale skin exposed. Anyone seeing them would know instantly that they're not human, so all this talk of secrecy and the actions they're taking don't match up. And Kain's attires don't really improve. Fortunately for me, the conceptual version mod I used to play allowed me to change Kain's attire for most levels to the classic Blood Omen iron armor, which looks cool and functional. Ultimately, Kain does as he's told, and even has a moment of introspection wondering why he did as he was told, only for his musings to be cut short by Uma telling him how inspired she was by him and how they'll soon work together to take on their enemies. And the idea, of course, that Kain feels some form of attraction to Uma, and that she's supposed to be the sultry femme fatale. Only problem is, it doesn't work. She doesn't come off as alluring, but patronizing. The tone with which she speaks to him is more akin to saying, "Good doggy, here's your treat," than genuine infatuation. And their interactions are so limited that neither she nor this supposed relationship get any development. So again, doesn't work. The lower city is very much the market town, full of shops and warehouses and taverns. In fact, those three things are the main avenues of Kain's progress. First, seeking out a barmaid to learn the password to pass through a gate, then talk to a guy manning a kiosk to get another password for another gate, while traversing different buildings and manipulating glyph energy where required. Even having an encounter with a glyph rite where the somber figure simply vanishes upon seeing Kain. Eventually he's told where he needs to go, but with the Seraphim out in force and their wards in place, Kain has to travel through the alleys, the rooftops, and the sewers. Fortunately, by consuming Faustus' soul, he obtained the leap ability, allowing him to jump across huge gaps and even leap tackle into enemies. Speaking of enemies, this is the chapter where you have the first fight against a proper Seraphim, a glyph guard, whose armor lights up in the presence of vampires. Orange lines in their armor glow when Kain is in the vicinity. I always call these and the most powerful knight versions of them the Glyphophans. Before he reaches his destination, he comes across the scene of a vicious murder and sees a generic vampire soldier like the one seen in the intro. So you know who it is, that boss with the unfortunate visual design. He's made a mess of things. There's blood and body parts everywhere, and the vampire is relishing in the carnage. He recognizes Kain and says, "The rumors are true. Kain walks Nosgoth again." I thought Faustus said this was a certainty, that the Seraphon Lord knew Kain was up and about. And also again, it's been about an hour since he awoke. I am marveled by the social media speed at which news travels in this city. The vampire tells Kain he'd love to take him out, but he's busy with other things and promptly dashes away. Kain attempts pursuit, but the vampire is simply too agile for him. Though as Kain leaps across 2 buildings, the stranger appears before him again and asks what Kain thinks of his handiwork when feeding, to which Kain tells him he's messy and sloppy and endangers himself by revealing his presence. The vampire says it's Kain who should be worried about his presence, and that he had forgotten how he hated Kain's arrogant tone and would love to silence it. But again, it'll be another time. When asked if he was another of the traitorous vampires serving the Seraphon Lord, this person responds that they only work for themselves. But I can tell you, yes, he does in fact work for the Seraphon. It's painfully obvious. After this meeting and across a few more streets and sewer puzzles, Kain reaches the Blue Lady Curio shop and enters Sanctuary to find the leader is none other than Vorador, the father of vampires, the man who raised an entire new generation of the species at the fall of the Pillars, a generation from which Kain drew his armies. He's surrounded by his children, I suppose, who very much look like they should be on the set of Hellraiser, all edgy and leather-bound, the ladies in far skimpier outfits than even Uma. Something that's something of a trend in Blood Omen 2. And remember I mentioned there was some limited collaborations between Soul Reaver 2 and Blood Omen 2 teams regarding art to ensure consistency? Well, I don't think Vorador was part of that conversation, because he looks nothing like Vorador has ever looked in any other Legacy of Kain game. If it wasn't for them using the name Vorador and having Lukather voice him, you'd think it's someone else entirely. Kain and Vorador's interaction is tense, with Kain claiming he doesn't trust the ancient vampire, and the other in turn rejecting Kain's courteous greetings, telling him this is an alliance of necessity only. And even from the very first time I played this game, I wondered where this animosity came from. The intro shows them working together as part of Kain's conquest, and their interaction in Blood Omen is positive. In that game, Vorador is perhaps Kain's only true ally, without an agenda. But this is another instance of Blood Omen 2 just setting up a status quo without telling you how things got here, or just simply having characterization that doesn't match up with the rest of the series. But despite the animosity, Vorador does welcome Kain to Sanctuary, and Kain makes a quip of how it's not as lavish as Vorador's manor, while the S&M Peanut Gallery give him blank-eyed stares. Vorador tells him that vampires are once again facing extinction, to which Kain reminds the ancient vampire that this has happened before and they bounced back. In particular because Vorador created a new vampire generation and asks why not do that again. But Vorador claims it takes too much time and energy, resources he doesn't have. Kain admits creating vampires is beyond him, and from Soul Reaver we know creating a vampire involves raising the dead, putting a soul in the body, trapping it there, which, if you remember, was the Elder God's big gripe with vampires. So if Kain can't do this, it further calls into question how in the Hilden Hell dimension he can rip and consume the souls of the bosses and gain their abilities. Before the conversation can go any further, an injured vampire arrives and tells him that after acquiring the information she'd been sent to gather in the industrial district, Uma was captured and taken to the Seraphon Keep for execution. So Kain is to meet with the Bishop of Meridian in the upper city and tell him that Vorador sent him, so the old man can grant Kain access to the Seraphon Keep. The bishop works for the Cabal, having been promised the dark gift, much like the man in the slums. Immortality is quite the prize, Vorador explains, especially for those who lack faith in an afterlife. Kain says they need to get her information, but Vorador says they need to save her. Kain agrees, very much comes across as yeah, sure. And you can't blame him. He's known Uma for a couple of hours at this point, so he has no reason to care even a little bit about her. Kain travels by tramway to the upper city, with its big houses, opulent mansions, clean streets, and the cathedral. Making his way through the streets and disposing of the still present criminal elements, he meets another of the traitor's vampires standing in his way, Marcus. He and Kain give a quick rundown of how poorly their relationship ended, with Kain hoping that Marcus would die in battle, and it's more than implied that Kain tried to kill him unsuccessfully. Marcus survived and went into hiding, and then when the dust settled, offered his services to the Seraphon Lord. Kain, amused, tells him he's sorry that his poor aim caused him such distress, and that he's not surprised at the turn of events. He always knew Marcus to be an opportunistic coward, but promises to this time finish the job and kill him completely. Marcus isn't intimidated and tells Kain it won't be that way. His powers have grown so much, he can now subjugate the minds of anyone he wants. He tries controlling Kain, but it doesn't work, and Kain mocks him for this, asking if he's just practiced on mortals, their minds full of, well, crap. But Marcus did succeed at something in his attempt, reading Kain's thoughts and learning of the bishop. Kain even sounds impressed. Marcus runs away, heading to the bishop's home to get him first, while leaving Kain to deal with some mind-controlled thugs. They're easily disposed of. And after this scene, I remind you that Kain's supposed to have fragmented memories. He's supposed to be amnesiac. How ironic that that bit's immediately forgotten. Kain follows in Marcus's footsteps and sees the vampire tell the Seraphon guards to kill Kain on sight. Kain pursues him across the district, through houses and squares, fighting an increasingly large contingent of Seraphon. Most of them Glyphophans and a few of the first Seraphon Knights, which have normal armors but huge axes for weapons and use highly damaging bull rushes as their unblockable attacks. Unfortunately, as it is for every single enemy, fighting them is the same deal. Block, then offensive dart gift, dodge around the unblockable, rinse and repeat. Kain reaches the Bishop of Meridian but finds him unable to speak. His ability to convey words and seemingly any intelligence already under Marcus's control. Marcus tells Kain he's too late, that as long as the Bishop is under the vampire's control, he'll never get what he needs and there is no way Kain can catch him. And then he runs away. So of course you run after him and catch him in the cathedral, where probably one of gaming's worst designed boss fights takes place. Not to mention, given the Seraphon's control and their active pursuit of the Cabal and its members, if Marcus is working for them, why would he not simply control the Bishop, learn what the plan is, and then just kill him? There is no reason beyond Kain needs the Bishop alive to continue the plot, or that old man not to be pulled from next year's census. Marcus staying behind telling Kain what's happened makes full sense given their earlier conversation. He wants Kain to know he's got one over him. They're not just enemies, but rivals in a way. And Marcus clearly needs to prove he's better. For the short amount of time that Marcus is on screen, he's pretty consistent in his personality and his interactions with Kain. I honestly wish he had a better role. I would have swapped the generic soldier model vampire, who we'll meet again soon, for Marcus. He's got more of a distinct look, even though all of them are just lanky, bald vampires. And Marcus has a more interesting relationship with Kain compared to the others. So a slower burn on their clash would have been so much better to build on that rivalry they seem to have. Now the boss fight. The way Marcus's mind control is portrayed for the fight is making him invisible. The first phase has you ringing bells to stun him and get a few hits. At some point, the phase transitions and he summons 2 acolytes to destroy the mechanisms that ring the bells. The next phase has Marcus summoning more of these acolytes while running around invisible. When he needs to summon more, he materializes and stands on a platform. And Kain needs to leap across the gap and tackle him for a few more hits. Problem is, at some point in the fight, when he's got about a quarter health left, which still needs like 5 or 6 full combos to kill, he permanently goes invisible and just runs around, with the acolyte simply spawning without the summon animation he did before. While invisible, you can see his outline if he comes close to you, so you have to lock on to empty air and attack where you think he is and deal damage if he actually is there. In the third-person vampire version of Battleship, it can go on forever and it's incredibly dull. But with him dead, you can now use the Charm Dark Gift and the Bishop's mind is released. The old cleric considers breaking into the Seraphon Keep a fool's errand, but agrees to show Kain how to get there. Upon reaching the entrance to the keep, Vordor contacts Kain, congratulating him on his success. And when Kain mentions Marcus, Vordor says he tried many times to recruit him to no avail, which means Vordor knows every single one of the traitor's vampires, but doesn't say anything. Vordor informs Kain that he can sense Uma being held at the top of the keep, and that she's to be executed soon. But how does he know this? The only thing the injured vampire report is that they were holding her for public execution. You find in this level there are human sympathizers inside the keep, but they don't have phones. and Uma's capture is incredibly recent. Did Uma whisper him what was happening? If so, why didn't she just outright tell Vordor the information she uncovered, in case she didn't make it? Things in Blood Omen 2 seem to happen because they have to, but rarely because it makes sense. Think about it, the Sarafan Keep is locked up tight, so the chances of updates and other information getting to Vordor from here are extremely unlikely. But back to the story, Kain is not really interested in Uma. Instead, he just wants to know where the Sarafan Lord is. And Vordor doesn't know, but he urges Kain not to be rash. That Uma's intel is far more important, since it'll give him a chance to actually defeat their enemy. After the whisper ends, Kain expresses how tired he is of all these warnings, how he just wants to rip his enemy apart. Again, the problem is that all these events up to this chapter have occurred within the space of a few hours or a day at most, if we assume that between Sanctuary and the Upper City a night has passed. Though given the urgency with which Vordor speaks when dispatching Kain to meet the bishop, it would be safe to assume it's the same night. In either case, Kain hasn't been active long enough to be this impatient, especially since he's aware he was defeated at very much the height of his powers, and he's nowhere near that level anymore. He was defeated while wielding the Soul Reaver. Just another instance in which the writers focus exclusively on Kain's arrogance and pride, without all other personality traits to balance them out. It makes it so Kain is nowhere near as compelling as he is on other titles. He's very much a one-note character. There are exceptions, moments where he's got a bit more depth, but overall, the characterization of this wonderful character in Blood Omen 2 leaves much to be desired. With Charm, Kain can now control the minds of humans to possess them, using them to mostly flip switches that Kain can't reach. Which, curiously, is also how you use mind control spells in the first Blood Omen, to activate switches. So at least in one ability, Blood Omen 2 remains consistent with its predecessor. Unfortunately, what the game considers line of sight for using Charm changes depending on the level and what the designers want you to do. One such example comes into play in the Keep. You begin the level taking out a guard and using Charm through a window to get a servant to open a door for you. From there, Kain moves through the lower levels and barracks up to the more social areas with feast halls, galleries, and libraries. One path is closed to Kain with a member of the Cabal standing on the other side of the grating. This woman demands Kain to help before she'll render any aid, asking him to kill someone coming into the fortress, a human in a blue suit, someone who according to her is a traitor and must be killed. The curious thing is that if you try to use Charm on her, it won't even target her. The reticule won't change color to indicate a valid target, forcing you to do the little side quest. Would have been great to have seen Kain attempt to charm, see that it doesn't work, that this mortal woman's mind is too strong, and then grudgingly accept to do her bidding. But at least give the players the chance to try. The Sarafan Keep does prove something that Kain says at the end of Soul Reaver. Their agenda was the same as ours. In other words, much like Kain's desire for conquest, the Sarafan wanted the same. And this version of the Sarafan, as removed as it is from the original order created by the Circle of Nine, also has the same agenda. For one, they control Nosgoth. And secondly, as seen in a room where a merchant is arguing with a knight, the Sarafan have very few qualms about killing innocent people, with the merchant swiftly killed for defying the authority of the order. Kain reaches the top of the keep and finds Uma's cell. He asks Uma for the information, but she refuses, worried that Kain will take the intel and leave her behind. Kain asks, bewildered, if he's not yet earned her trust. And I know I sound like a broken record here, but you've only known each other for a handful of hours. Of course there's no trust. Not to mention that again, Kain only has angry, petulant, and arrogant as his base speeds, and a reputation likely instilled into these characters by their patriarch, Vorador. Kain releases Uma, and as they leave her cell, they come face to face with the Sarafan Lord. And here Kain discovers his enemy has something else going for him, the Soul Reaver. Yet it doesn't give him pause. It doesn't diminish the arrogance. Kain, better than anyone, should know what it means to be struck by the Soul Reaver. And before anyone can claim it's because of the amnesia that he's acting this way, he recognizes the Soul Reaver just fine. The Sarafan Lord demands to know who dares to intrude upon his domain and kill his people, then seems genuinely confused when looking at Kain. and the vampire tells him,
"You know me."
The Seraphim Lord is bewildered by Kain's presence and makes it clear he thought Kain had been destroyed. But, not letting an opportunity to add insult to injury pass by him, the Seraphim mocks Kain for how all the vampire's plans and schemes were brought down by him. Kain tells him those words will be his epitaph and actually lunges to attack. First, that's profoundly stupid, even for Kain. Especially for Kain. Again, he knows better than anyone how dangerous the Soul Reaver is, and still goes for it, blasted back towards Uma by an energy projectile from the Reaver. And apparently that kind of projectile doesn't carry the soul-stealing ability of the blade, which is convenient. Second, the Seraphim Lord's apparent surprise at seeing Kain completely contradicts what the other vampires have stated, that the Seraphim Lord knew that Kain was around. So Blood Omen 2's writing proves itself inconsistent yet again. Despite what just happened, Kain insists on fighting the Seraphim Lord, but Uma casts a teleport spell that takes him back to Sanctuary. While Kain was helping her out of the cell, she had mentioned the spell and that the enchanted walls of the cell blocked the magic, which at the very least explains why she couldn't have just escaped on her own. They land in Sanctuary, and Vordor is relieved to see his child and thanks Kain for his efforts. Uma says she found something in the industrial district, a portal that led to a place she had never seen before, the gateway held open by a single item, which she thinks is the Nexus Stone. Vordor explains it's an item that can be used to create such gateways to any place on Nosgoth, and it also holds the power, for some unexplained reason, to block the Soul Reaver. Kain wonders if this is just another rumor that will prove itself false at some critical juncture, but Vordor says they know it works because the Seraphim Lord used it when he fought Kain those centuries before. Kain promptly agrees to recover the stone, but makes it clear that he's taking it for himself to use against their enemy, and Vordor agrees. In the industrial district, Kain fights his way through Seraphim forces to reach a gondola that will take him into the heart of the factories. And this chapter introduces another enemy, the Seraphim Archer, or as I call them, the Nanophans, as they have a headdress that makes them look like nuns, though they are even more scantily clad than Vordor's court, which is saying something. In Blood Omen 2, women are either in fancy dresses or skimpy clothes, no other ways about it. The Industrial Quarter is a chapter in the game with elements that make no sense in terms of world logic. For example, a common item used for progress in the chapter are these spherical furnaces with switches that instantly explode the moment the switch is pulled, and there is apparently no other purpose for them. You only ever find them stacked together or on little rail cars. For a moment I thought, oh, they're portable furnaces for these rail cars, but no. Later on in the game you find the same machines functioning perfectly well without these instantly exploding balls of death. Another example is a room where you need to force one of those aforementioned rail cars with a bomb on it to stop below a jet of flame, using some roadblocks to stop the car just under the fire. Problem is, the room serves no other purpose. There is no machinery, there are people milling about without any purpose, and the rail track is circular. It's there merely for the purpose of being a puzzle you need to solve, and a very simple one at that, and not because it's a part of the industrial complex. When Kain does reach the chamber with the Nexus Stone, there is no gateway, just the stone suspended in something of a stasis field. And the reason for this is that likely they wanted to avoid ruining the surprise of seeing the device for the first time later in the game. Still, it makes Uma's statement of the portal seem inconsistent with, well, reality. But waiting for Kain in this chamber is generic vampire soldier guy, who now Kain recognizes as Sebastian. And I'll be honest, my biggest shock was that his name didn't end in US like Faustus and Marcus, and the one we've yet to meet, Magnus. Sebastian was part of Kain's army but defected to the Seraphim and orchestrated the ambush where many of Kain's army died. Kain demands to know why Sebastian did it, and the other vampire says he wasn't going to serve Kain while he ruled Nosgoth, when he himself wanted that, and says that the Seraphim Lord values him and he will rule by his master's side. So, he betrayed Kain because he didn't want to play second fiddle to him, so his solution is to play second fiddle to someone else. Yeah, that tracks. That makes perfect sense. Another boss fight ensues, this one with some environmental elements, but really nothing that saves it from being as dreary as all the others, as it's very much the same as fighting Faustus, block, block, strike, block, block, strike. With Sebastian defeated, Kain Soul Reavers him and gains his powers. Sebastian's ability was originally something akin to force speed in the Jedi Knight games, slowing everything down around Kain but allowing him to move at almost normal speed. But balance issues arose and thus it was changed to a second offensive gift, Frenzy, which takes a big chunk of the bar for that flurry and slow-mo smack I mentioned before. But before his enemy dies, Kain interrogates Sebastian, demanding to know where the portal the Nexus Stone powered leads. He promises to spare Sebastian should he answer, but the traitorous vampire doesn't believe it for a second. Still, he spills the beans, just to see the look on Kain's face when he realizes he's powerless and can't possibly win. The portal leads to an ancient device buried deep on the Meridian. Kain asks what the purpose of the device is, how does it benefit the Seraphim Lord? But Sebastian doesn't know, but is certain it spells the doom for Kain. So Sebastian's big thing here is, I want you to realize how screwed you are when I tell you nothing of consequence. Kain laments that Sebastian chose this path, saying things could have been glorious, but not everyone shares his vision. He tells the dying vampire that his death will only make Kain stronger and hopes that brings some comfort to him in his grave. With Sebastian dead and consumed, Kain takes the Nexus Stone and everything around him explodes. Kain awakens in Sanctuary and is told by Vordor that he was unconscious some distance away from the debris and was brought back. The Seraphim in the area too distracted with finding out what had happened to pay attention to Kain. And here I wonder another thing. Kain has the Nexus Stone, and even with it powering a portal to a specific place, what we know of it is, it's supposed to allow whoever has it to open such gateways anywhere on Nosgoth. At least that's what Vordor said. So why did they make Kain just get blown up and have to be rescued instead of having him use the stone and pop up in Sanctuary? I'll mention this, and I know it comes off as a nitpick, and I've already been very critical of the game so far. But at no point in the entire game does the open a gateway anywhere on Nosgoth part of the Nexus Stone come into play. It's never used that way, and it's not the last time Kain's mission ends with a massive explosion and Kain departing the Team Rocket way. Worse still, the Nexus Stone is not even used to travel to the device. Kain gets there through other means. And it's not used to fight the Seraphim Lord. It's used to close the Hilden Gate, the portal to their world. But the true purpose for the MacGuffin that opens portals is to use it to close a portal. If that isn't inconsistent writing, I don't know what is. Kain mentions to Vordor what Sebastian said about the device, asking the Elder Vampire if he knows something. And Vordor says he's heard of discoveries deep underground, and legends speak of huge machines left behind by the gods in eons past. And I'm going to be gracious here and assume that by gods he means the ancient vampires or the Hilden. In fact, the devices of Hilden make, because otherwise it means yet another thing Blood Omen 2 is throwing into the pot that has no reference anywhere else, that being ancient gods. But given Vordor's reverence for his maker and the ancients, it would be a safe assumption that he means the ancient races when he speaks of gods. Vordor knows of someone who can help provide more information, someone older than even he, a seer that owes him a favor. He instructs Kain to go to her and learn what she knows. And here is another point where I complain about the writing. Because the next thing Kain does is complain about the city being a fortress, and how does Vordor expect him to leave the city? Yes, the seer is in the wilderness. Only Vordor didn't say anything about where she is. He only said she was a seer, she was older than him, and owed him a favor. This script was in dire need of some proofreading. Nevertheless, Vordor knows of yet more secret passages that can take Kain outside the city walls and to the canyons that lead to her home, and he will share what he knows. The canyons take Kain past the walls into the dreary countryside of Nosgoth. This is a barren landscape, very familiar to those who played Soul Reaver, so one may assume that Nosgoth's decay has progressed to this stage already in the 400 years since Kain made his choice to damn the Pillars. The outskirts are dangerous, full of strange demons and bandits. Most of the bandits you encounter are women, and I'll give you a couple of guesses how they're dressed. I'll give you a hint. The term bikini armor comes to mind. On the way out, we see a merchant stopping his truck near the gate, where the Seraphim Knight informs him that the bridge is out and hasn't been repaired, that all the manpower is being diverted to eradicate the bandit camp and deal with the demonic entities that make the canyons their home. These demons have no resemblance to those found in the other games in the series, looking very much like skeletal bugs, though somehow still having lots of blood in their veins, If you struggle to fight one, it's quite possible to refill your health to full with just one of them. Something that becomes a trend with enemies from the industrial quarter on, the adversaries turning into blood banks upon death. Across the canyons we find Sarafan encampments, some of them having mining facilities, but no matter the purpose for them, they're all empty. Their inhabitants long escaped or killed. In fact, we see many a Sarafan knight engaged with the demon bugs in combat, and almost every time, the bugs win. Kain finds the seer in a small shack, and she very much looks like a Hilden, but also different. And the possibilities for why there is are many, and we have no official explanation. She could simply be what Hilden women look like. In the same line of thought, she could be a Hilden woman who remained on Nosgoth after the binding, or her features were not altered by the extended stay in the demonic realm, that world having some form of transformative effect on creatures, which is mentioned on both Blood Omen 2 and Defiance. My own personal theory, given that she has big fangs, is that she may be a vampire Hilden hybrid, perhaps born from star-crossed lovers during the war between the ancients. Romeo and Juliet Nosgoth edition. Anything could be possible. We do know for certain that she is a woman in Blood Omen 2, so of course, she's in the skimpiest of outfits. The seer is not impressed by Kain and dismisses him. Kain demands the information and says he will not leave without it. The seer mocks Kain and asks if he likes being Bordor's lapdog, and he gets right up in her face and says that he serves no one. And that's enough for her to go weak in the knee, change her tone drastically, and acquiesce to Kain's request, as she feels his conviction. She explains the device has been dormant for a long time, but the Sarafan Lord found it and is preparing to unleash the device's destructive power on Nosgoth. She mentions the device entrance is marked with a sign and shows a hologram of it, and tells Kain that no human can manipulate that sign, that switch, because it's still Blood Omen 2. So of course it's a switch. She tells him that maybe a vampire could manipulate it. Kain wants to know what he needs to do, and she beckons him closer before really coming on strong and nearly pushing her wrists into his mouth for him to drink. Kain, a bit flustered, takes a step back and asks what kind of creature she is. She tells him that's irrelevant. But before she can speak another word, the building rocks and we see the Sarafan Lord outside with his forces, attempting to burn the building down to eliminate them both. How did the Sarafan Lord know Kain was here, and how did he get here so fast? Unknown, and it feels like a missed opportunity for some intrigue in the plot. Imagine if this drew Kain to wonder if there is a mole in the Cabal, someone acting as a double agent, and tying this to Uma's capture earlier in the game. But no, the seer urges Kain to drink from her, telling him it's the only way he'll be able to fulfill his mission. And he does, and things get weird, with the seer greatly enjoying the sensation and moaning her appreciation for Kain and calling him her Dark Prince. Kain already has the power to manipulate objects with his mind, but he has to be very close to them, as seen every time he is pushing or pulling a box. He merely holds his hand close to it and moves it by will alone. The seer explains that by drinking her blood, this ability has now been empowered and turned into full-on telekinesis, meaning the range has significantly extended. Does this mean you can now use telekinesis to move boxes? No, of course it doesn't. That would require Blood Omen 2 to be consistent. No, telekinesis is only used to turn on these switches and to do a mild shove on enemies. But if there's one thing I will say is that drinking from the seer proves that Kain can gain abilities of others from drinking their blood, which is what Uma said at the beginning of the game. So why they decided on the Soul Reaver Tribute Act makes no sense whatsoever. The Sarafan Lord stands outside and he is definitely there for Kain to eliminate him and all his allies. Which really begs the question I asked before. How did he know? In any case, the seer tells Kain their enemy is here and tells him his destiny is fast approaching, and that she will teleport him to the device's entrance. Kain asks what about her, and tells her to come with him, that he needs allies after all. And it's the first time in this entire game where Kain shows some measure of care for anyone or realize that he may need allies. But the seer is incredulous at his words of being allies and assures him her fate lies somewhere else, and teleports him away. Kain finds himself outside a massive metal edifice, with the symbol the seer mentioned high above, and as I said, it's a switch. In fact, for all the seer's claims that the symbol marks the building, sort of implying it's the symbol for the device, every single telekinesis switch has the same design, so I don't know what she's going on about. Kain uses his new ability to open the way and quickly finds himself in a room with a languishing, hideous beast. The creature seems to know him, and Kain is curious about it, mentioning how his memory is spotty, but that even with that, he would remember such a creature. But the beast says they haven't met, but he knows of Kain. And I call shenanigans here because at no point has Kain's memory been anything other than perfect. So this little quip about his memory not being perfect is not earned. Kain tells the monster he's looking for the device, and the creature says he can help, but that Kain can't destroy it on his own. He needs to find the builder, who's imprisoned in the Eternal Prison. Kain recognizes the name and says he had heard of this place, but didn't know it was so close at hand, and asks how he may reach it. Now warning, this is a nitpick, I admit it, but it's yet another of those it's here for game purposes but makes no sense in logic moments. The beast tells Kain there's a tunnel leading from this room to beyond the city and specifically to the Eternal Prison, which is extremely convenient. But that's not what my nitpick is. My issue is that this being is a captive. He's stuck here, unable to escape, yet he has the power to open doors for you, which makes zero sense. You don't give the prisoner the master key for all the doors. Kain leaves this area and heads to the Eternal Prison, outright the best chapter in Out of Blood Omen 2. This place is great by virtue of being completely bonkers, and because of the jailers, who look like executioners. They are comedy gold. They are dedicated to taking people that have a
dangerous imbalance within themselves
and must
contemplate the wrongs that they have done through peaceful, uninterrupted meditation until they have regained the balance of their true, perfect inner nature.
And they accomplish this by essentially torturing the prisoners over and over, killing them in ridiculous ways, and then doing it all over again. The Eternal Prison is demented, and the jailers and their dialogue makes this level a complete delight. The jailers ask Kain if he's a guest, a visitor, or an intruder, and then after explaining what they're doing here say, no guests or visitors allowed, and intruders they know how to deal with, and tell Kain to just go away. They keep making demands for Kain's departure as the vampire makes progress through the facility until they have enough and start attacking him. Aside from these guards, the only other enemies are these horrendous pale white spiders that look very much like the demon insects from the canyons, but are incredibly easy to kill and pose little to no threat. Now, I said I really enjoy this level, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have some issues, and it has two glaring ones. The first one is that Kain gets to the builder by measures of convenience and coincidence that defy belief. He makes his way through the facility and at one point lowers the cell of a random prisoner, who is a Hilden, and knees the poor wretch and asks about the builder, and lo and behold, it's him! That was easy. And the second one is once again that issue of game versus logic, as a section has Kain opening cells to use ladders found within. And in this section you sometimes have to use mind control to get the prisoners to pull levers to open their cells from the inside. What kind of a prison gives the prisoners control over the door of their own cell? Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But the Eternal Prison is not just home to the poor wretches shuffling inside, nor the comical jailers. There's also a deranged creature covered in scars and having a boiler strapped to his back and his brain exposed. He storms around the place and more than once appears in pursuit of Kain, until the vampire manages to drop him into various bodies of water. Kain finds the builder, and the Hilden explains he built the machine in his pride to destroy the vampires, but came to regret his decision, and before he could undo it, he was imprisoned here. He explains the device's purpose is to channel the power of a creature they devise and simply call the Mass, and that the builder's blood can poison and kill it, thus turning the device unusable. Kain just needs to feed on him and make the builder's blood part of his own. That way he may also poison the creature. In exchange for this, the builder asks for simply being allowed to die, to which Kain acquiesces. On his way back, the strange and seemingly immortal creature with a boiler continues his pursuit of Kain, completely deranged and claiming to see many enemies around, and starts a boss fight, and he has the power to immolate things. In the first phase, you push him into the water with telekinesis, while using statues of the jailers for cover. And in the next phase, the point is to get him to rush into big versions of those statues and reveal switches that when activated, reverse time and rebuild a broken statue of the time streamer, Mobius, which you then topple and drop on the creature. In its final moments, this being regains their composure and clarity, and they recognize Kain as their lord. This is Magnus, Kain's former champion. his right-hand man and someone from whom Kain felt the deepest betrayal, thinking Magnus sold him out to the Sarafan Lord. But Magnus reveals that wasn't what happened, that the night he slipped away from the military camp, he planned to strike at the Sarafan Lord and kill him, to end the war then and there, but he failed and was put into the eternal prison where he, as we have seen from his appearance, has suffered greatly, to the point where even his mind was compromised. He begs Kain's forgiveness for his failure and for his lord to grant him death, and Kain agrees, telling him he suffered long enough and that he grants him his release. I like this scene a lot. It gives Kain a lot more nuance, something he's been severely lacking for the entirety of the game, and he goes from accusatory to realizing not just his mistake but how much Magnus has been put through, and gives his former champion his desire to be released. It's great. The game could have used more of this Kain. He then takes Magnus' soul and obtains Immolation, the final offensive gift, taking the entire bar to activate but instantly killing the target. Returning to the device, he tells the beast in there that he has the Builder's blood and he is now ready to destroy the mask and the device. So of course, the beast opens another door that leads deeper into the compound. But before he does, he reveals that their enemy are the Hilden, creatures from another world, which at this point in history is technically true. He says they control the glyph magic and pull the strings behind the scenes, disguised as the glyph rites, and that their leader is, of course, the Sarafan Lord. In fact, when Kain moves through the facility on his way to the device and the mask, he sees a room with a glyph rite, abandoning the disguise to show his true appearance, and they're of course identical to the Builder, down to a little hospital gown. You would have thought that was a simple attire for a prisoner, but you can tell now that it is very much the height of Hilden fashion. There isn't much to tell about this level, other than Kain eventually reaches the mask, and to me it's always looked like Baronade, the boss from the great Jabu Jabu dungeon in Ocarina of Time. It's massive and takes up multiple floors of the facility. Kain fights his way to where the maw is and lets a few drops of his blood fall into it. And immediately the building begins to rock and shake and heave as the mask dies. Kain takes a lift back to that control room, and instead of the beast, he finds himself face to face with one of the ancients. Janos Audrin. Turns out that he had been captured as seen at the end of Defiance when Hashak Geek, aka the Sarafan Lord, took over his body and then used him to feed the mass. The constant draining of his vitality made him devolve into the beast. But the moment Kain killed the mass, he felt his strength return. He claims that which is divine cannot be fully suppressed, implying that vampirism is divine in some way, which takes me back to the Soul Reaver intro. We became less human and more divine. Kain suggests imprisonment made him lose his mind, that vampirism is a curse, not a mark of divinity. But Janos tells him he needs to look deeper into vampire history to understand their lineage, and that even long before Janos was born, vampires were godlike and ruled Nosgoth, but were opposed by another race, the Hilden, similar in power, but different in purpose and intent. Probably referring to the fact that the ancient vampires worshipped the Wheel of Fate, the Hilden did not, and that different belief sparked the war. Janos gives a quick rundown of the war, how it ended with the vampires banishing the Hilden to another dimension and sealing them there. Those very Hilden are now the enemies Kain is fighting, returned and preparing to deliver their vengeance. Kain asks if they were banished, how are they here, and Janos drops the bombshell on him. One of them, the Sarafan Lord, managed to slip in, and he's helped bring others across, the binding loosening when Kain refused to sacrifice. The Hilden also require humans to drain their energy, which is vague in terms of describing how the Hilden consume their victims, as this is not seen in any way in Blood Omen 2. And they also needed to build an army, so the Sarafan Lord recreated the Sarafan, inspired by the ancient order that held the same ideals of vampire extermination, using that symbol to rally humans to their cause, though of course doing so without using any of the actual historical iconography of the order. Kain wonders if he was the cause then, for all this to happen, and then dismisses it, saying that he was put on the path from the beginning, and wonders if everything had been a Hilden plot from the start. Which takes me back to the Soul Reaver 2 retrospective, and Raziel's hypothesis that given the dark forces at play, maybe things would have turned out exactly the same even if Kain sacrificed himself, his death having no impact on the Pillar of Balance and the Binding. I still believe Raziel had a point. After all, why would Hashak Geek fight Kain and try to kill him at the end of Blood Omen if his death is going to mean the restoration of the Pillars and so undo all of his plans? Only way it makes sense is if Kain's death meant nothing. Also worth noting that while Kain wonders if he's the cause, he doesn't actually mention the Pillars of Nosgoth in any way. A full portal through which his people could return, and if this portal is destroyed, it's going to banish all the Hilden back whence they came, making it impossible for them to survive on this world. Kain asks how they'll accomplish this, and Janos says they need to return to Sanctuary and inform Vordor. And I ask, how does he know this? He's been trapped in this machine for freaking ever, so no one could have told him about Sanctuary, the Cabal, or that Vordor was still alive. Consistency, logic, I miss these so much. Back in Sanctuary, Vordor is shocked to see his sire, and Uma tells Kain they were wondering where he was, with Kain replying that he was doing what he said he would do. Janos informs them all about the Hilden and tells them they need to plan and prepare to end things, to prevent the Seraphin Lord from bringing the rest of the Hilden across. Janos wanted to teleport them all directly into the Hilden's foothold, the Hilden City. But something is preventing him from sensing it, so someone needs to go there and disable whatever shield is blocking his efforts. Kain asks Vorador about the Hilden City, if any of his spies have found anything relating to that. And the Elder Vampire turns to Uma for this information. And his child says that for a long while there's been a lot of activity at the docks, with ships being loaded up and sailing to destinations unknown. Janos says this is likely the Hilden City and tells Kain to go there and bring down the barrier. Kain says he needs someone to show him to the wharfs, and Uma tells Vorador she'll take care of this, despite his protest that he needs her in Sanctuary with him. As she states, she knows the wharfs and it also increases their chances of success if she joins Kain. Kain claims to not need the help, but Janos tells him that with so much at stake to take the help where it's offered. Kain thinks to himself that in his experience, help offered when not needed is usually no help at all. And frankly, I'm with him on this, particularly considering Uma's insistence means she just wants to join to keep an eye on him. Kain and Uma arrive at the Wharf District, on one side of a path covered in mist and Seraphin Knights. Kain is wearing the most ridiculous armor ever portrayed in any video game. It's bright gold and has spikes so large coming out of the sides that would make it impossible for him to go through any door. It doesn't look functional, it frankly looks silly. Such a wasted opportunity to actually give him the old iron armor from Blood Omen, give Kain his classic look for the final battle. I was sad that even with a conceptual mod, I could not override this silly armor. Kain turns to Uma and wants to know the details of the area, what kind of Seraphin presence is to be found. And she says it's going to be the most difficult area, the Seraphin having an outpost that controls access to and from the docks. He then approaches Kain and asks what his plans are after he kills the Seraphin Lord. Kain states she knows the answer. He'll resume his path of conquest and lay claim to Meridian. Uma wants to know what he'll do about the other vampires, like the Cabal. But Kain says they're free to do whatever they wish. It's at this point that Uma takes the Nexus Stone from him, stating Vorador told Uma all the stories about Kain, how he'll stop at nothing until he has complete control, and that he definitely will not just leave them be. After all, they're the only ones who could stop him. So he's going to hunt them down and kill them all, and how is that different from the Seraphin Lord? Kain snaps at her, saying he doesn't need to explain himself to anyone, and that no one, not even she, will stand in his way. Uma says this is as far as Kain's journey goes, that she will kill the Seraphin Lord herself, but Kain tells her she has no shot at surviving that fight, and to give him the stone or he will pry it from her fingers as she dies. Uma says now the beast shows his true nature, and so quickly too, that she wished that things would be different between them. What the hell did she expect? If Vorador told her anything, is that Kain doesn't deal with manipulations well. Hell, he said that to her at the start of the game, that he'd been a pawn before and it ended poorly. And he's been killing traitors the entire game. What other reaction was she expecting? Not to mention, it's pure hypocrisy. She acts against him and then expects what? That he'll be calm and not tell her he'll rip her head off? Not to mention the whole I wish things had been different just doesn't work. It implies there's something between them and there isn't. Blood Omen 2 desperately wants to have romance elements, but like I've said a million times by now, it doesn't work. The pacing of the game has not given them any chance to even develop a friendship, let alone something more. In other words, Blood Omen 2 has not earned this moment. Uma teleports to safety and Kain is left to fend for himself, to find his own way around the wharf. Crossing the bridge, disposing of guards and controlling humans to open gates, he finds himself in a small market area. There is a gate he must cross, but the person across it demands a password. So we're back to the same conceit from the Lower City chapter. Only now it's worse, because you can't charm the person asking for the password. You actually have to go and get the password by eavesdropping on some merchants. The main base of the Seraphans still stands in his way, and Kain opens a path by manipulating the lighthouses, causing ships to come and go, one of them a Seraphan supply ship, which makes them lower the outpost's drawbridge. Kain then carves a path for himself by releasing some of the dangerous cargo in the Seraphan warehouses, such as the spiders from the canyons and one beefy unstoppable demon. Along the way to the ship that will take him to the Hilden City after crossing the drawbridge, Kain finds Uma, badly wounded after having fought a few Seraphan guards. Looking down on her, Kain asks what happened. Wasn't she supposed to bring the Seraphan Lord to his knees on her own? She collapses from her injuries and admits her mistake, that she couldn't carry the fight. Kain tells her she was brave to try, and when she says she's dying, he simply confirms it. She begs for his blood, saying that it's the only thing that can save her life, and once again, he simply agrees with that statement.
I know,
he says, softly, but doesn't move to help her, simply taking the Nexus Stone back. He then puts to her a simple question: if she believes that he can conquer Nosgoth, and she agrees. She sees it now, replies the same way to the follow-up question: if she believes Nosgoth rightfully belongs to Kain. Kain speaks quietly, composed but also cold, and tells her she can die knowing those truths, before striking her down, leaving her to bleed out. He says she should never have betrayed him, that she could have been his queen and now has left him alone. Unfortunately for Uma, she thought her way back to safety was to stroke Kain's ego, and she didn't realize he was just testing her. Perhaps if she'd stuck to her guns and resisted, he might have kept her alive. Or more likely, it didn't matter what she said, the betrayal was already enough to seal her fate. And her sudden submissive turn out of desperation simply told Kain everything he needed to know about who Uma really was. And you know what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna say it for the last time. The whole melodrama of "you could have been my queen," just no. The game hasn't earned this moment. That relationship is not given the time to develop in any meaningful way. Not even attraction. So I find it hard to believe that Kain would have even considered Uma someone important enough to give a damn about. Even less think of her as a long-term companion. In any case, Kain leaves Uma behind and makes his way to the Hilden City, and I hate this final level. It goes on for far too long. Having said so, I love the intro to this area. It calls back to Bram Stoker's Dracula and the Journey of the Demeter. Arriving to its destination with the entire crew dead, so too does the ship arrive to the Hilden City, crashing to the harbor, the crew drained of their blood or just butchered by Kain. Visually, the city is really interesting and definitely conveys the vibe of an alien place. And it has some really interesting elements for the Legacy of Kain mythos, such as there being humans in the city that predate the Hilden's return. As they comment to Kain that their stories, passed down through generations, spoke of the city and its people, and how the ships keep bringing in more humans, but that they don't share the local history, and have to be taught about the demons and such. Demons, from their point of view, being the Hilden. On arrival, Kain is met by the Seraphan Lord, and Kain boasts of laying waste to the Lord's plan, much like the Hilden had done at the top of the Seraphan Keep. The Lord tells him he's done nothing to stop what's coming, and how the Hilden, much like the vampires, are a race fallen from grace, mentioning the bit about the other dimension altering their visage. The Seraphan Lord says Kain's death is inevitable and strikes him with a Soul Reaver only for his blow to be repelled, much to his surprise. It's then he notices the Nexus Stone, and Kain takes some pleasure in boasting how the tables have turned now, before the Seraphan Lord vanishes. Kain, with advice from the locals, learns where the shield is being generated from and travels there, fighting a mini-boss and bringing down the barrier, at which point the vampire army can teleport in, and their forces consist of Janos and Vordor, no one else. Vordor mentions through the whisper before they arrive how he looks forward to thanking Kain for saving Uma's life, probably having heard from her when she took the Nexus Stone and got her butt handed to her by the Seraphan Knights. The two other vampires manifest and Vordor asks where Uma is, that he can't sense her. Kain tells him she won't be joining them, and Vordor understands she's dead and wants to know if Kain was too late to save her. And without missing a beat, he says no, she got what was coming to her for taking the Nexus Stone. Vordor assumes this means he just didn't help her, but no, Kain gives it to him straight, that he killed her for her treachery. Vorador is outraged, even calling Kain a monster, but Kain tells him he would have done the same to any human or vampire who crossed him. I don't know about vampires, but humans, yeah, Vorador would not have hesitated ever to wipe out any human from the map if they got on his bad side. So Kain has a point. Kain continues and says he doesn't care if she acted on her own or was simply acting on Vorador's orders, that what's done is done. When Vorador snaps at him and says they should never have trusted Kain, our protagonist utters the most curious of threats.
Do you so wish to return to the grave, old friend?
The only reference in the entire script to the fact that Vorador was brought back. To add insult to injury, Kain tells Vorador he's in no position to challenge him. And this part I do question, because again, not that much time has passed, chronologically speaking. Maybe the matter of a couple of days. Surely Vorador is much more powerful than Kain, even considering Kain has just consumed a few vampires along the way. Janos interrupts them and says there's no time for this conflict, that he feels the Hilden Gate is near and he can teleport them there. Kain tells Vorador they'll settle the matter at a later date. At this night, the one to die will be the Seraphim Lord, and maybe this guy is like Beetlejuice. Say his name a few times and he pops up. Because out of nowhere he appears and RKOs Vorador and Janos with a few Soul Reaver bolts and teleports away. And again, they're very fortunate that these blasts don't outright kill like a slash from the blade would do. Which begs the question, why would the Seraphim Lord not strike them down considering he has the element of surprise? Seems a bit inconsistent with his entire plan of wiping the vampires from the map. Why disable when killing is just as easy? Janos stays behind with Vorador, who's been gravely injured, but teleports Kain close to the gate, instructing him to throw the Nexus Stone into the gate where its powers will cause the Hilden Gate to collapse. And there it is, the thing that's meant to open portals is going to be used to close a portal. Okay. Kain proceeds to the gate building and a lift lowers him to a series of catwalks in a green glowing space filled with smoke, clouds, and floating rocks. The Hilden Gate itself. He confronts the Seraphim Lord and tells him to jump into the gate and return to his people before Kain blows up the gate, or to stay and die in the rubble. The Seraphim Lord, here at the end, recognizes Kain as a worthy adversary, but the vampire simply repeats the choice, exile or death. The Seraphim Lord wonders if Kain really thinks this is how it'll end, with just the Hilden, asking if Kain has ever considered why so many vampires joined up with the Seraphim. But Kain is not interested in the actions of cowards and traitors, only that they're removed. The Seraphim Lord continues and tells Kain that maybe they all recognize the Hilden cause as the just and righteous one, instead of the ambitions of a petty noble who simply gained too much power but never enough to satisfy his ambitions. And that's a lot of talk of righteousness and justice from a guy whose plan A was to eradicate every other species from the map. But in any case, Kain snaps at him and tells him his need to corrupt is the only thing clear, but that every single one of the people the Seraphim Lord turned against Kain are dead, including Uma, his latest spy, to which the Seraphim Lord says he doesn't have any spy called Uma. But Kain doesn't let him finish, shouts "Ve Victus," and the boss fight starts. And yeah, that line about Uma comes out of nowhere. There is zero indication in any moment that might even suggest that Uma was working for the Seraphim Lord. My guess is that it's a remnant from a cut storyline, and more reasons to believe Blood Omen 2 could have used the services of a skilled proofreader. And yes, a story about a traitor in the Cabal would have made things far more interesting. Speaking of interesting, the final boss fight starts out that way. The Seraphim Lord blasts you with Soul Reaver force projectiles, and if you manage to approach, he teleports to another end of the square catwalk arena. Telekinesis can stun him, but even so, running to him is not an option, leaving only one choice, to use the leap to tackle him off the platform. Do that once and the phase ends. In another cutscene, the Seraphim Lord says they're at a stalemate. The Hilden can't use the Soul Reaver's power against Kain because of the Nexus Stone, but as long as the Nexus Stone is being used for defense, it can't be used to close the gate. So Kain drops the stone into the portal and phase 2 starts, and this is just like every other fight in the game. Block, 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 dodge, unblockable, inward offensive Dark Gift. And for all of the power of the Soul Reaver, Kain can easily block it with his armored bracers, like he's Wonder Woman. When the boss is down to about 25% health, another cutscene plays in which the Seraphim Lord drops the Soul Reaver and Janos joins the fray. The two members of the ancient races curse at one another, Janos furious of his centuries of imprisonment to feed the masks, with the Seraphim Lord boasting, asking, rhetorically of course, what better way to take their revenge and his freedom from the same source, and that eons of suffering are too good for the vampire. Janos seems outraged and disgusted at the notion of the Hilden returning to Nosgoth after their banishment, so he demands the Seraphon Lord and his people to return where they were sent. To this, the Hilden Lord demands to know what gave the vampires the right to banish them. And Janos counters with his own question: who gave the Hilden the right to put the blood curse on vampires? The Seraphon Lord said it was justice for exiling them to that other place that has transformed them into this new appearance. Janos instead sees it as them just taking on their true form. For the record, because it needs to be said, neither of them is right in this. The vampires are not innocent, nor are the Hilden. But it was the vampires who started the war, simply because the Hilden did not agree with the worship of the Wheel of Fate and the cycle of death and rebirth and the Elder God. The Hilden's actions in this time period are not good, and the device's creation meant that even from ancient times, they had the means to eradicate all other life on Nosgoth, and likely would have used it. But it has to be said, they didn't cast the first stone. For Kain and the audience's point of view, especially anyone who's played the other games, this confrontation is merely the ravings of two zealots, both too blind to see their parts they've played in the conflict and the misery it brings. Janos uses tackle on the Seraphon Lord, and it's not very effective, for the Hilden grabs him by the throat and tosses him into the portal. He turns to face Kain, but at that point the catwalk starts to collapse, the heaving of the portal destroying it, so they both leap on the lift that brought Kain to this place and continue their fight there. Only now Kain is wielding the Reaver. And if you thought this changes the combat in any way, you're quite the optimist. It's exactly the same, only now you're holding the Soul Reaver. In the end, Kain defeats the Seraphon Lord, on the floor, too weak to move. The Hilden tells Kain that he's won the battle, but the war between their species will never end. That the demon world not only altered the Hilden's appearance, but also granted them immortality, so someday they will return. And that's pretty convenient, given that the Hilden also cursed the vampires with immortality. Kain tells him that if they ever return from that other world, he will be there waiting for them. The Seraphon Lord scoffs and claims Kain will not live that long, to which Kain retorts that he's lived long enough to dispose of the Seraphon Lord as he drives the Soul Reaver into his chest, consuming the soul of the Hilden and destroying him for good. In the epilogue, Kain finds himself melancholic instead of joyous in his victory, thinking back to what Uma said when she stole the stone, the question of how would his rule differ from that of the Seraphon. He ultimately says if she had lived, she would have learned the difference and that she should have trusted him, walking away as we see the Seraphon being pulled from Nosgoth. Kain's last words are to the task at hand, to destroy the Seraphon remnants now finding themselves without leadership, and then rebuild for the beginning of a new rule, his rule. I have said it before, I don't like this game, but this epilogue is, at the very least, better than the cut one, which focused far more on Uma, and Kain's thoughts on the other vampire, with even more of a contemplative tone, which, again, the game doesn't earn with its narrative and characterization. Everything and everyone are thoroughly underdeveloped in Blood Omen 2. I do think I need to apologize for how distinctly negative this retrospective is, compared to the more balanced or nuanced approach I've had to the other videos. But if I am to be honest and thorough in my analysis and thoughts, there are simply too many things that Blood Omen 2 does poorly. But I do want to point out again that the circumstances of its development did not help the game be all that it could be. We're finally here. After 4 games, complicated histories of development and narrative changes, legal troubles, and more, we find ourselves on the last entry of the Legacy of Kain series. The last real entry, because I don't think anyone considers Nosgoth, the failed multiplayer game, to be a real part of this world. This is Legacy of Kain Defiance, a game that was meant to push the story forward while resolving every plot hole and inconsistency created by prior entries, and ultimately would not entirely succeed in this endeavor. Soul Reaver and Blood Omen, at least in terms of crystal dynamics, were meant to be 2 different but parallel series. One with Raziel as the main protagonist, and the other with Kain, one in the future and the other in the past. If you think about it, such a plan would require a great deal of collaboration between the teams for both series to ensure consistency. In essence, having a unified vision for the world and all the twists and turns. But Crystal Dynamics chose the opposite, and as I mentioned in other retrospectives, the team behind Blood Omen 2 was completely separate from the Soul Reaver team, which was led by Amy Hennig, who had become something of a lore keeper for the series. Not only that, but aside from aligning on art assets and visual design of certain elements, most likely the Hilden, the two teams did not collaborate at all. Not to mention that the inconsistencies brought into the mythos by Blood Omen 2 created extra work for Soul Reaver 2. In the end, the lack of collaboration proved to be detrimental to both Blood Omen 2 and Soul Reaver 2, and the plan to have both series separate was considered pretty much a failure. Thus, the game that began its life as Soul Reaver 3 would very early in pre-production be renamed to Legacy of Kain Defiance, meant to bring both separate lines back together. And this wasn't just from the point of view of lore and the games, but also in terms of company restructuring, with the team behind Defiance comprised of members of both the Soul Reaver and Blood Omen teams. Defiance had three major goals. The first one to resolve any and all inconsistencies remaining with the plot, particularly the ones introduced by Blood Omen 2, such as Janos and Vordor being alive in Blood Omen 2. The second was to reinvigorate the series and help it appeal to a wider audience, which is why the shift was made for its action to be closer to Devil May Cry, a spectacle fighter. If there's one thing that was consistent about the previous entries in the series, that the combat is not very good, so they sought to change that. In an interview, Amy Hennig mentioned the plan was for the combat to feel more epic and heroic, with Raziel and Kain now being able to deal with groups of enemies which all act in concert thanks to the group AI the team had developed. Another major goal was to make the narrative more accessible. Hennig described as being less wordy, less tell and more show. In other words, make the narrative more like a movie than a theater, and thus easier to engage with by both new and returning players. We can see Defiance and this approach as the basis for Naughty Dog's Uncharted series, which has a cinematic feel to it from the beginning, and it's very much an Amy Hennig game. Speaking of cinematic, the camera was the next point, changed to feel more cinematic. The camera would shift to the best possible angle to make the scene look the best way possible. The change in camera was also, according to Hennig, because most games use the same styles of cameras, and those at some point, they all start to feel the same. Which is not untrue. Take Resident Evil 4's over-the-shoulder camera, for example. When first used, it was revolutionary and made RE4 stand out from other games in the genre, until it was copied so much that even its remake just feels like another game in the same style. So revamping Defiance's camera to enforce the new cinematic approach makes a great deal of sense. It's only unfortunate that the camera is awful in Defiance. So good idea, bad implementation is the only thing I can say. Legacy of Kain Defiance brought back the entire voice cast from Soul Reaver 2 and brought in Alistair Duncan to play the part of Mortanius, simply because the late great Tony Jay was already playing the Elder God. Curiously, the only character from Blood Omen that would have an impact on Defiance's story did not have his own voice actor. Hashak Geek, aka the Unspoken, aka the Seraphim Lord in Blood Omen 2, is voiced by the actor of whichever body he's possessing, either Duncan or Aubergenois. Carol Wolf, who worked on the script for Blood Omen 2, was brought back to help write the script for Defiance, though she stated in an interview with the Ancient's Den that Amy Hennig was the storyteller and the boss. Wolf would write the dialogue on a scene and send them to Hennig for approval, making adjustments and corrections based on what Amy Hennig said. Music-wise, Jim Hedges took the reins this time, and the soundtrack is primarily a collection of remixes from the tracks of previous titles in the series. Hedges worked on this title alone, as Kurt Harland was busy working on another Crystal Dynamics game called Whiplash. Much like every other game in the Soul Reaver line, Defiance would have to eventually cut plenty of elements from its end product, one of them being one of those key resolutions to plot holes that players were expecting. One thing mentioned by Carol Wolf as her major contribution to the game was reorganizing and rewriting scenes to account for all these cuts, so that the story and the narrative remained consistent. Defiance would also be the last mainline entry into the series for many reasons, but a key one among them was Amy Hennig's departure from Crystal Dynamics, followed by the departure of other key figures. And while there were other projects at one point or another under the Legacy of Kain banner, they would ultimately fail, and we are still left without a proper conclusion. Now, with all that said, let's take a look at how it all played out in Nosgoth and take a deeper look at the events of Legacy of Kain Defiance. Defiance's intro is very much a remix of scenes from the opening cinematics of Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2, with Simon Templeman as Kain pondering on the journey so far. Given the choice, would you rule a failing empire or give fate a try for another throw of the dice? a better throw, and hopefully change destiny. And do we really have a choice? Kain realizes the only thing to be done is to try as much as possible to match fate move by move, very much like a game of chess, and hope to defy it. We then begin the game in earnest, and Kain is still in the past, 500 years prior to Blood Omen. Some indeterminate time having passed since the end of Soul Reaver 2 and Kain's choice that created such a massive paradox. The time itself was rewritten and Kain gained a slew of new memories, particularly those of Blood Omen 2. Kain slips past the barrier and attacks a Seraphon guard, demanding information on Mobius, and then killing the poor schmuck to sate his hunger. And right here we see the first major change in Defiance. Many of Kain's abilities from prior titles have become context sensitive. If there are grates of any such flimsy barriers, Kain will turn to mist and go through them. If he needs to perform a long leap across a chasm, there is a circle on the ground that he uses to activate this ability. If it's required for him to fly somewhere, there's a bat symbol on the floor for him to activate his bat flight. It streamlines Kain's many abilities and keeps the controls simple. What is also instantly clear for the player is that for all the talk about the best angle, the camera will be as much of a major boss in this game as the Elder God. It's truly awful. It's a hybrid of controlled camera and fixed point, allowing you to simply pan in different directions, but still having an anchor. It plays havoc with the platforming elements of Defiance. Kain explores the Seraphon Fortress, introducing the player to the combat system. Kain fights with the Reaver, not the Soul Reaver, but the original, blood-drinking blade, having prevented the event that would create its soul-stealing version. Kain can juggle opponents, use telekinesis aka TK to push enemies, hold them, throw them against environmental hazards, and a lot more as he unlocks new abilities by fighting. More interestingly, unlike previous entries, you don't need to stop fighting to feed. It can be done mid-fight. And you can feed Kain, or you can feed the weapon to raise its energy bar, allowing the use of super abilities when fully charged. It is worth mentioning though that the bar also fills just by fighting. Kain reaches a door, and though he certainly will lead him to Mobius, it's protected by a strange energy barrier. One he discerns is connected to the Reaver. He figures some form of enchantment might be needed for the blade to break through this protection. Kain finds what he needs at a very familiar place, so much so that he doubts it's a coincidence. In the chapel, in the same alcove where one day William the Just will be entombed. Kain picks up the first fragment of the Balance Emblem, a relic attuned to the Reaver to enhance its power. After dispatching the combat tutorial guards, Kain finds another door with a strange barrier, and now with the empowered Reaver breaks through the seal and makes his way to that first door. That door leads to an underground passage where Kain sees Mobius communing with the Elder God, the time streamer telling his master that everything has been prepared and the stage is set, before beckoning Kain forward, fully aware that he's there. He attempts to be cordial since it's been quite some time since they last met, but Kain isn't interested and demands to know where Raziel is. Mobius' response is a callback to the start of Soul Reaver 2, where he tells Raziel, "When am I?" might be the more correct question.
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when might be more apt.
He tells Kain that when is Raziel is what he should be asking, and comments on how Kain tried to add his own pawn and lost it, noting how humiliating it must be for Kain to come to Mobius to beg for information. Kain snaps at Mobius and attempts to make a move, only to be subdued without trouble by Mobius' staff, the Reaver dropping out of his hands. Mobius warns him not to threaten him, and then mocks him for falling to the power of the staff like any other vampire, as special as he may think he is. He berates Kain for his part in creating Raziel, telling him he has no idea what he created, what Raziel's true nature is, not to mention that his messianic delusions, his certainty that he's the Scion of Balance, a figure of vampire prophecy, have made him foolish and incapable of listening to advice. He tells Kain he'll have to find out for himself what the truth is. Then, kind of to add further insult, he kicks the Soul Reaver to him before leaving, telling Kain that he will recover his strength after Mobius leaves, but that he'll have other priorities to catching up with Mobius, and hopes Kain will learn some humility along the way. The door closes and it's decorated with a metal emblem that would fit another door Kain saw along the way. In that room where Raziel fights his human counterpart in Soul Reaver 2, and which one day would become the tomb of the Seraphim that Kain would raid to create his lieutenants. Defiance is great with all these callbacks. The pressing concerns that Mobius mentions are the new version of the elemental spirits first seen in Soul Reaver 2, now popping out of different shadows and swarming Kain. They're a very minor enemy in Defiance, more a nuisance than a danger. The advantage they have is that if you're struggling for health, there is nothing to feed on while fighting them. But more important than any other bit of combat is the Scion of Balance. Kain's ultimate goal, and though prior to Defiance we knew that Kain wanted to restore the Pillars, to restore balance, and to bring the Pillars back to vampire control, the term Scion of Balance and the fact that some form of prophesied figure is a new element to the mythos. Before Defiance, only Raziel seemed to be connected to some form of messianic figure in vampire lore, with Kain telling him that he's supposed to become the savior of Nosgoth. And when Raziel in turn asks Janos if he is indeed some kind of vampire messiah, Janos doesn't deny it. Even Vordor alludes to it, telling Raziel that the forges were only open to a specific figure in vampire mythology. The introduction of the Scion of Balance term serves two purposes. The first, it's something of a mission statement for Kain. After all, Kain's goal and the Science of Balance prophecy perfectly match up. And the second is that it elevates Kain now that he's back as a main character by putting him on the same footing as Raziel as icons of vampire mythology, around which there are conspiracies and manipulations. That was Kain's first chapter, so the second jumps to the spectral realm and 500 years in the future, to the time of Blood Omen, and we see Raziel has been languishing in the spectral realm for these centuries, refusing to serve his master, refusing to feed, and snapping back at the creature when it gives him the Wheel of Fate speech for probably the umpteenth time. Raziel says he refuses to do the creature's will, but much like Raziel called him out on just being another parasite, the Elder God returns the favor, making Raziel admit it's not a matter of will but fear that keeps him there. Because he knows the end of Soul Reaver 2 was just a stay of execution. The moment he leaves, he exposes himself to the danger of becoming part of the Blade. Raziel realizes that whatever the danger, it's better to face his destiny head on, and so he pretends to submit, feeding a few times to please his master, the Elder God retracting some of its tentacles to open further parts of the underworld to him, putting the carrot in front of him, so to speak, so he learns that submission and obedience have their rewards. But Raziel's not an idiot, so the first chance he gets, he escapes from the underworld, in a platforming race against a strange and deadly spectral mist, culminating the Elder God attempting to grasp Raziel with tentacles and only managing to bring down debris from a ruin closing off the entrance to the underworld. Raziel is in the lower levels of the mausoleum, and reaching its main hall, he finds a conduit, aka the swirly thing you stand on to return to the physical realm. But before he can use it, the Elder God removes it, telling him he's lost the right to use them for his Defiance. He's good with Raziel remaining a wraith, so no conduit needed. Seeking alternatives, Raziel faces through the metal bars on the window leading to the graveyard beyond. And though it will become apparent later, this is the graveyard where Blood Omen kicks off. Raziel sees a few floating souls and then ghastly figures appear, with scythe-like appendages and gaping maws for mouths. The Elder God's other servants, his hunters, were wayward souls. Seeing these creatures, he realizes he may become one of them if he doesn't escape, but his musings are interrupted as the hunters are there for him. He dispatches them and continues on, hoping to leave the spectral realm soon, before he becomes just another mindless hunter for his master. The closing of the conduits to the material realm ties into the new way you do it in Defiance, which was a change to give it more of a gruesome and scarier feel. But it also answers the question of whether those were natural or put in Raziel's way by his master. Not to mention that closing them means the Elder God is not a complete idiot, which is something you need to assert for your main villain to have any chance of being effective. And the Elder God's hunters are another callback, as they work exactly the same as the vampire wraiths did in Soul Reaver. Now we return to Kain, and he continues his pursuit of Mobius, his passage to the Time Streamer barred by a set of doors sealed using a statue of Malak the Paladin, its sword and shield missing. Though Kain is loath to restore his old enemy's dignity in this way, he finds and restores the items and continues on his merry way, finding another fragment of the Balance emblem, this one empowering the Reaver with fire, and adding a similar elemental property to his TK. allowing him to light or put out flames at will. And again, it seems rather convenient, given that he needs this ability to raise some platforms to reach the place where Mobius awaits him. But this time, Kain doesn't question it. Mobius, as always, isn't surprised and gives a name to the artifact Kain has, which is, as I've said, the balance emblem, telling Kain it'll be used for him if he can find the other pieces, and beckons him closer to continue their conversation. Kain does, but this time on his terms, using his TK to remove the staff from Mobius' hands and bring him closer, choking him like he's Darth Vader. Mobius responds to the threat in the same way he did to Raziel in Soul Reaver 2, by exclaiming that this is not when or how he dies, so Kain can't kill him. But Kain retorts with, there are other fates other than death. After all, Kain got killed too and didn't die. He was made a vampire, so my guess is that this is what Kain is implying, turning Mobius into a vampire, which would be a nightmare for the Time Streamer. A cruel joke that Kain has already made in the past with Raziel and his compatriots. Mobius once again attempts to convince Kain that he's being foolish, that his vanity has blinded him to Raziel's true nature, and that his attempts at manipulating history are pathetic. That even saving Raziel from the Soul Reaver in Soul Reaver 2 has not done a damn thing to change Kain, Raziel's, or Nosgoth's fate. But Kain ignores the attempt at manipulating him, stating that with his action, Raziel retains his free will. He's still the wild card, and he knows it scares Mobius, because it means Raziel is invisible to him. Mobius admits it, but asks that he can see the ripples of Raziel's potential choices, and all of them end with Kain dying by Raziel's hand and him entering the sword. Kain is tired of talking with Mobius and demands to know where Raziel is, and Mobius tells him he's contained, too dangerous to be let out, but that in time he may be released, in particular when it's time for him to enter the sword. But until then, he says, Raziel is simply too dangerous. Kain demands to know where Mobius' proof is, that Raziel is such a dangerous figure, and that Kain has misread him so completely. Mobius tells him to head to the Pillars to find the testament etched in stone and teleports away, before Kain gets any more ideas on what to do with him. Kain says even stones can lie, but takes the hint and flies to the Pillars, ending this chapter. Back in the graveyard, Raziel finds another mausoleum, and inside, a broken casket emitting some spectral vapors, and as he approaches, he feels the same pull as when he used the conduits. So he projects himself into the tomb and emerges in the physical realm possessing this long dead body, though he reshapes it to his form. This is a change to the shift that I mentioned before, to make it more dramatic and give it a more horrifying appearance. The only problem is that while shifts used to be a simple transition from spectral to material, now it has an associated time-consuming animation that does get old very fast. Sometimes simple is better than cinematic. The mausoleum has another hallway in it, but it's protected by animated raven heads that close the door as soon as Raziel approaches. So he has no choice but to leave the area, passing through a threshold outside that was open on the way in through the spectral realm, but closes as he passes now in the physical realm. This door, Raziel notes, is marked with the elemental power of darkness. Raziel walks into a camp of Mobius' vampire hunters, who are busy discussing the ghost huntings of the pillar, but pick up their arms as soon as they see the blue-skinned thing walking towards them, declaring it a demon and attacking. After dispatching them, Raziel continues his exploration of the area, and above him in an alcove, he sees a door marked with the elemental symbol of light. Not only that, but the door that will take him from this place to the pillars seems to have a lock that will react to both the light and dark elemental powers. Now, if you played Soul Reaver 2, you know that Raziel's Reaver was empowered with those two opposite elements, but the problem is, the forges he found were linked to elemental fonts spread around Nosgoth. They weren't permanent enhancements, much like the Fire Reaver required a burning flame in Soul Reaver 1. There was to be a cutscene or piece of dialogue in the game that explained that one of the Elder Gods' measures against Raziel was to destroy all those elemental fonts, and Raziel will be aware of the fact, prompting him to do as he does in Defiance, look for new forges, but that was cut. Raziel returns to the mausoleum atop the entrance to the underworld, and this time there's a nasty surprise waiting for him. A group of undead warriors rise around him, their eyes having a menacing green glow, and they whisper about him, calling him renegade, traitor, and asking what he is. Raziel doesn't know them, but realizes his own method of appearing in the physical realm was apparently not as original as he thought. These are the Hilden, possessing the bodies of corpses and coming to fight Raziel. to stop him from further altering the plans, knowing that he could change things in a way that doesn't play according to their design. This is, after all, the time period of Blood Omen, a critical point in time for the Hilden, specifically Ashagig's plans. An interesting detail is that in Defiance, souls were redesigned. Their look, instead of being balls of light, they are now humanoid in shape, upper bodies at the very least, and the Hilden have their own green souls with a little vestigial wing things on their back. A second interesting thing about the Hilden fight, especially those where exits are blocked until you defeat them, is that the green barriers have a symbol on them, and it's the one seen above the entrance to the device in Blood Omen 2. Raziel passes through this mausoleum to another open area with another bonfire and a new set of mercenaries, but on this one he finds another door like the one he saw before, similarly marked with the power of darkness, and this one has the crest of the element of light above it, perhaps signifying a ruin related to that element. Without the power of darkness though, Raziel is forced to continue, coming across more Hilden and other enemies, coming to that second level where he saw the alcove with a door decorated with a light symbol, which leads to another mausoleum. There are a lot of those in this graveyard. He makes it to an area very similar to the one holding the light element ruin, but the door found here has a dark element symbol above, and decorated with the Reaver, meaning this one might open to Raziel, and it does. Inside is a small room with a portal and a puzzle, and solving it activates the portal that leads to a section of the Vampire Citadel that will be seen in later chapters. This one acting as a forge for the element of darkness. The ruins are littered with murals depicting the history of the vampire race, this one showing the conflict between the vampires and the Hilden, the raising of the Pillars, a vampire champion holding the Reaver, and lastly, the appointment of the Guardians. The images are meant to look like an ancient mural, partly faded, but in truth they just look like really pixelated images. The texturing isn't the best, particularly in busy artwork like the one showing the war. Raziel finds the central chamber in the forge and uses it to imbue the Reaver with darkness, and unlike the previous forging he did in Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2, these power-ups are permanent, allowing Raziel to switch to a different Reaver on the fly. Not only that, but each Reaver element for both Kain and Raziel have both a spell, that ultimate attack you can unleash with it, and a super attack when the bar is full, though in most cases the super attack only means it deals more damage. Only a handful have specific properties. The spell for the darkness element renders Raziel invisible, so now Raziel can cross the threshold of that hallway with the Ravenheads, having found a way to remain undetected. And so he does, and makes it to a dank womb of darkness and decay.
I awoke to the pain of a new existence, in a dank womb of darkness and decay.
In other words, Kain's mausoleum, holding his casket and a huge portrait of the young noble from Corhagen. Though curiously, when shifted into the spectral realm, the portrait is different, showing Kain as a vampire instead, which is a wonderful addition. In this room is Kain's family emblem, required to open passage beyond this mausoleum and to the light element forge. Much like the darkness forge, it's another trip to the Vampire Citadel. This time the mural showing the moment the curse was inflicted upon the vampires by the Hilden, and showing that many vampires fell to despair and even took themselves out as a result. When Raziel imbues the blade with the power of light, we're introduced to one of the worst enemies ever included in a Legacy of Kain title, the statues. This first one looking like a weeping angel from Doctor Who, but with none of the charm. The statues don't flinch, have AoE abilities that knock you around the room, take just little damage from telekinesis but can be pushed or pulled, deal monumental amounts of damage, and have very deep health pulls. In essence, they are indubitably and incredibly boring to fight. And this is the basic version of them. There are worse, but we'll get to those. The forges are unfortunately an element of Defiance that feels very much like they copied and pasted them over and over. In fact, the Dark Forge has rooms and even a climbable wall that have and lead to nothing interesting. No collectibles, no power-ups, nothing. Meaning it was likely a reused asset. You return to similar forges throughout the game, and though the exact details change, they are one aspect of the game that feels repetitive. There are exceptions, of course. Light and Dark are straightforward. Go in, get Reaver power, and the Spirit Forge is unique and quite engaging. But the other elements, air, fire, water, and earth, are functionally identical. The only interesting thing about them are the murals showing the history of the vampire race. And well, the first one of the elemental ones introduces a gimmick used by the rest that is fun at first, but not for long. But with both light and dark Reavers at his disposal, Raziel makes for that curious door with a double lock, and uses his newfound elemental powers to open the way to the Pillars and have a quick chat with its tenant, Ariel. But before that, we return to Kain at the Pillars at a simpler time, with Kain having a moment of contemplation and seeing the Pillars so pure, long before corruption set in, before Ariel, before Nopraptor, and before his own choices. Tearing the Pillars down, building the Empire on their ruin, and then starting this entire scheme. He wonders if it's still possible to save Nosgoth and restore the Pillars with the right knowledge or plans. A rare moment of doubt for Kain, but ultimately a humanizing one. Kain's been at this for a long time and taken drastic and dangerous steps. It's natural that even he would have moments of uncertainty. The answers he seeks, according to Mobius, are close by, and after dispatching even more Sarafan standing in his way, he finds a monolith bearing an indentation for one of the fragments of the balance emblem, specifically one he doesn't yet possess, forcing him to turn back and look for it. And that leads me to one of my main issues with Defiance, that every time the characters need a new fragment of the emblem or a new elemental power for the Reaver, it's conveniently nearby, or there is a door right there marked with the required elemental symbol. It gives the impression that these characters stumble upon these ancient powers in a purely coincidental manner instead of being an active pursuit. It's a minor issue, I admit it, but it makes the world feel small and it makes the characters feel as if they were on rails, which, given the themes of the game, curiously makes it very thematically appropriate. But I do feel it hinders the world building and makes Nosgoth feel very small. The fact the game reuses many of its locations for both Kain and Raziel doesn't help matters. But Kain does find a new part for the emblem nearby, this one attuned to the dimension property of the Pillars, and grants a super attack where Kain vanishes and teleports around, striking each enemy. With this new addition, he returns to the monolith and places a dimension fragment on it, making some distant missed part and revealing the Vampire Citadel, which requires a bat-form launch point appearing nearby for Kain to make the trip. Kain flies away, and now our perspective shifts to the same map, but 500 years in the future, as Raziel arrives and immediately finds his path barred by a lock requiring him to light some torches. So based on what I said above, you immediately know which door he's about to find nearby, requiring him to have an elemental ability he already possesses. But before heading into the Fire Forge, Raziel has to fight several of Mobius' hunters, and this time the entire set of mercenary variants are on call, and I do enjoy them, each of them having their own little strategies to use, from the big guys you can't fight head on, to the really agile ones that throw bombs at you that you need to pursue, to the priestly ones that stay out of the way and buff the rest. The fact that different enemy types, being Hilden or mercenaries or Sarafan, all have different variants makes the combat work really well. What doesn't work, and happens in this level quite a lot, is that the circular barriers they create to force you to fight them stops your movement but not theirs, so you have to deal with hunters you need to kill to progress being out of reach, forcing you to depend on TK exclusively or wait for them to approach you. It can get infuriating, and it's a glaring design flaw. The Fire Forge shows a mural with the forging of the Reaver itself, and who would be on the mural hammering away but Vorador himself, looking much more human than he does by this time period. Raziel realizes the Elder Vampire may hold some clues, so he makes visiting Vorador his next priority once he's done with the Pillars. This forge is very much about Vorador, showing that he didn't just forge the Reaver, but was the first human to be granted the Dark Gift by Janos Audron. And Raziel explains that the curse of the Hilden didn't just give the vampires bloodlust, but also sterilized the entire species. If you're just seeing this game on its own, then it may seem like Raziel is reading quite a lot from these images and making some wild leaps of logic. While the truth is, the dots are not that hard to connect. Janos tells Raziel that the Pillars chose human guardians because vampires are no longer born. That must mean that at some point, infertility struck the entire species. From Vorador's existence, he knows that at some point, elder vampires began giving humans the Dark Gift, likely at the point where they could no longer conceive on their own. And in their history, from what Raziel learned, there was one monumental shift for them. and that was the Hilden's curse, which he knows gave the species their bloodlust, and he recently learned that many were driven to despair, so making the connection that the curse also made the species infertile is pretty logical. I mentioned before that the first elemental Reaver forge introduces a gimmick, one that repeats for the rest of those forges. The gimmick is that these forges are inactive, and to activate them they must be infused with the souls of the vampire guardians entombed nearby. For this one, the souls require those of nature and conflict, the pillars with principles aligned to the element of fire. The Guardian of Nature fights summoning these vine-like tentacles from the ground and pushing you back after each combo. In fact, they all do this and it gets very annoying. And the Conflict Guardian goes one step further and summons minions to attack you. But with the Guardians dealt, the forge is fully charged and Raziel obtains the Fire Reaver. He returns to that lock with the torches, gains access to the Pillars of Nosgoth, and the Spectre awaiting him there, Ariel. So far in the series, Raziel has interacted with Ariel about 1,000 years since she was bound in place, and about a century after the end of Blood Omen. But now he's interacting with her fresh from the grave, so to speak, still hopeful that Kain may fulfill the destiny they planned for him, and upon meeting Raziel, believes him to be one of the Unspoken, the Hilden, given his rather demonic appearance. It's clear to Raziel that all her hopes are on Kain, so he breaks the news to her that she doesn't know Kain and he will disappoint her. But at this point in time, she's not ready to believe him. She truly thinks that Kain will sacrifice himself, so she labels his words as poison. So Raziel simply asks for information on where to find Vorador, promising to leave Ariel in peace, and the ghostly guardian points him in the direction of the Black Forest, aka the Termagant Forest. What is fascinating though is that despite refusing to say the word Hilden, telling Raziel that the name will remain unspoken, as decreed by their ancestors, aka the ancient vampires, she shows complete disdain for Vorador and seems impressed by, maybe even content, with the effectiveness of Mobius's hunters, and wishes Raziel will go and decay with Vorador in that corner of the world. Worth reminding that in this moment, she thinks Raziel is Hilden, so she's putting Vorador on the same level as the Unspoken. Though it's not that surprising, the Circle of Nine has historically been very much anti-vampire. To proceed further, Raziel needs to acquire another elemental power, this time the power of air, so of course, this little patch near the pillars houses not only one elemental forge, but two of them. A little puzzle later, Raziel arrives to the Forge of Air, where the Guardians of Mind and Dimension await him, the former creating mirror images and the other teleporting around. The mural showed in this forge is a bit more critical to the overall story, even if it looks faded and some details are obscured, as it shows the prophesied vampire champion facing off against the Hilden's own chosen warrior, the vampire wielding the Reaver and the opponent a sword seemingly made of pure fire. Sound familiar? With the Reaver now empowered with air, Raziel finally leaves the pillars, using the Reaver's power to fly up to a previously unreachable area, and heads deeper into the forest to Vorador's manor, hoping the vampire might have answers to not just forestall but alter Raziel's fate of being consumed by the sword. It's time for Kain's next chapter, and he arrives in something of a meeting room at the top of the Citadel ruins, with exactly 9 chairs, likely a meeting room for the original vampire guardians of the Pillars of Nosgoth. Though Mobius sent Kain here to supposedly discover that Raziel is not what Kain believes or hopes him to be, Kain is thankful because this place may hold information on the Sign of Balance, which is what he's truly after. Kain finds a pair of murals depicting the conflict of the champions. Much like with Raziel, one of them is very much faded, while the other one shows the Hilden champion plunging the fire blade into the chosen vampire. The prophecy perhaps being that the vampire champion would lose. In this depiction of the two champions, he dubs one a Redeemer and the other a Destroyer. It sounds familiar because it's the words Mobius uses to refer to Raziel when they first meet.
Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah.
This will be important later on. The ruins of the Citadel have multiple areas, but they're all locked behind doors bearing indentations for the Battleland's emblem, and he's missing a few of them. Not only that, but a human tribe seems to have turned this place into their home. And though this is pure conjecture on my part, I believe them to be the descendants of some of the humans brought to the Citadel to serve the vampires, or perhaps even be given the Dark Gift, who remained here after the uprising through which the human broke free of the vampire masters. Kain finds a crest bearing the Eye of the Elder God as a symbol, an item called the Wheel of Life. which is the first key he needs to open a passage to other areas of the Citadel and the next part of the Balance Emblem. Much like Raziel, Kain takes a portal to one of the forges, the Light Forge, only he has no use for it. Instead, Kain jumps from one forge to the next using different gates. In this case, he goes from light to fire to the Forge of Water, where he unlocks a room holding the emblem part of the elemental power of lightning. When he arrives at the Fire Forge, he notes a pair of heavy-looking statues. Consider them the brutes of the statue enemy. He sees them immobile, but knows better than to assume they'll remain like that forever, something that will be immediately clear to the player as well. In fact, they light up when returning with a lightning-imbued Reaver, and if the smaller statues are a chore to fight, these are downright unbearable, and perhaps the worst designed enemy in the entire series. They have all the properties of the smaller variant, but also fire projectiles and can create a shield around its form that you have no choice but to wait out until it dissipates to get a few strikes in. It's horrendous design and the hardest enemies in the entire game. This chapter has an abrupt end. You find the elemental relic for lightning and return to the Citadel to open one of the doors that requires it. Kain comments on how a new area is open, and that's it. Back to Raziel and the longest chapter in the game. Raziel arrives to Vorador's lavish manor, and this is the first of the reproductions of a Blood Omen area in these games that I'm impressed by. Vorador's home in Defiance looks impressive as hell. After dispatching a pair of statues, Raziel goes into the house and immediately sees a statue of the host, the ancient vampire Vorador, and close by finds a stained glass window showing a vampire with the elemental symbol of water. And then Raziel finds himself in a small courtyard on the other side of the window, where he sees 3 gargoyle-shaped fountains pouring water into a pool with vampiric runes around it, with Raziel saying he thinks this pool is related to the portals he's been using to travel to the forges. Unfortunately, the water is turbulent thanks to the spouting of the fountains, so that's his next objective, to stop them. To do so, he must find 3 spears and drive them through the back of each gargoyle, at which point the water stops pouring from their mouths to the pools and blood falls from their chest down to special receptacles. To obtain each spear, Raziel explores different sections of the mansion, blocked off by Soul Reaver doors of different elements, though fortunately, Raziel already has all the required elemental powers. This is perhaps the only level where it's up to the player which spear they choose to pursue first, but ultimately they're hidden behind combat or puzzle challenges. For example, the one in the library requires Raziel to use the Light Reaver to illuminate some darkened bulbs, and the dining room the opposite. With all 3 spears piercing the gargoyles and the water now still, a portal forms there and Raziel jumps in, arriving to the same water forge that Kain visited in his previous chapter, and where the guardians of states and death await him. And the 2 final forges shake things up a bit, but not in a good way, by making you fight both guardians at the same time. And given that the Death Guardian summons a bunch of Spectral Realm scavengers, the end result is a chaotic mess of a boss fight. Nevertheless, with them destroyed, Raziel obtains the elemental power of water, which allows him to freeze water surfaces, especially waterfalls, which become surfaces Raziel can climb on. And of course, douse torches and other fires, an ability critical to open the path to Vorador, the door to his sanctuary requiring Raziel to douse certain lit torches. As for what Raziel finds in the ruins, it's a mural showing the 2 champions locked in battle, prompting Raziel to say, considering how much he looks like the champion of the Hilden, with glowing eyes and a fiery blade, that Mobius had been right all along, that he was going to fight Kain and either die by his hand or kill him. And he wonders what free will has to do with any of it. What indeed? Raziel meets Vorador for the first time in a long while. After all, their first meeting happened about 30 years prior, around the time Ariel was killed and the Pillars became corrupted. If Vorador is surprised by Raziel's visit, he doesn't show it, and instead asks if the Wraith is here to join in the final struggle of the vampires, and wonders on which side. Raziel tells him he's not here to fight, that Vorador holds the answers he wants as the orchestrator of his fate. After all, he forged the Reaver, so surely he has to know what it was for. But the Elder Vampire doesn't know. He forged it, yes, but the only thing he knows of its intended purpose are bits and pieces of prophecies that Janos shared with him. Raziel asks if any of those scraps mention why the sword would imprison their savior, which Vorador takes as Raziel having made a choice on which path to follow or which side to stand with. But Raziel tells him he's not chosen anything, but instead he's been led, lied, and manipulated over and over. He wants Vorador to explain what Raziel's supposed role is, given that it seems he knows the truth. But to his disappointment, Vordor says he only thought he knew the answer, but now all the prophecies seem to have failed, with the Pillars corrupted and Vordor the last of the vampires, so that when Mobius' mercenaries finally end him, everything will have been a waste. And likely what Vordor means with the failing prophecies are those linked to the Sign of Balance. With the Pillars corrupted, the prophecy indicates that the Sign will appear and restore balance and return the Pillars to the vampires. But as the last vampire, if he dies, it means the whole thing was wrong and his sacrifices were for nothing. Raziel reminds Vordor that Kain is out there, and showing some concern, which by the way is consistent with Vordor's interaction with Kain and Blood Omen, he says Kain seems to carry a burden far heavier than the fledgling vampire likely even realizes, and he would be right. He then makes it plain for Raziel he can't help him even if he wanted to. Yes, he forged the Reaver, but only because Janos told him to, and he has no idea what his maker and the other vampires put on the blade in terms of enchantments. Raziel tells Vordor that when he met Janos, the ancient vampire tried to give Raziel the sword, saying it was meant for him. But did he mean as a weapon or as a prison? Vordor, to Raziel's surprise, tells him he should maybe ask Janos directly, and shows Raziel the body of Janos Aldrin, still as fresh as it was 500 years prior when his heart was ripped from his body. Vordor explains that somewhere out there the heart is still beating, and thus Janos' body doesn't deteriorate. Raziel asks if Vordor has ever attempted to recover the heart, and Vordor explains he's tried many times, but he's been unsuccessful. Their enemies had it hidden very well, and that it was taken to Avernus Cathedral at some point, and then dubbed the Heart of Darkness. He tells Raziel he may be the only one who can actually find the heart, and gives him a key that will open the back door to the manor and the path to Avernus. I truly dislike this cutscene. As much as I could listen to Paul Lukather and Michael Bell wax poetic as Vordor and Raziel all day, this cutscene is a whole lot of nothing. We learn nothing new, and Vordor is infuriatingly vague. I get it, they're holding off the big revelations for now. But I once thought I did, but now the prophecies have failed, it's not really an answer. And everything else about Janos and the heart is very much old ground and merely there to get Raziel to Avernus, even though the lead on the heart's location is flimsy at best. It's not that Vordor says he senses the heart in Avernus, but it was taken there centuries before as a trophy. Anything could have happened to it in those centuries. Raziel goes to Vordor for answers and leaves with not even a tiny theory. It's fine if Vordor is wrong and tells us something incorrect. It's already established in the dialogue that anything he says is just a conjecture, but it could have been used to plant some seeds of truth for that final reveal. In essence, if you remove 75% of this cutscene, it has no impact on the game, so it's a waste of time. It's there to pad the runtime. As Raziel reaches the library, Vordor appears before him once more and tells him Avernus is in flames. So this is during or after Kain's visit to Avernus in Blood Omen. Vordor is afraid that with the fire, their hopes might be dashed, and tells Raziel he'll have to hurry, but to be careful, because an unspoken evil is in the cathedral, and Raziel will have to resist its influence if he's to succeed. Of course, he's referring to Hashak-Gik, which in Blood Omen you can find his altar in the depths of Avernus, making it the heart of the Hilden cult in Nosgoth. And so Raziel leaves the manor for Avernus Cathedral, and we return to Kain in the past. And this chapter doesn't waste any time, immediately sending Kain across another gate to yet another forge ruin. And in this one he finds a curious mural, showing how as the Pillars began choosing humans to serve them as guardians, the vampires sometimes adopted, sometimes kidnapped these guardians and turned them into vampires, to maintain control over the Pillars. And the last panel is the most important of this tale. We know that eventually the humans rebelled and broke off from the vampires. But the mural shows the leaders of this rebellion, Mobius and Mortanius. Mobius is the easier one to recognize for the staff he holds, while Mortanius is shown here with the Defiance interpretation of his original look in Blood Omen, which we have yet to see at this point. Personally, I think the mural should have shown Mortanius in his Blood Omen look. It's a bit more crude, but also more easily recognized by players. Nevertheless, this revelation gives Kain a moment of clarity as he realizes why Mobius hates him so much. Kain is the first vampire guardian in a long time, and Mobius knows what that means, so he's desperate to derail that possibility, for that fate for Kain to become a reality. This set of ruins is by far the longest sequence Kain has in all of Defiance. Unfortunately, instead of showing unique settings, it's a complete rehash of every forge, including the Earth Forge, which Raziel has yet to visit, with Kain going through gate after gate and fighting the tribespeople and a whole heap of statues, all to reach the final chamber where the Time Emblem is waiting, thus completing the Balance Emblem and allowing access to the remaining parts of the Citadel. But as he approaches the final emblem, he finds the same murals he saw when he first arrived to the Citadel, only these are pristine and show the vampires had indeed prophesied a conflict between the Hilden and vampire champions, one armed with a flaming sword, the other with a Reaver. Unfortunately, they have seen both outcomes as equally possible, one where the vampire is victorious and one where the other takes the victory. Kain alludes to Mobius concocting all this, but is unsure what exactly the Time Streamer is planning. Kain opens the final door and sees the mural showing the ancients falling into despair as they receive the curse, the Dark Gift. He interprets the mural as showing them falling into some form of spiritual purgatory, but wonders why this door was closed, coming to the conclusion that maybe they wanted to keep something trapped inside, and to prove him right, the Elder God speaks to Kain for the first time. And he does so with honeyed words, using all the right terms, calling Kain Scion of Balance and Savior of Nosgoth. He tells Kain he is the Oracle of the Ancients and he can help Kain. So of course, the vampire is distrustful. The Elder God tells him that Raziel has found Janos' body and is in Avernus looking for the heart, but there is still time for Kain to stop him. But Kain realizes, seeing the images of Avernus in flames, where in time Raziel really is. And he mentions this to the so-called Oracle, who, just to make things extra convenient and thus extra suspicious for Kain, offers him a portal that will transport Kain in time, giving the Elder God a measure of power and control over the natural forces of Nosgoth that he never had used before. It in fact flies in the face of the end of Soul Reaver, where the Elder God tells Raziel that by traveling in time, he'd be out of his reach. As it turns out, he not only has Mobius' time omniscience, but is also capable of manipulating time like his servant. Unless he's merely a conduit for the Time Streamer in this case, but it's not clearly stated, so I can't assume that's the correct answer. Kain makes it clear he doesn't trust the Oracle, but he also realizes he has no choice but to jump into the portal and attempt to reach Raziel. Kain emerges in the same room but in the future, and the Elder God attempts to do with Kain the same thing he did with Raziel many times in the past, encourage him to kill the other, inciting conflict between them, using Kain's knowledge of his own history as sufficient reason for Kain to stop Raziel, to prevent him from doing much harm. Kain says Raziel is not his enemy, and if we ignore the execution, the manipulation, and the antagonism between them in Soul Reaver 1, and focus just on the sequel, then yes, Kain is not Raziel's enemy. That doesn't mean the Wraith doesn't see things differently. Kain finds a vantage point as sees Avernus in flames, confirming once more that he's been brought to the correct time period by the Oracle. And if Raziel truly intends to revive Janos, Kain agrees he must be stopped. Thus he departs in bat form towards the cathedral and a confrontation with his former lieutenant. Avernus in Defiance was once supposed to be a sprawling level, but most of it was ultimately cut, leaving only the main chapel and the catacombs. Raziel arrives and sees a platform meant to be used with the Earth Reaver, the final element, and one Raziel doesn't yet possess, so of course the door to the forge is nearby and Raziel makes the crossing to the Earth Forge to face the Guardians of Time and Energy, and a bunch of robot statues. Well, here Raziel also finds the missing piece of his puzzle. He sees the same mural of the vampires falling into despair, but now there's an added element, a symbol, an eye in the center with lines spreading outwards like tentacles. A crest seen many times and which represents the Wheel of Fate. And he finally understands the true nature of the Dark Gift, the curse of the Hilden, to turn the vampires immortal, so they would be cast out from the Wheel of Fate they worshipped. It wasn't the bloodlust that made them seek their own end, but eternal life. He's shocked to discover such a wise race had been duped by the parasite he knew, and if there's one thing he was certain of, is that the Elder God was not really a god. He returns to the cathedral and using the newfound power of the Reaver gains access to an ancient forbidden tome that opens a gateway to the lower levels, the catacombs, and there finds the other side of the story, the bit the vampires didn't include in their telling, that they started the war, that the Hilden were simply against their god and refused to submit to the Wheel of Fate. And now Raziel could appreciate the poetry of the curse and that his appearance, so close to that of the Hilden, didn't seem so accidental now. Furthermore, he comes across another piece of art showing the Hilden champion, meant to deliver them from their vampire oppressors and their god, and bearing the flaming sword we've seen so far. It leaves Raziel more confused than ever, as he doesn't understand the game being played where every side wants to claim all the pieces as pawns. And here, at the worst of times, of course, the Elder God comes to twist things for Raziel, telling him this is his true nature. He's not the vampire champion, but the Hilden one. And that when Kain finds out, what does Raziel think he will do? I figure this is because the Elder God is uncertain that he managed to sow the seeds of discord in Kain. The vampire is simply too accustomed to manipulations, especially those delivered by disembodied voices. And he did hold firm on Raziel not being his enemy. So now he's trying the same with Raziel, perhaps to put him on a defensive so that he assumes that Kain is coming for him. Raziel makes it further down into the catacombs and finds the cult of Hashakik in the middle of mass, with Mortanius leading the worship of what seems to be a massive pit. Raziel attempts to get closer, wondering what it was they worshipped, but he makes the mistake of getting too close to the edge, and he's struck by some form of energy and dropped to the pit below. In here we find someone who's been missing from all the action so far, the last target of Raziel's revenge. If this were still Soul Reaver. Turel, only here very much deformed, like the other brethren, a changed made in Defiance. As in Soul Reaver, he was meant to have a more humanoid appearance. Here he retains the long ears of the Turelim, while the rest of the body is very much bat-like, only without the wings. Turel, voiced by Greg Berger, says he can't smell the blood and calls out that the sacrifice is rejected and that they, possibly the cultists, will know his wrath. He approaches Raziel and recognizes the scent, saying that it was impossible since he fell, of course meaning when he and Dumas threw him into the Lake of the Dead on Kain's orders. Raziel promptly corrects him. He didn't fall, he was thrown in by his brothers. Turel says he heard what Raziel did to them, and now of course the Wraith had found him, which is more than enough clues for Raziel to put it together and realize he's talking to his little brother. Turel hears his own name and says that was his name then, and on Raziel's comment on his appearance, Turel admits he's changed. He's now closer to a god, greater than Raziel ever was and greater even than Kain, which we've heard before from another brother. Curiously, the other one responsible for throwing Raziel to his doom. Dumas states very much the same stuff, claiming to have gained enough power to surpass everyone else. Raziel asks if he's the being they worship here, and Turel utters the name he thinks is his, Hashakik. Raziel can't understand why he remains in the pit, but Turel snaps back, telling Raziel he can't get out. And at that point, he's possessed by the Hilden, who say Turel has served them well to control the flock of believers, but that his time is nearly done. And in fact, the prophesied hour is swiftly approaching, more than likely meaning that the binding is about to be broken when Kain makes his choice. And here they change their tune a bit and beg Raziel to prevail as the vampire's champion is approaching, seemingly throwing their lot in with Raziel as their champion. Turel regains control of his body but loses all interest in continuing the conversation. He wants blood, he needs blood, and he thinks Raziel's is good enough. Worth mentioning that it's very apparent that Turel is blind, so he can't see Raziel's emaciated and very likely bloodless form. He's straight up just skin and bones. But Turel is desperate and has a feeling consuming Raziel will help him protect himself from the intrusive presence of the Hilden and attacks. This boss fight is phenomenal, given that it's a perfect hybrid of a throwback Soul Reaver puzzle boss fight combined with a more action-oriented combat style of Defiance. Raziel needs to use his improved mobility in this game to avoid Turel's charges and his projectiles and wait for a moment where the blind vampire creates sonic waves that resonate with the gongs placed along the walls, striking them to stun Turel, creating an opening to land attacks in a way reminiscent to the first phase of the Marcus fight in Blood Omen 2. Even as Turel dies, the Hilden still intrude upon his mind, demanding Raziel go and kill Kain and destroy the binding. Curious thing is that for all his boasting, when he's defeated and laying there close to death, he says, "Yes, now," to Raziel, and in unison with the Hilden voices, he says, "We shall all be free," which in a way might be that Turel welcomed death to finally be free of the Hilden. After all, the process of them taking over seemed incredibly painful for Raziel's brother, but that's just my theory. Consuming Turel's soul enhances Raziel's projectiles to full Kain-level telekinesis. So at this point, the characters are on equal footing in terms of power, ready for that fated confrontation. Raziel climbs out of the pit and approaches Mortanius. Raziel tries to explain he's not Hilden because everybody seems to think he is, but Mortanius completely disregards his words. Ashagik takes control and tells Raziel he's indeed late to the party, but it doesn't matter. With or without him, the binding will break. The Wraith addresses him by his usual name, the Unspoken, and considers the irony of the Hilden being in the heart of the circle. Ashagik says it's poetic justice to topple the pillars from within, and that soon they'll have their revenge. And then lets go, allows Mortanius to regain control, trying not to break him completely, as he's proven to be a good vessel up to that point. Raziel asks for the Heart of Darkness, and Mortanius once more tells him he's too late, that the heart has served its purpose. He used it to set prophecy in motion and create the Scion of Balance himself, who will restore the pillars and return them to vampire rule. He admits he and Mobius were wrong in toppling their former masters, that he was wrong to believe vampires were simply a plague they had to take care of. Raziel, of course, pieces together the heart is how Mortanius created Kain, but asks what Mortanius did with it afterwards, asking if he destroyed it, which is a profoundly dumb question to ask considering he knows the heart is intact, otherwise Janos' body would have decayed already. But Mortanius enlightens him further, telling him the heart will forever be out of their reach as long as Kain guards it with his life. So yes, the Heart of Darkness is in Kain. He has it with him at all times. Mortanius says this is his atonement, that Kain's creation will redeem him and all of Nosgoth. Compared to the scene with Vorador in the previous Raziel chapter, this is the complete opposite. This one actually has substance, and also remains consistent with the characterization of Mortanius in Blood Omen, the only member of the Circle actively pursuing balance and restoration, even to the cost of his own life. And now, with the extended vampire mythos, it further distances Mortanius from Mobius. Mobius is driven by his allegiance to the Elder God and his hatred for the vampires and can't see another way. Mortanius, on the other hand, realized they screwed up and did his best to fix it all again. But it does beg a question. If even the Hilden see him as their chosen champion, why have all the Revenants been after him? The truth is, they don't see him as their savior. They already have their plan, and Raziel is a wild card. This is an attempt at manipulation, and one that does work, as is seen when Raziel returns to the main floor of the cathedral and comes face to face with Kain. If you pay close attention to Raziel, his eyes glow green with increasing intensity. Raziel, in this conflict, by his own admission afterwards, was influenced by the presence in Avernus. The words they speak to him when using Terrell likely in the back of his mind, urging him to strike at Kain to make Raziel lose himself, and he does. But I'm slightly ahead of myself. The confrontation between Kain and Raziel doesn't kick off at once, it escalates, with Raziel ever more incapable of accepting Kain's words and his intent, finding fault and conspiracy no matter what the vampire says. And the best thing about these scenes between Kain and Raziel is the absolute lack of any other sound. In this pivotal moment, you only hear Kain and Raziel's voices, no music, no environmental tracks, nothing. Kain arrives to Avernus, and as he approaches the altar, Raziel appears and utters a single word, Kain. Raziel asks, why is this no surprise? A very common rhetorical question in their relationship, but one that in this case, Kain does answer, saying their fates are intertwined, never to be separate again, and at every important juncture, Raziel will find Kain there. Raziel then wonders about his free will, and what part does it play if Kain and he are so linked. Kain says he still has it, and that's the point, why he's here to talk to him. But Raziel takes that as yet another attempt at manipulation, and here we see the first of that green glow in his eyes. Raziel snaps back, telling Kain that his fate was put in motion by Kain himself, and that his theoretical coin has landed and it's time to deal with it. Kain tells him the coin is still spinning, and for things to work out in a way that benefits them both, Janos needs to stay dead. Kain is speaking calmly, he's not demanding, he's trying to be reasonable, but Raziel is beyond reason at this moment. And in his response we see it, he's not trying to understand what Kain means, which of course flies against Raziel's entire journey in Soul Reaver 2, which was always about finding out the truth. Instead, he just thinks this is another attempt at manipulation, so demands to know if Janos needs to stay dead just because Kain says so. Then is his free will just something to be used when Kain wants it? Kain attempts to warn Raziel again, telling him there's more going on that he knows. And before Kain can say anything more, Raziel interrupts him and says he agrees, and that Janos has the answers he seeks. Kain asks for Raziel's trust, telling him their goals for Nosgoth aligns. And proof number 2 that Raziel is being controlled in this moment. His reply is very much, and if I don't, what are you gonna do about it? And for everything that Kain is as a character, how cruel he can be, how secretive and cunning, he's also only ever been 100% honest with Raziel. At no point has he ever lied to him. Kain doesn't attempt to manipulate Raziel because he hates that kind of stuff, having been thoroughly manipulated in his own journey. So here, once again, Kain tells Raziel he's not his enemy. He's not here to threaten him. Raziel asks how that can be true when he's holding the Reaver, Raziel's prison. And Kain reminds him that he saved Raziel from that fate and has no intention of imprisoning him, and even goes so far as to put the Reaver away. Kain in this scene is doing his damnedest to build a bridge between him and his former lieutenant, or between the Elder God, Mobius, the Hilden, and his own questions about fate and the ambiguity of it all. Raziel is so turned and twisted around that he can't see it. So once again, he snaps back at Kain, claiming the vampire won't imprison him unless it suits his plans to do so. Kain, visibly losing his patience, tells the Wraith that sure, he has the Reaver, which is a danger to Raziel, but Kain himself is also at risk. After all, Raziel holds the Soul Reaver, the only weapon that can actually kill him, by virtue of taking his soul if he strikes him down with it, plus the whole fiery sword in the murals being a big clue. Raziel summons the Wraithblade and adopts a combat stance. Raziel, with his own thoughts and ideas of what the prophecies mean, asks Kain if the vampire knows who they are destined to be. Kain says yes, he thinks he knows who's who in the conflict. So Raziel, incensed that Kain would still think he can use Raziel as a tool, tells him think again and lunges at the vampire. The green glow in his eyes now very strong. Kain tells Raziel to be careful with what he's doing. Raziel counters, asking what's the point? If they are who they're supposed to be, isn't this fight inevitable? Why not just do it? But Kain tells him he won't fight him. He's not his enemy. Raziel taunts Kain, saying, is that it then? I win because you won't fight? Then mocks Kain one last time, proclaiming that the mighty Kain, scion of balance and savior of Nosgoth, surrenders before the final battle begins, and goes for another attack, and this time, Kain has had enough. He catches Raziel, throws him at the altar, and draws the Reaver, agreeing to fight him, hoping whooping his butt will make him the reason. Raziel is pretty aggressive as a boss and uses all the attacks you can use with him, with the difference of only using the base Reaver and not any of the elemental ones. When the fight concludes, Kain tells Raziel to listen, that he needs to stop looking for a Heart of Darkness, that using it will have terrible consequences. Raziel has a moment of pause here, defeated and a bit deflated, but it wouldn't last long. But he realizes from Kain's words that Kain has no idea where the heart is. He never looked for it. Kain attempts to explain the way the world works, how everyone has a fate, bound by it. Raziel says yes, bound to the wheel of fate, a topic he knows much more about than Kain, and tells him accordingly. But Kain adds the next detail, that because of Raziel's rebirth, he's outside of the wheel, the only one to actually have free will, the ability to choose. And here Raziel goes off the deep end again, taking everything Kain told him and coming to the conclusion that Kain expects him to make that choice at his direction when it suits him. But no, he tells Kain his pawn is off the board now, and his powers have grown enough to match his former masters, and that it's time to finish this, his eyes blazing with the same intensity as the Wraithblade in his hands. Now it's Raziel versus Kain, and it's time to talk about the sound design for these fights, and two important things to discuss. The first is the music, and you have to applaud the inspired choices for the background music. When playing Kain, it's the main theme from Blood Omen 2, which is heavy on percussion and just matches the mood of a fight. When playing as Raziel, the theme is Ozar Midrashim, the main theme of Soul Reaver, a game that was all about Raziel hunting Kain to kill him. And not only that, but it's a theme so iconic for the Soul Reaver franchise that it more or less speaks of the entire journey so far. The second aspect of the sound design isn't as positive, and it's related to a specific audio track for each of the characters that doesn't match their characterization. Laughter. When fighting Raziel, he can be heard laughing maniacally. When fighting Kain, he can be heard chuckling. It doesn't work. Sure, you could explain Raziel's laughter as that being due to the external influence on him, but Kain doesn't want this fight. He wouldn't laugh at any point of it. So it makes no sense whatsoever, and at least in my case, killed the immersion factor. Raziel slashes at Kain, injuring him and sending him flying. then runs up to finish the job, only for the vampire to catch Raziel's sword arm, struggling to keep him at bay, when suddenly the energy of the Wraith Blade courses through Kain's body and into the Reaver, which starts to consume Raziel once more. Raziel reaches for Kain, thinking this is on purpose, but Kain, panicking, tells him he's wrong, leaving himself open. So Raziel says Kain's favorite phrase, "Vae Victus," and plunges his hand into Kain and rips the Heart of Darkness, and follows it up with a translation of the quote, "Woe to the conquered." Raziel, eyes burning with green flame, exclaims that he's found the Heart of Darkness and tells Kain to go to oblivion, sending him hurtling back through the air and through a portal that opens right behind him. The portal showing up is, on one hand, very convenient and coincidental, but also this is Avernus Cathedral, where Azeroth the Planer had spent time tearing down the barriers between worlds to summon her demons, and is the home of a Hasha geek cult. So it's not completely out of the realms of possibility that in this place, the walls between realms are weakened, and that the Hilden couldn't open a crack to take Kain into their world as soon as Raziel pushes him. With Kain banished, the Hilden influence dissipates from Raziel. He's done his job, and he realizes he's been used once more. The influence in Avernus feeding his anger, and though he'd been hunting Kain for so long, he didn't feel joy in this moment. He wonders if Kain truly meant to harm him, saying he can't be sure of that, and now he'd never know. Sorry, buddy, but with a cool head, it should be abundantly clear that the guy who did everything he could not to fight you and told you he didn't want to fight you and that he wasn't your enemy and that his goal was to find a destiny that worked for both of you and had once before saved your soul behind wasn't trying to hurt you. Should be freaking obvious. Now, Legacy of Kain Defiance was meant to fix plot holes, but ultimately wound up creating another one. When Raziel returns to Vorador's manor, the place is in shambles, and it's clear that Mobius' mob ransacked the place. Raziel only hopes that Janos has not been discovered, and here Mobius calls out to him and congratulates him on a job well done. Raziel asks after Vorador, wondering if he'd escaped, but Mobius dashes that hope, throwing the elder vampire's sword at his feet, but assures him it took some effort to subdue him, and soon he'll be dead. Raziel tells Mobius that he himself is heading to his demise, but Mobius is fine with it. After all, a servant of the one true God, the Elder God, has nothing to fear in death, and he's satisfied to have played a small part in all this, especially now that Kain is dead. He asks Raziel now which of the heroes he thought he was, vampire or the other, but then reveals to Raziel that to them it didn't make a difference as long as the end result was that Kain died. Raziel laments how once again it's all been orchestrated and wonders if he truly has free will, as Kain had said, and Mobius delights in telling him that yes, he does. And that's the best part of it, that they made the guy who actually had a choice do exactly what they wanted. So once again, he congratulates him and teleports away, saying he has an execution to attend to. Now, the plot hole here, the narrative abyss, is that when Raziel is meeting Mortanius, the Necromancer is summoning Kain back to the Pillars for the final confrontation of Blood Omen, which of course means that when Raziel reaches Avernus, Vorador was already dead, as was Mobius. Yet this scene clearly takes place before those events, and the Defiance team would go on and confirm that this scene is erroneously placed. And I think it's just something that got misplaced in that plot shuffle that occurred when stuff got cut. Raziel goes through the now ruined mansion, avoiding mercenaries and even the Hilden revenants. I wondered why the Hilden would still come after Raziel, and I realized the answer is the same as before. They can't trust he won't screw things up for them. And this is the time of the Binding's destruction. The endgame is a critical time to have a free-willed, strong-willed monstrosity running around. Eventually though, he reaches Janos Audrin's body and shoves the heart back into the chest, and nothing happens. Janos is still dead. Dreading that it had all been for nothing, Raziel puts his hand on the ancient vampire and feels a sudden pull, as energy courses through his arm and into Janos, awakening him. The energy likely coming from the Wraith Blade. Maybe Janos needed a bit of jolt of soul power to wake up, or maybe it's the connection between the Reaver and its guardian that did the trick. Janos' chest injury closes and he takes a deep, gasping breath, the first one in over 500 years. He looks at Raziel and remembers what happened before the Seraphim plucked his heart out, and Raziel tells him he's been dead for 500 years. Janos of course wants to know if Vorador is still around, and Raziel quite bluntly tells him he's also dead, that his bloodline is done, and that the age of the vampires is ending. And it seems that Raziel left his tact back in Avernus. Janos grieves for his child but realizes there is a pressing issue and approaches Raziel, attempting to put a hand on him, likely to teleport them both somewhere else, but the Wraith rebuffs him, telling Janos Raziel is not what he thinks he is, nor has he brought the Ancient back out of the goodness of his heart. He has questions and Janos has the answers. Janos attempts to reassure Raziel, telling him there are those who will try to deceive him, but that his presence, his coming, marks the restoration of the vampires. Raziel counters with a big question: why then would you create a weapon to imprison him? And Janos doesn't understand. He says that Raziel is ordained by destiny to wield the Soul Reaver, at which point Raziel drops a little bomb on Janos, manifesting the Wraith Blade and saying that he does wield the Reaver, just not as Janos thought. Janos reels from the revelation, uttering Redeemer and Destroyer, almost in shock, and you can almost see his mind furiously at work. He wonders if he misread the signs and tells Raziel that his fate might be more complex than Janos could predict, and teleports him to the place that holds the answers that Raziel is looking for. It's a delightful little place we've explored ad nauseum at this point, the Vampire Citadel. Janos explains what the Citadel is, how it survived the war, and how from this room they saw the pillars raised and the first guardians appointed. Janos sees the pillar and is worried that the binding will fail, but Raziel points that the pillars are doomed. Janos drops a line here that is, I think, a callback to Kain's line in Soul Reaver, as long as a single one of us stands. Only Janos follows it up with, there is still hope, while Kain in his dialogue said, we are legion. Possibly the same meaning, as long as there is a single vampire around, the species can flourish, the dark gift can be passed. Janos tells Raziel the humans can't have the guardianship of the pillars, they're not competent enough for it. Raziel asks then why they allowed humans to be guardians, and I find this question strange. He already asked this of Janos in Soul Reaver 2, and he knows why, having studied all the murals throughout the game. The only reason for this question is to prompt Janos for the full lore dump on the player, and it's a clumsy execution. Janos thinks there isn't time for the full lore dump, but Raziel doesn't budge, telling Janos that he wants answers and that the world can burn for all he cares. So Janos gives the full rundown, how the curse infected them with bloodlust, but the real punishment was the immortality, which cut them from the wheel of fate, the cycle of death and rebirth, and turned them from the light of their god, their deity becoming silent. Many of the vampires couldn't live with this and chose oblivion, and yet, Raziel comments, they chose to pass on the curse, but Janos explains why. The binding is tied to vampires, meaning to sustain it, they have to keep their bloodlines going. And they did so by turning the new human guardians until they rebelled and refused the dark gift. Lastly, while a great deal of vampires took themselves out, Janos didn't, because gift or curse, if it means keeping the Hilden banished, he'll endure it. And Janos' entire speech just proves the depths of his zealotry. The Hilden were decreed enemies and then banished just because they didn't believe in the same faith. And Janos speaks with the certainty of a zealot that the Hilden must be kept away. Not only that, but he doesn't bat an eyelid to the fact that they forced innocent people to become vampires just to keep their bloodlines going, simply rationalizing it as a necessary evil for the binding to keep. We first see Janos as this benevolent figure, but this is Legacy of Kain. There is no one truly good here. And this is your confirmation of the darkness in Janos Audron. The key of it all is how he refers to the humans, how he thinks of them as foolish for taking the pillars, and he's incapable of seeing the vampires' part in this, incapable of empathizing with the humans the vampires kept forcing to become like them. This speech also explains why the Hilden were able to get a foothold on Nosgoth once more. Without the vampire bloodlines and their guardianship, the binding degraded over time. Now, with all that said, are the Hilden the bad guys? Yes. They are driven by their desire for vengeance and will stop at nothing. They don't care about Nosgoth and they don't care about humans who have nothing to do with their conflict with the vampires. The Hilden consider everything fair game and are antagonists to one and all. Raziel wants to know what all of that has to do with him, and Janos tells him that Raziel is the most important figure in terms of their collective destiny. Not to mention they are on the threshold of a new eon. And this is definitely a callback to the very intro epigraph at the beginning of Blood Omen.
There is a magical operation of maximum importance. the initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood.
As I've said, Defiance is good with all the references. Janos directs Raziel to the innermost sanctum in the Citadel, telling him there he'll find a trial and likely the answers he seeks, but to be aware that if he fails, he won't be coming back. And before he departs, he gives Raziel a gold Ouroboros ring he wears around his neck, telling him it's the key to the sanctum. Raziel uses the Ouroboros key in that same inner chamber where Kain first spoke to the Elder God. Sorry, the Oracle of the Vampires, wink wink. The door opens the path to the Spirit Forge, the final forge in the game, and thankfully one that is both different and engaging, and along the way, showing some fun uses for the elemental Reavers. The most important being the Earth Reaver allows Raziel to walk underwater, like the Iron Boots in Ocarina of Time. But activating the final forge, which has 6 different fonts of power that need to be activated, won't be easy. Now with the Elder God deciding to get his tentacles dirty and interfere. Raziel isn't surprised to see the Elder God here, and the creature boasts about being everywhere. He is, after all, the engine of life, the inexorable cycle of death and rebirth. And perhaps after hearing this same spiel for about 100 different times now, Raziel wonders if the vampires chose oblivion, not because of immortality, but to stop hearing the Elder God altogether. And the eldritch creature does not like that comment, threatening Raziel, telling him not to lose his favor with his impertinent tone. But with that said, he is pleased that Raziel finally fulfilled his fate. But Raziel won't be cowed, so he asks his former master what is it that he's trying to destroy in this room. What is it about Raziel that makes the Elder God so afraid? The Elder God tells Raziel that his fate is irrelevant, it was Kain's fate that was important. As he says this, the camera pans and shows 3 murals. 2 of them familiar at this point, the one showing the 2 possible endings to the fights between the vampire and the Hidden Champion, and the last one showing the Scion of Balance, wielding a Reaver of both steel and fire. And so begins the final challenge. In the center of the room is a font of magical energy, which the Elder God wraps in his tentacles to keep away from Raziel. Not only that, but he uses his immense strength to pull this font down into the ground, forcing Raziel to jump down and strike the tentacles, making them recede. With the font of power free, the elemental ones light up, and Raziel goes to each of them and using their matching element, empowers them. After each font of power is enabled, the Elder God locks things up again, pulls the font further down, and you have to rinse and repeat, using different Reaver abilities to progress in this puzzle challenge. It's pretty cool, really, it's really fun. With the final font empowered, Raziel frees the central one last time, making the Elder God retreat, at least for now. In this place, in the center of the Spirit Forge, Ariel appears, looking unlike she's ever been seen in the Legacy of Kain series. Restored, her face whole, and her demeanor kind and warm. She's both Ariel and not Ariel, an amalgamation of every balanced guardian, all summoned to the Spirit Forge to purify the Reaver in spirit. Ariel asks Raziel to release her, to release them, that the blade can do that. And this is something of an alternate version of what was originally planned for Soul Reaver, where to defeat Kain, Raziel would have to consume Ariel's soul with a Wraith Blade to empower it. Only instead of striking her with the sword, he does something similar to what happened between him and Kain in Avernus. He takes her hand and the energy crosses through him, across his body, to the Wraith Blade. Before departing, Ariel commends Raziel for doing good work and wants one last thing from him, to reunite what was torn apart, so that the Scion of Balance has everything he needs for his actual endeavor. Raziel has obtained the Spirit Reaver, but he's still unsure to what Ariel meant or what Janos expected him to find in the Forge, so he returns to that meeting spot to speak with the ancient vampire, arriving at the critical moment when Kain refused the sacrifice and the pillars collapse, showing their destruction from a distance, with Janos telling Raziel to find the Scion of Balance seconds before the pillars shatter. And with the binding broken and his prior host Mortanius now dead, Janos is the next one to become a vessel for Hashak Geek, setting the stage for Blood Omen 2, as the Unspoken would take his body until he could reclaim his own and use Janos to feed the mass. But this will be the work of centuries. For now, the Unspoken still has to face Raziel. He cordially greets Raziel, and much like Mobius did, he congratulates him for playing his part so perfectly, delighting in having both freedom and vengeance in equal measure. Janos attempts to fight back, to regain control, but it's useless. The Unspoken is stronger, though he likes that Janos is strong, seeing as he needs a more durable body for the next step in his plans. And willing or not, Raziel delivered everything into their hands. Raziel tells him it's too early to celebrate, but the Hilden explains how everything, from processing Mortanius to Ariel's murder, was perfectly orchestrated for this moment, where the binding fails. Not only that, but they needed a new vessel and Raziel provided. They needed the vampire's blood and Raziel brought them Janos Audron. And even better, he murdered the Scion of Balance. Janos makes one final attempt and pleads with Raziel to kill him, to stop the Hilden. But once more, he's unable to keep control for long. The Unspoken disparages Janos, calling him suicidal like the rest of his kind, and reminds Raziel that the hero does his job and then steps aside. But Raziel is not about to follow the Hilden's order and blocks his path, telling Hashagik he's not leaving this place and he will kill Janos if he has to. Thus ensues the final boss fight for Raziel, fighting a possessed Janos Audron. Raziel is victorious, and the ancient vampire begs him to do it, but he can't bring himself to kill Janos, which is the opening the Unspoken needed to reclaim control of the body and then blasts Raziel to death, or to the point where he can't sustain his physical form, slipping into the spectral realm. And with no adversaries left, Hashagik flies away. Raziel returns to the spirit realm, specifically the room of the Spirit Forge, trapped there, and his Wraith Blade too insubstantial to harm the Eldritch God, who taunts Raziel and tells him no matter how far he goes, he'll inevitably return to him. He tells him to surrender. Raziel refuses to be a prisoner, but the Elder God tells him he doesn't have a choice anymore. He's fulfilled his task and swept Kain from the board, so he has nothing left. Raziel says the Elder God is only doing this because Raziel has free will, but the creature snaps and tells him he has nothing. But as he can't die, he'll just have to spend an eternity with him. He then calls Mobius to his side. And we switch points of view to Kain once more, still alive, if heartless, in the demon realm. Amy Hennig explained that his guardianship and his nature's design of balance sustained him when Raziel pulled the heart out. Though I believe that's something of a flimsy explanation, a cop-out really, even though Janos himself was sustained by his guardianship. It's more likely, using in-universe logic, that the process by which Mortanius created Vampire used the heart as a catalyst, given that it's the heart of an ancient, a true vampire relic, but didn't need it to keep going. The heart did provide Kain with a great degree of resilience, keeping him alive through what would be most fatal injuries, as seen in Blood Omen 2 where he struck down, and instead of dying, merely fell into a coma for a couple of centuries. And if we go by the automatic uses of the Heart of Darkness in Blood Omen, keeping him alive throughout his quest in the first game. That's my explanation for it. Kain awakens in this other realm and immediately is taunted by the Hilden, who comment that his pretty appearance would be the first thing to go. And while Blood Omen 2 Kain is hot, I don't think anyone would call Soul Reaver Kain attractive. A funny detail of this scene is that they call it the Demon Realm, but it's really just Turel's Pit, with some distortion effects on top and cracks on the ground. Which, if we take it seriously, begs the question, is the Demon Realm a reflection of the physical world, meaning it has all the same locations but altered, like the Upside Down in Stranger Things, or the Other World in Silent Hill? Or is this just a simple case of asset recycling? Demons materialize but Kain dispatches them, and a new portal opens so Kain takes it back to Nosgoth, to Turel's Pit to be precise. And on arrival, he feels the pull of destiny, something in his soul telling him to go to the Citadel. It's time for the Scion of Balance to do his duty. In a parallel to the end of Soul Reaver 2, it's now Kain who's hounded by demons as he attempts to leave the catacombs, heading for his destiny, much like they did with Raziel as he pursued the Seraphim 500 years prior. But he does reach the Citadel and, looking back at the Pillars, realizes what point in history this is. The act that determined his path long ago. And it's now Kain's turn to give a bit of a recap of all of his actions and to wonder if it was all for nothing. Especially if he misread the signs and just messed up his chances of changing destiny. Kain makes his way to the Spirit Forge and sees Mobius standing there, and he smiles a cruel smile and glides down to meet the revived Time Streamer, who is in the middle of giving his master a report, assuring him that the Hilden are but a minor concern. He's right, given in the grand scheme of things, they will fail and be banished again in Blood Omen 2 and prove to be nothing but a side plot, but I digress. Mobius says the Hilden will be dealt with, but it's all worth it for Kain's death. And at this point, the vampire reveals himself, telling him he's a bit premature in his report and wondering if there's a crack in that omniscience. Mobius frantically attempts to use the staff, but of course it doesn't work because Kain no longer has the Heart of Darkness. And if you go back to that first meeting in the game, when Mobius uses the staff, it's Kain's chest that glows when he collapses to his knees. Kain continues to mock Mobius, telling him it's not just the omniscience that's slipping, but also his other powers, giving him a smile. Kain can't believe it, so Kain takes his hand and puts it against his chest. He can tell the lack of a heartbeat, telling him the part of him that the staff worked on isn't there anymore, joking that after all, Kain has always been considered heartless. He tells Mobius it's time, and the Time Streamer says for what? To kill me? Accusing Kain of solving everything with killing. But Kain tells him it's not a debate, because Mobius simply has nothing to offer Kain, who runs Mobius through with a Reaver, killing him for the second time in the same day. Think about it, 2 versions of Kain killed him back to back. There's some poetry in that. Before dying, Mobius says this isn't the end, that he serves a master who governs over life and death. Mobius manifests in the spectral realm and tells his master this is but a minor inconvenience. But before he can complete his request to be restored to life, he's run through again, but this time by Raziel and the Wraithblade, the purifying power of the sword revealing to Mobius the creature it truly served. And the Time Streamer reels in horror before Raziel releases him to the Wheel of Fate to feed his master. A great callback to Soul Reaver 2 in that scene, where Raziel wonders if Mobius would be such a faithful servant if he knew he was serving a giant squid.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
We now have our answer. The Elder God claims it's irrelevant, that Mobius was no longer useful, but Raziel realizes there's a change. They didn't predict that Kain would survive, and the Elder God doesn't have any way of killing Kain or Raziel. As a response, the Elder God makes the entire chamber shake, telling him that may be the truth, but he can still trap them here, to the point where they'll spend eternity buried and come to appreciate how oblivion can be a good thing, essentially telling them they'll go mad for imprisonment and then beg for a death that will never come. And as far as villainous threats go, that's very damn effective. But Raziel has now pieced it all together, the Redeemer and Destroyer line he's heard from Mobius and Janos in separate occasions. Not only that, but he realizes Mobius had never seen the Elder God even after worshipping him for so long, and it was only due to the power of the purified Reaver that it happened. He realized the vampires didn't know what it is they worshipped, and everything that has ever happened in Nosgoth, all the conflict and suffering had but one goal: to feed the Elder God, keeping souls trapped in the endless cycle, always ignorant of the truth. He hears Ariel's words once more, to bring what was split together again, and his eyes linger on that combined Reaver in the central mural. Remembering Kain's words that the coin is still turning, and Ariel's voice in that reuniting what was split apart will allow the Scion of Balance to do what he needs. He realizes there was never a chance to confront the Elder God or be free of him, because you can't fight what you can't see. And thus Raziel understands what it is he needs to do, what his role truly is in all of this, and instead of being forced into the blade, he makes the choice Kain couldn't: sacrifice, or the greater good. Mobius returns to life and Kain runs him through once more, only for the facade to fall away and reveal it's Raziel. Kain panics and attempts to pull the blade away, but Raziel stops him and tells him this is how it has to be. He has to bring the Reavers together to heal Kain's corruption, and he's not Kain's enemy. He is what he always was, his right hand and his sword, and he is now ready to face the true enemy of Nosgoth. And before we go any further, this sequence is outstanding, and what I like about it is that it shows that Kain truly cares for Raziel. He doesn't want him to end in the sword, trapped forever. He's been desperately looking for a solution in which both live and doesn't want this outcome. but Raziel made his choice. Now purified, Kain sees the Elder God and, much like Mobius, is horrified, though mostly by the thought that he condemned Raziel to this thing when he cast him into the abyss. And so the jig is up, and the Elder God speaks to Kain again, this time no trickery, no oracle, just one-to-one. And it's the Elder God, so of course he launches into the usual spiel of the Wheel of Fate thing. If the Elder God is anything, it's consistent. The Elder God keeps trying to bring the Citadel down, telling Kain that he and Raziel can go equally mad, buried under the rubble forever. Ponder for eternity how futile it's all been. And instead of intimidated, Kain is encouraged by the creature's words and actions, because he knows that the Elder God wouldn't be so desperate to do this if he wasn't afraid that Kain and the Soul Reaver could truly hurt him. And he proves so by hacking away the tentacles, calling it a false god. And so the final battle in Defiance ensues, with Kain telling the Elder God that this is the final turn of his wheel. And it's a fairly simple fight, but so satisfying to finally be able to kick the Elder God in the proverbial teeth. When the fight ends, the room is coming down, so Kain teleports to the entrance. The Elder God screams at Kain that he can't be killed. He is the engine of life, that the wheel will turn, and someday the vampires will finally be extinct, and then Kain's soul will finally be his. So Kain, as he's leaving, tells the Elder God that until that day, he best burrow deep. In the outro, Kain walks towards the ruined wall in the meeting room of the Citadel, looking out at the pillars, contemplating events, how the masks were done, the puppet strings were visible, as was the main manipulator of it all, and that the greatest gift that Raziel gave him, more powerful than the sword and more acute than the sight he granted him, was the first taste of hope. And that is the final title in the Legacy of Kain series. Ultimately, it would sell about as well as Soul Reaver 2 and Blood Omen 2, and be considered a failure by the publisher's standards. After this, Amy Hennig would leave Crystal Dynamics, and due to myriad circumstances, no further game would come, though there were plans for a Legacy of Kain Dark Prophecy, aka Blood Omen 3, a direct sequel of Defiance, a game for which nothing was ever written, not even plot or characters. The only thing that remains are scraps of concept art and some vague descriptions by members of the team. The only real information available comes from Daniel Kabuko, who consulted on the project before its cancellation, and he mentions the game would have involved traveling to the Hilden Realm and exploring their society and the demons and such. Maybe even have another parallel story, on one hand the younger Blood Omen 2 era Kain and the Soul Reaver Kain, but it was cancelled within months of its announcement. And I find an entire game dedicated to the Hilden to be very curious. Defiance establishes the Elder God as the true antagonist, and Blood Omen 2 already dealt with the Hilden, meaning they are just secondary villains, or in Mobius' words, a minor inconvenience. So focusing on them seemed rather pointless in the overall narrative. The focus should have been on the journey of the Scion of Valence and his attempts to restore the Pillars. And yes, there was Nosgoth, a multiplayer team versus team game, but as it doesn't pertain to the narrative of the series and it never made it to a full release, we can safely ignore it. And we can do the same with Legacy of Kain Dead Sun, which was cancelled and its multiplayer repurposed into Nosgoth. And with this, we end this look at Legacy of Kain. Thank you for joining me in this exploration of this wonderful yet flawed series. Will the story ever continue? If it does, I firmly believe it will need Amy Hennig to be, as Carol Wolf said, the storyteller, the boss. I don't think anyone else could land the story. But it could very well be that Hennig wants no part of it. I wouldn't be surprised. But again, that is all for the retrospective into the Legacy of Kain series. After I finished the retrospective on the different titles of the Legacy of Kain series, I thought I was done. But since then, I've had this thought in my head, a quote from Amy Hennig, director and lore master for the Crystal Dynamics branch of the series. Basically everything but the original Blood Omen. The quote is, "Kain is a far more heroic character than Raziel." And this line is stuck in my head, so I figured the best way to get rid of it is to talk about Kain and Raziel. I'm aware I've already gone through their history. I have spoken of them in their different roles throughout their story, but really haven't delved deeper into who they are and the nature of their relationship. So let's take a look at the main characters of our story. Kain, Scion of Balance, and Raziel, Savior of Nosgoth. I can't think of a better way to structure this than to start with the man in the title, Kain. Kain is a nobleman from Corhagen, and there's not much to tell about his life, other than it ended with the tip of a blade going through his back. He was then brought back and set on a quest to destroy a bunch of wizards and manipulate it every step of the way, with the planned end being that once everyone else was vanquished, he'd off himself and save the world. Instead, he said nope, and went off on his own as if he had a better plan. He didn't, but spent centuries conquering Nosgoth and then established an empire on its carcass, the lands rotting away as his empire flourished. And then, one day, out of nowhere, in seemingly a fit of jealousy, he killed his firstborn lieutenant, who'd been with him from the dawn of the Empire. But that was just Kain using the playbook Mortanius and Ariel used with him way back when. Kill someone, bring them back, set them on the path of vengeance, where they can easily be manipulated. And having been directed on his own path by such master schemers as Mobius and Mortanius, Kain knew how to play the vindictive, self-righteous Raziel to follow him across time and space to where both of them might actually do some good. Once there, Kain flipped the script and did his damnedest to show Raziel that past actions aside, they were not enemies. In fact, in the grand scheme of things, they were allies, both with the mission of saving Nosgoth. Granted, there's the argument that Kain's death could accomplish this, but it's a flawed version of salvation, given that it results in the end of vampires. It's an artificial destiny constructed by Mobius. The true solution is one where Nosgoth is restored and vampires remain, and possibly retake ownership of the Pillars. That is, in a nutshell, what the Sign of Balance is all about. Think of it this way. Killing Kain is the meh ending, while his mission is far more complicated, requires multiple steps, and people working together for the bigger picture. And what is that but the typical steps of unlocking the true ending in a video game? It's never easy. When you think about it, Kain's goal is the noblest. He wants to save the world and ensure that all of the species on Nosgoth remain. While he'll never be the shining example of goodness or heroism that we see portrayed across media, he is in fact a heroic character. He's an anti-hero. He looks at the big picture and seeks the salvation of Nosgoth. But if he has to kill a few dozen people to make that happen, then so be it. And he's still a vampire. He's not gonna shy away from drinking blood. But back to the tale. We see Kain's true character emerge after he has played his part in making Raziel a wraith. Once the stage is set and Raziel steps through that portal, Kain never again lies to his former lieutenant. He may be vague and urge Raziel to seek his own answers, but he is never dishonest with him. Why? Because Kain knows what it's like to follow a path someone else has paved for you with ill intent. And if there's one thing you can take from Defiance, is that Kain truly cares about Raziel. He doesn't wish him harm. In fact, he's horrified that the ultimate solution to their problem, the only real way forward for them, is for Raziel to become his sword. That's not what he wanted. He wanted them to fight side by side as allies, or, given that Kain is Raziel's creator in a couple of his lives, as father and son. And why does he not just give Raziel the answers? Also simple. Raziel doesn't trust him. Anything Kain says is ultimately suspicious. At least until Raziel can find things out for himself and realize that Kain's been straight with him from the start. It's a flawed plan, but we'll get to that. Kain is a patient guy. He's been alive for a long time, and he's been putting together his plan from probably even the early days of the Empire. Using the time-streaming chamber to look in on different events, it's likely how he knew Raziel's role in all of it, and what had to be done to put him on the path. Of course, Kain's fate is predetermined, so all of this was always meant to happen. Raziel's turn to a wraith was predestined. It's just that the transformation unhooked him from the wheel. That made Raziel the linchpin to Kain's plans. But as I said before, he has been manipulated, so he didn't want Raziel to do his part coerced or lied to. He hoped Raziel would play his part willingly, and ultimately he did. But it was a bumpy road to get there. But while Kain is patient, that patience is not eternal. He's not a saint. He has very little patience for people wasting his time, for idiots, and for Mobius. He knows better than letting the time streamer ramble on. And in terms of morons, Kain's decision to lay a beatdown on Raziel in Avernus Cathedral shows you the extent of his patience. Because yes, Raziel is a moron. Thus, that entire plan of letting Raziel find things out and realize they were on the same side is deeply flawed. It's rather a miracle that things worked out, in fact. And with that said, it's time to talk about our favorite Soul Reaver, Raziel. Raziel's life is a bit more complicated than Kain's. Unlike Kain, whose mortal life we know little about, we know Raziel was a zealot, a cruel and vicious knight of the Sarafan, a vampire hunter by trait and passion, the man that ripped the heart of darkness from Janus Audron's chest, along with his cadre of brothers, whose destinies were entwined with his own even then. He was ultimately killed by his future self, and then raised into vampirehood by Kain, the man who made his killer. He then lived with his maker until Kain tossed him into the bowels of the Lake of the Dead, where he rose once more as a wraith, seemingly in the service of the Elder God. I told you, his backstory is complicated, but if there's one aspect of Raziel that is a constant through his many lives, it's zealotry, blind faith, and a perennial case of the tunnel vision. I won't fault Raziel for any of the people he killed in Soul Reaver. He was both on a quest for vengeance, and he had beef with some of his siblings, an enmity so strong that Dumas had been trapped for centuries, so Raziel released him just to take him out himself. That's hating someone. But the Elder God also fed him the line that vampires keep the wheel of fate stagnant, and that only fed the self-righteous fire in Raziel's belly. After all, what's better than taking your revenge? Doing so, and in the process saving the world. Sure, Raziel, sure. Let's gloss over the fact that he was a vampire himself and had no problem with the way the Empire worked, and, even as a wraith, he still saw vampirism as noble. But they're clearly the bad guys, not him. In fact, he doubles down on it upon learning of his Sarafan heritage. Even his previous notions that the Sarafan were nothing but bigoted butchers are flung out the window because he's now on a different lane, a different tunnel, but still self-righteous. It starts out about the indignation of what was done to him and his clan, plus the whole save the world thing, but mainly his people, and then it's truly just about saving Nosgoth from the corruption of vampires. He's still in it for revenge, but he's now also the good guy once more, reclaimed his Sarafan heritage, and they were saints. How dare you say they were just butchers? No. They are the good guys, for sure, definitely. Not a single doubt. Seems I do fault him for the events of Soul Reaver. But let's take a trip through a portal to the past, and the events of Soul Reaver 2 and Defiance. Raziel is presented with a few people to talk and listen to. Vorador, who points him to Janos, and ultimately doesn't care about anything. Janos, who we met for like 5 minutes, and ultimately didn't provide all that much in the way of answers. Then there are the two most important ones, Kain and Mobius. The former, someone he has issues with, but who is honest with him at all times, without exception. And the other, a man who lies and attempts to manipulate him from the very millisecond of their meeting. And through this adventure you get a clear glimpse of the impact of that tunnel vision, of that bullheaded, self-assured certainty of his actions. You can boil down his actions to the question, what could go wrong? I'm going to threaten Mobius into sending me on a time trip. What could go wrong? Oh well, you get sent to the wrong era where demons are coming to kill you. I've made it to the past, but I need to blow up a hole in the mountain. What could go wrong? Well, the Sarafan can enter and ultimately make you indirectly responsible for Janos' death. I'm gonna pick this Reaver blade up and go on a killing spree. What could go wrong? So much. So much. But you can see the pattern. Raziel is ever only worried about the current course of action, never giving a second thought of the consequences or even the bigger picture, and there is no room for doubt. Take his confrontation with Kain in Avernus. Kain bars his path, and so Raziel sees him as an opponent, and he's so certain of himself that he flings accusations left and right at Kain, that he wants to wait until the right time to trap him in the blade, except Kain saved you from that fate. that Kain just wants to manipulate him into doing his bidding, except Kain has been nothing but honest with you. So of course, it's pathetically easy for the Hilden to influence him and drive him to violence. And you know what Kain did that was so bad? Tell him Janos must stay dead. Raziel didn't ask why. For him, it was just another day of what could go wrong. Well, you created Blood Omen too. I'd say that's plenty wrong. Not only that, but as far as he knows, he has killed Kain and not given a second thought at the implications of such an act. And it's not just the Hilden, but everybody else. Mobius himself says it. Raziel is the only one outside of the sandbox, the one with an actual chance of changing things. And yet, because of the way he goes about things, in the end, he is manipulated into doing exactly what they want him to. It takes Spirit Forge Ariel telling him some good lore and being in a place with murals that make everything abundantly clear to the point that it feels like someone is hitting Raziel over the head screaming, "Do you get it now?" For him to understand the actual truth and realize he may have screwed up, and when there's a chance to fix it, he does. I won't knock that. Raziel gives Nosgoth a chance at redemption by doing the one thing Kain has never been able to do himself: sacrifice, a leap of faith. Then again, when you're a zealot, leaps of faith are easier. And so I'm once again reminded of the words of Amy Hennig. Kain is a more heroic character than Raziel, and it's true. Kain ultimately wants to save the world. Raziel is ultimately far more interested in his own fate than that of the world or the lives of others. His is a quest for answers, but he never considers the cost of those answers or what to do once he gets them. With that all said, of course, it's hard to blame Raziel for being in it for himself. After all, his fate involves eternal imprisonment inside a sword, against his will, going insane with the centuries and trapped in an eternal time loop. On the other hand, Kain is driven to save the world because it was stolen from him. His destiny, his chance of serving as the Balance Guardian were all taken from him. And when you consider those motivations, hero, savior, zealot, they don't matter as much as human. They are very flawed and very human characters, and that's, I think, why they're such beloved characters and why people like me spend hours thinking of them and their stories. And with that, I can say I can close the book on Legacy of Kain, at least until something new comes along the way. And no, that Soul Reaver graphic novel doesn't count. Amy Hennig's not involved, so I don't count it. I could be wrong, but that's my stance. Thank you for listening to me ramble on about these delightful characters and the world of Nosgoth. See you on the next one.